Good afternoon. Annual town meeting will now be in order. I am Carmen Reese, 52 Devon Street, Town Moderator. I see that there's a sufficient number of voters present to permit us to open the meeting, and I do so declare. The meeting is called pursuant to a warrant signed by the Select Board on January 26, 2023, and I have inspected the return of service on the warrant and find it to be in order. I declare that the meeting is properly called. This afternoon, the meeting will take place in the gymnasium and in the auditorium. Masks are optional in both rooms, and everyone needs to be in a seat in order to vote on any of the articles in one of those two rooms. We're very grateful to Superintendent Hunter, co-principals Miller and Stahl, and the faculty, students, and staff of high school for accommodating us here this afternoon and tolerating the disruption that we caused. The minutes of the meeting will be kept by the town clerk, Tari, who is here on my left. And the meeting will be broadcast live on our high school's radio station, WIQH 83.3 FM, on our local access cable channel 9, and live streamed on the web at www.minuteman.media/government. I would now like to invite Fire Chief Judge to come to the podium and provide us with some safety information.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a quick note about the exits in the gymnasium and the auditorium. If you look around, you'll see that there are exits in all four corners of both rooms. The one to your right at the front of the room is obscured a little by the screen, but it is open and accessible. For those who are taking advantage of the daycare, in the unlikely event that we have to evacuate the building, please do not go to the daycare. Your children won't be there. The staff has been instructed to take them and meet you in the courtyard outside of the cafeteria. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. And I want to extend our thanks also to Chief Mulcahy and the officers of the Concord Police Department, who are also here for us this afternoon. Mr. Johnson nominates Ms. Carolyn Flood of 1289 Main Street to serve as the Deputy Moderator, who will carry out the duties of the Moderator if she is unable to serve. Is there a second? I see that there is. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Anybody opposed? Okay, that looks like a unanimous vote in favor. And I do so declare. Ms. Flood will be presiding in the auditorium. And Ms. Flood, would you mind, can we have the camera back on Ms. Flood, please? And Ms. Flood, we should swear you in. So would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to carry out your duties faithfully and impartially? I do. Thank you. There are a variety of materials pertaining to the business of the meeting available on the tables in the cafeteria. Many of the articles will be moved in motions as printed out on handouts, and those are out there in the cafeteria. And if you didn't bring your copy of this year's thorough and thoughtful Finance Committee report from home, you'll find a few extras on the table. And this year, you're also going to find a QR code in various locations. It's in a plexiglass frame on the distribution tables that will allow you to access the Finance Committee report electronically from your mobile device. The Finance Committee report is full of valuable information about the financial posture of our town. And there's also a green booklet out there entitled Concord Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, which is a very useful guide to our proceedings at town meeting. If you do have any questions about town meeting procedure, please feel free to talk with our town meeting procedure resource person, Michael Lawson of 1695 Lowell Road. He's available for consultation on process issues and assistance in drafting and presenting motions and amendment. Mr. Lawson is seated in the front row here in the gymnasium. I'm going to ask him to stand and wave so that everyone will know where he is. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawson. If you are a registered voter in Concord, you should have received a voting slip that is this brilliant spring green, and you'll want to keep that handy. I would recommend putting my name on it because they won't give you another one. You will vote using that voting slip, and in the event that we have a standing counted vote, you'll use it then as well. If you are a resident of Concord who's not registered to vote or a visitor to tonight's meeting, you should have checked in as a visitor in the cafeteria. And unless you have permission to be elsewhere, you should be sitting in the visitors section located in the back of the gymnasium in the bleachers. We welcome all visitors as observers to our town meeting. I have appointed Mr. Abe Fisher of 400 Haywood Mill Road to be head teller, Jim Summer of 15 Pine Street as assistant head teller, and Mr. David Carr of 82 Lawsbrook Road to be ballot supervisor. Mr. Fisher will be supervising vote counting on the floor in the event of a counted vote, and Mr. Carr will be supervising the ballot counting procedure and vote certification in the event that the meeting votes for a paper ballot on a motion. Mr. Fisher, are the tellers ready to be sworn? And Mr. Carr, are the ballot counters ready to be sworn? Thank you. Tellers and ballot counters, would you all please stand wherever you are in here or in the auditorium and raise your right hand? Does each of you swear that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Very good. Thank you all. On behalf of the meeting, I thank Mr. Fisher and Mr. Carr and Mr. Summer and all of the tellers and ballot counters for taking on this really important town meeting function. We're pleased to have some Concord Carlisle students among our tellers and ballot counters today. We also owe our gratitude to the team of people, it really does take a village, who make annual town meeting possible. And that includes our dedicated and talented town staff, Minuteman Media Network, Thistle Communications, and our amazing closed caption stenographer, Stephanie Farrell. Our select board is seated to my right at the front of the gymnasium. The school committee is seated to my left at the far end. The finance committee is seated here on my left, and we also have with us this evening our town council, Mina Macarius of Anderson Krieger, and he is up here at the tables with the select board. Mr. Macarius will address town meeting if we have a legal question for him. I would like to note, by the way, that the members of all these boards and committees are volunteers, and they find a great deal of personal reward, not to mention numerous television and Zoom appearance opportunities in their service to our town. If you too would like to reap these enormous rewards, do important and interesting work, make new friends, and get to know your community better, you could fill out a volunteer form. They're green. They're in the hallway and the cafeteria next to the hearing assistant devices. And seriously, we need you. If you spend just a moment with the town's annual report this year, you'll be amazed by how much of our governance is done by volunteer citizens in all kinds of capacities. Before we begin this business of annual town meeting, as has long been our custom, let's all stand, if we're able, and hold a moment of silence. As we start our proceedings, let me share with you some thoughts on town meeting from the handbook we follow, Town Meeting Time. The town meeting conception of democracy is an idealized way of expressing the democratic hope that those who are governed will be able to reach those who govern them, that they will be able to make their voices heard where it counts. It speaks for the belief that a society is safer and freer when the bulk of its citizens understand the programs and goals that their government has chosen, because these programs and goals have been honestly debated in public. Not least, the town meeting ideal catches an important meeting of freedom and expresses a classic conviction of believers in democracy, that freedom in the concrete, freedom as it is experienced in daily life, is the experience of having had a hand in determining the issues that touch the individual closely and intimately. Tonight we are Concord's legislature, because we are here not only as private citizens, but also as legislators. We must bear in mind as we cast our votes not only our own personal interests, but also those of our community as a whole. As we deliberate, let each of us here tonight maintain an open mind, an open heart, graciousness when we disagree, and a healthy sense of humor so that the debates of this meeting will not be a source of division among us when our business here is finished. And thank you all, and please be seated. Mr. Johnson moves that the reading of the warrant and the return of service thereon be omitted. Is there a second? I see that there is. Any discussion? Don't see any desire for discussion. All those in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? That looks like a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. Thank you very much. It is our hope and goal to conclude 2023 annual town meeting by the end of Monday night. We have 46 articles on the annual town meeting warrant. No motion is expected on 10 of the articles. 18 articles are included on the consent calendar, and that leaves us with 18 articles for full discussion. Mr. Johnson moves that the meeting take up no new business today after 5:30 p.m. and that when the meeting is adjourned, it be adjourned to resume tomorrow night, Monday, May 1st at 7 p.m. here at the Concord Carlisle High School. Is there a second? I see that there is. Any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you very much. All those opposed? I don't see anyone opposed. Carrie, do you see anyone opposed in the auditorium?
No one opposed here.
Okay, that passes unanimously, and I do so declare. And we'll now proceed to Article 1, which is choose town officers. We don't actually have any action to take under Article 1, as we chose our town officers in the election on March 28th. The town elected Mark Howell to a 3-year term on the Select Board, Carrie Rankin to a 3-year term on the School Committee, and yours truly, Carmen Rees, to a 1-year term as moderator. In addition, I have appointed the following worthy souls to the Finance Committee, each for a term of 3 years: Kathy Kuklo, Don Kupka, Carlin Reed, Kwasi Sundrizaman, and Lois Wassoff. We're very grateful to all of these people who are willing to serve our town. Before we proceed to Article 2, I am going to ask a few folks to rise so that we may take just a moment to acknowledge them for their service to the town of Concord. So with the following people, please stand. Outgoing Select Board Chair Matt Johnson. Outgoing Finance Committee member Brian Taylor. Outgoing Finance Committee member Ray Andrews. And retiring Director of Planning and Land Management, I think it's 37 years, a dedicated and consequential employee of our town, Marcia Rasmussen. The wonderful accomplishments that Ms. Rasmussen has brought about for our town are too lengthy for us to talk you through all of them right here at this meeting, but you will see them all in the proclamation that was issued thanking her for those contributions, and a copy of it is out on the tables in the cafeteria. Thank you so much, Marcia. We'll now hear, under Article 2, from the Finance Committee. We'll hear from Lois Wassoff, a summary of the Finance Committee's annual report.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Lois Wassoff, 258 Sudbury Road. I'm speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee. And it worked. Okay. The Finance Committee's role is to monitor fiscal matters and make recommendations to the Select Board and Town Meeting. We strive to help the town maintain its fiscal health while meeting the needs of its citizens and maintaining a sustainable level of taxation, of property taxation. In the course of doing our work this year, we identified issues that may have a significant impact on the fiscal health and character of Concord. Those issues are described in our report, but they are important enough so that we ask for a few minutes of your time today to make town meeting aware of our findings. In crafting our recommendations and setting guidelines for the town's budgeting entities, we try to stay within the levy limit, the 2.5% levy limit, to avoid general overrides, and to maintain an adequate free cash balance of 5 to 10% of the total budget. At the same time, we try to support investment in ongoing capital needs, in maintaining at least level service levels, and in avoiding overburdening taxpayers. We are aware of the importance of maintaining the town's special character, including the economic diversity of its residents. The good news is that there is a lot of good news about Concord's current fiscal position. We still have a AAA bond rating. The pension and other post-employment benefits, OPEB liabilities, are being funded. We are able to fund our operating budgets within the levy limit. And we ended fiscal year 22 with free cash in excess of 6%. In fact, the final figure certified by the state just a few days ago is actually a little closer to 6.5%. But as we looked at projections for next year and beyond, we identified a number of concerns. Expenses are projected to increase at a higher rate than revenues, and there are indications the projections for expense increases may be understated. Debt service is going to continue to increase. Our levy capacity will not keep up with these expense increases. Available free cash, which in the past has been used to lower property taxes and to fund worthy causes like the Middle School Tax Stabilization Fund and affordable housing, is already getting close to the bottom of the acceptable range. We expect free cash to be at about 5.5% at the end of fiscal year 23, and it is projected to go even lower. Even sooner than fiscal year 29, by fiscal year 26 or 27, we could go below the 5% minimum balance, which would require the town to make difficult choices and could jeopardize our AAA credit rating. You are all well aware that your property taxes have increased in recent years. This may already be having an impact on the character and diversity of Concord. Census figures for 2021 show that Concord households with less than $75,000 of annual income are declining, both as a share of overall households and in actual numbers. A greater proportion of those households are spending 30% or more of their income on housing costs, mortgage, rents, utilities, taxes, et cetera. And those households are more likely to be comprised of people over the age of 65 in 2021 than in 2011. This graph shows you the problem. Our expected revenues, the blue line, continually and increasingly fall short of our projected expenses. Anyone who has ever managed a personal or business budget knows that this situation is not sustainable. And remember that 85% of Concord's revenues come from residential property taxes. Increasing expenses have a direct impact on taxes and on household budgets. The current projections are that Concord will have used up its levy capacity by fiscal year 2027. At that point, the only options will be ballot-approved overrides or potentially significant cuts in services. As a first step, controlling costs through such means as limiting headcount growth, deferral or resizing of capital projects where practical, and using, where available, accumulated fund balances is vital. These efforts should address the ongoing costs that increase expenses year after year. One-time adjustments may be helpful, but don't address the underlying structural issue. We also recommend that town leadership pursue sustainable revenue growth from sources other than property taxes. Fiscal restraint across the board is necessary. And we note that as the single largest budgeting entity, it is particularly important that CPS find ways to slow its projected cost growth. The 34 cents of every tax dollar that goes to support the schools is an understatement of CPS's share of expenses, since some of its costs, like benefits for non-union employees, are paid as part of the town's budget. Any attempt to control costs has to include all budgeting entities. Any attempt that doesn't include all budgeting entities, including CPS, is doomed to fail. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Wassoff. We will next proceed to the consent calendar. All right, you see the motion on the screen there, which is that 2023 Annual Town Meeting advance for consideration and take affirmative action on the articles printed in Appendix 5 of the 2023 Finance Committee report, and you'll find that on page 57, by the way, as the 2023 consent calendar without debate, provided that upon request by 10 voters at the meeting made before the vote is taken on this motion, an article, or in the moderator's discretion, a portion thereof, shall be dropped from the consent calendar and taken up in the ordinary course of business at this meeting. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. Okay. All right. Next slide. Okay. Oh, sorry, did we just pass Article 2? Article 2 is affirmative action recommended by the Select Board that the town accept the 2023 annual report. This is a routine and non-controversial action. And Article 3 is meeting procedure. This one is recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and the motion is printed in the Finance Committee report, and it is a routine motion that we have adopted for many years in order to deal with the levy limit under Proposition 2.5. Would anybody like to remove Article 3 from the consent calendar for full deliberation? I don't see anyone in here. Carrie, do you have anyone in the auditorium?
I do not.
Thank you. Article 4 is ratification of Personnel Board classification actions. And this one is to take affirmative action on Article 4 as printed in the warrant. And there are a couple of additions that happened that were actions that took place following the printing of the warrant and before town meeting. And you'll see that one of those is adding environmental health and safety manager, and the other is an administrative and operations supervisor to those various grades. This is a routine annual ratification action, and it was non-controversial at the public hearings before town meeting. Would anyone like to remove this article for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium, in the auditorium.
No one in the auditorium.
Thank you. Article 7 is use of free cash. Affirmative action is recommended on this one by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This takes $1 million from the certified free cash balance as of June 30, 2023, to reduce the tax levy for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. This is a routine action to use some of our surplus funds to reduce the tax levy, the surplus results from revenue collection exceeding estimates over actual expenditures or being less than the appropriation. Would anyone like to remove this for full deliberation? Thank you. I have a correction from the town manager. I have the wrong year for the certified free cash balance. It is the certified free cash balance as of June 30, 2022. So that is a correction to this portion of the consent calendar. With that, would anyone like to remove this article for full deliberation? I see no one in, oh, I see one person, okay. Are there 9 more? I see 2 people. Carrie, do you have anyone in the auditorium?
Not standing for this purpose, no. There's people who are approaching seats, but
Okay,
that's it.
all right. We don't have 10 people. We don't even have 5, so we'll leave this one on the consent calendar. Article 12 is an OPEB trust fund appropriation. Affirmative action is recommended on this one by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This is raising and appropriating the numbers that you see in the consent calendar. It's a total appropriation of $1,467,851, and this is to fund the town's fiscal year 24 contribution to the other post-employment benefits liability trust fund that we have established under the general laws. This is a routine general fund appropriation to meet the town's OPEB obligations, and some time ago this used to be part of the town budget article, but it was recommended by the town's finance advisors to pull this out for separate action. Would anyone like to remove Article 12 for full deliberation? I don't see anyone in the gymnasium. Is there anyone in the auditorium?
No.
Thank you. Article 13 is OPEB trust fund expense. And this is an authorization, again, recommended for affirmative action by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. And this is to appropriate from the OPEB trust fund $275,000 for the OPEB fund expenses. This is another non-controversial routine annual action. Would anybody like to remove this one for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium, Carrie?
No one standing for that purpose?
Okay, thank you. Article 14. And by the way, if you do want to take something off, you know, obviously put your green slip up, and then we'll see you. Article 14 is the appropriation of the opioid settlement funds received from the state settlement fund. And the motion on this is to take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant. This is a necessary action by town meeting in order for the town to be able to use its allocation out of this settlement for the permissible programs. That is, the programs that are permissible pursuant to the settlement. It was non-controversial at hearing, and the amount in question here is $77,362.88. Would anybody like to remove this one for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
No one here?
Okay. Article 20 is an appropriation to the middle school stabilization. We have affirmative action on Article 20 recommended by Finance Committee, Select Board, Concord Public Schools Committee. And this, again, is to take affirmative action on Article 20 as printed in the warrant. And this is another recurring action that is an effort to distribute over time the impact on the tax levy of the cost of the middle school building school project that was approved by voters at 2022 special town meeting with a supplemental the supermajority at 2023 special town meeting, and then approved at the polls thereafter. Would anyone like to remove Article 20 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
No one in the auditorium?
Thank you very much. Article 24 is the light plant expenditures and payment in lieu of taxes. This is another routine article recommended for affirmative action by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Town meeting needs to authorize the light plant to use the income from sales of electricity and broadband in order to fund operations. And there's also a payment in lieu of taxes from the light plant that goes to the assessors to help reduce the tax levy, and the amount of that is $459,000. Another routine action. Would anyone like to remove Article 24 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium.
No one standing in the auditorium.
Thank you, Ms. Flood. Article 27 is the Community Preservation Act, rescind and reappropriate funds. Affirmative action on this article is recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. This is more or less an administrative action that was non-controversial at hearing, and it rescinds a prior appropriation by town meeting of $250,000 in CPA funds to the now canceled Junction Village open space project. And it puts these funds back in the CPA open space reserve fund to be held for future appropriation. Would anyone like to remove Article 27 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium.
And no one in the auditorium.
Thank you, Ms. Flood. Article 28 is the Community Preservation Appropriation Recommendation to the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. Affirmative action is recommended on this by the Finance Committee, the Select Board, and the Concord Municipal Affordable Housing Trust. The motion is that affirmative action be taken on this article as printed in the warrant. It also was, like the others, non-controversial at hearing. And what this does is transfers to the trust from the Community Housing Reserve Fund of the Community Preservation Committee, it's the CPA Community Housing Reserve Fund, $1,044,255.76. Previously, these funds had been appropriated to the now canceled Junction Village project, and that vote was rescinded, and the funds were transferred back to the reserve fund by 2023 annual special town meeting. And this action just makes those funds available for future community housing projects identified by the trust in accordance with their adopted policies. Would anyone like to remove Article 28 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium. Ms.
No
Flood?
one in the auditorium.
Thank you very much. Article 29 is a transfer of housing funds. Affirmative action recommended by the Finance Committee, the Select Board, the Concord Municipal Affording Housing Trust. And the motion is for affirmative action on Article 29 as printed in the warrant. And this also was non-controversial at hearing. And again, this is a prior appropriation of $1 million that was made by 2017 annual town meeting to the now canceled Junction Village project. And this would transfer this to the Municipal Affordable Housing Trust, again, to make it available for future community housing projects. Would anybody like to remove Article 29 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium.
No one here.
Thank you very much. Article 32 is the Demolition Review General Bylaw Amendment. The motion is that the town take affirmative action on Article 32 as printed in the warrant. Affirmative action is recommended by the Select Board and the Historical Commission. This one was a non-controversial hearing also, and all it does is increase from 45 days to 60 days the time allowed for the Historical Commission to hold a hearing under the bylaw, and that is in order to align their process with new legal notice publication deadlines established by our wonderful new local newspaper, the Concord Bridge. Would anyone like to remove Article 32 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium.
No one here.
Thank you, Ms. Flood. Article 38, solid waste disposal fund expenditures. Affirmative action recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. The motion is to take affirmative action on the article as printed in the warrant. This is another routine annual action that was non-controversial at hearing that allows the town manager to spend the user fee revenue for the fiscal year and cash on hand in the sewer fund for the operation, maintenance, and improvement of the sewer. Would anyone like to remove, oh, I'm so sorry, I just read you the sewer system expenditures. This is for the solid waste program, and this allows expenditure of the solid waste disposal fund to operate the solid waste and recycling program. Article 38, would anyone like to remove Article 38 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
No one here.
Thank you. Article 39, this is the sewer system expenditures. And the motion is to take affirmative action on Article 39 as printed in the warrant. And this, as I mentioned erroneously previously, authorizes the town manager to expend the user fees and money, cash on hand in the sewer fund for the operation of the town's sewer system. Would anyone like to remove this? I see one person who would like to remove this for full discussion. Anybody else?
No one in the auditorium.
Okay, we will keep this one on. Article 40 is sewer improvement fund expenditures. Affirmative action is recommended on this article by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. The motion is that affirmative action be taken on the article as it is printed in the warrant. This is another routine annual action. The sewer improvement fund is a sub-fund of the sewer fund, and it consists of fees that are paid by certain properties who connect to the sewer system. And this article authorizes expenditures from that fund for construction and expansion of sewer lines and treatment facility capacity. Would anyone like to remove Article 40 for full deliberation? All right, I see a few people here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the gymnasium. Do we have anyone in the auditorium?
One person getting settled, but nobody standing for that purpose.
Okay. Well, that's not quite enough people, so we will keep that on the consent calendar. Article 41 is water system expenditures. This is recommended for affirmative action by the Finance Committee and the Select Board. And the motion is that affirmative action be taken on the article as it's printed in the warrant. This is another routine annual action, and it authorizes the town manager to spend the user fee revenue for the 24 fiscal year and cash on hand in the water fund on the water system. Would anyone like to remove this one for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium. Anyone in the auditorium?
No.
Okay, keep that one. Article 42 is authorizing expenditure from the PEG Access and Cable-related Fund. Affirmative action is recommended on Article 42 by the Finance Committee, the Select Board, and the PEG Access Committee. The motion is that the town transfer from the PEG Access and Cable-related Fund the amount of $537,557 to be expended under the town manager's direction for cable-related purposes consistent with the Comcast licensing agreement during the 24 fiscal year. This is another routine transfer that was non-controversial at hearing. Would anyone like to remove Article 42 for full deliberation? I don't see anybody.
No one in the auditorium?
All right, thank you very much. And the last article on the consent calendar is Article 44, and this is authorization of the expenditure of revolving funds under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, 53E and a half, which is a real reference, not a Harry Potter reference. Affirmative action is recommended by the Finance Committee and the Select Board, and the motion is that affirmative action be taken on the article as printed in the warrant. And this is another routine authorization by town meeting for the annual spending limits for the revolving funds. And it means that expenditures made pursuant to the revolving fund bylaw may be made with approval of the town manager. Would anyone like to remove Article 44 for full deliberation? I see no one in the gymnasium.
And again, no one in the auditorium?
Thank you very much. We are now ready for a vote on the consent calendar, and I'm just, okay. This is a majority vote as opposed to a two-thirds vote. We don't have any zoning articles on the, or other two-thirds quorum requirements on the consent calendar. So all those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed?
It appears to be unanimous in the auditorium.
And it appears to be unanimous in the gymnasium, and I do so declare. Okay. All right. We will next proceed to Article 5, which is the Personnel Board's motion to adopt, to take affirmative action under Article 5 by adopting a new classification and compensation plan for regular status positions. And there is a handout pertaining to this motion, which you will find on the tables in the cafeteria. And we will hear from Dr. Cobb.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Cobbs, 31 Pondview Lane. I'm co-chair of the Personnel Board, and I'm here speaking on their behalf. The Personnel Board moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 5 as printed in the handout that you have today and pertaining to this article. Okay, next slide. The purpose of Article 5 is to adopt, in accordance with the Personnel Bylaw, the new classification and compensation plan. This plan covers non-union, regular status town positions, and it would be implemented effective as of July 1st, 2023. Okay, next. To clarify, Article 5 does not cover the salary budget and how much is spent on salaries. That is not covered in the article that is before you today. What is subject to approval is the job titles, the groupings and grades of positions, and the salary ranges for those positions, from a minimum to a maximum for each of the positions. Next slide. Components of the classification and compensation plan are based on a study. The town hired a group called GovHR, very well-known organization that was very helpful, had worked with many towns across the state and across the nation. And they handle that by looking into two areas for study, the classification part and the compensation. On classification, they look at job evaluations. That's for internal equity to ensure that there is balance within the town itself. And there are 9 different classification, job evaluation points that they look at what the job responsibilities are, as well as the kind of qualifications that you'd need to take those positions. And the second part of the plan is on compensation. In that case, GovHR conducted a salary survey looking at many different benchmark communities and many positions that they could compare. So they had to look at what was the salary range of a particular position, and then compare it across many towns across the state of Massachusetts. Okay, next. The current status is the Personnel Board and the town manager support adoption of the new classification and compensation plan that was based off that study. It includes 3 parts: the GovHR recommended plan, and that plan, the study was conducted starting last year in August and going forward. So the second bullet here shows that we're also recommending a 3% range adjustment for fiscal 2024. And that would be an adjustment to the range of the salaries for each position. And that range adjustment would be applied consistently to all the GovHR developed positions. Amendments to the draft plan are based on employee and stakeholder feedback. So there is a draft of the plan in the Finance Committee report. It's Appendix 6. And the handout that you have in front of you it's the motion that identifies the changes. If you look at that handout on page 7, there's a chart that compares what was in the FinCom report versus what you have in the handout, just to be clear about what those changes are. All right, next slide. And as reminders, Article 5 is establishing salary ranges, min to max, not salary increases. And the actual salary increases are set by a policy that would be adopted jointly by the town manager and personnel board after town meeting approves the compensation and classification plan, and the salary budgets are taken up in a different decision and approved. The personnel bylaw provides for plan amendments throughout the year, and in response to new or changed positions, those are subject to ratification in the next town meeting, and that's what was approved in Article 4 for the year to date. All right, the last slide is that the personnel board that I'm representing moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 5 as printed in the handout pertaining to this article. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cobb. Did you tell us your address? I can't remember.
I think I did, 31 Pondview Lane, Concord.
Thank you so much. We need a second for the motion. I see that we have one. Thank you. And the Select Board recommends affirmative action on this article, and I believe we will hear from Ms. Ackerman.
Hello, I am Terry Ackerman, 89 Heathbridge Road. I'm a member of the Select Board and speaking on behalf of the Select Board. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on this article, Article 5. A great deal of thought, time, and energy has gone into developing this updated classification and compensation system for our non-union employees in town. And this work was badly needed because the previous plan was done 15 years ago, so it was in need of some updating. This new plan is equitable between positions as well as setting pay ranges that are very competitive with our peer communities in the current job market. We thank the many employees, supervisors, and consultants who work diligently on the updated plan, and we encourage them to keep this plan updated by looking at it regularly and frequently. We urge your support on Article 5.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ackerman. We'll now open the floor for comments and questions on Article 5. And throughout the meeting, if you wish to speak or ask a question, come to a microphone on the floor. And when your microphone number is called, you will state your name and address, and that's how we know you're actually a Concord voter. Please remember that your questions and comments are made on behalf of the Assembly, so you should direct your comments and questions to me, and we will handle them. And every speaker from the floor will have 2 minutes, and the time will be tracked on the screen, so you'll know where you are. Okay, I don't see anybody in the gymnasium wishing to speak on this article. Do we have anyone in the auditorium, Ms. Sludd?
Nobody at either mic at the moment.
Well, it looks like we're ready for a vote then. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? I don't see anyone opposed in the gymnasium. This looks unanimous.
It appears to be unanimous in the auditorium as well.
All right, that is a vote in favor, nearly unanimous, and I do so declare. I have no motion under Article 6, which would have been moved if we hadn't addressed Article 5, but we did. And I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 6. Article 7, we have addressed under the consent calendar. I have no motion under Article 8, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 8. And we will proceed to Article 9, which is the town budget. We will hear from our town manager, Ms. Carrie LaFleur. The motion is on the handout, which you should have collected in the, from the materials distribution tables in the cafeteria. And can we have a second for the motion? Thank you. Ms. LaFleur.
Thank you. Article 9 requests that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $55,036,779 for the operation of town departments and joint accounts for fiscal '24. Due to the length of the motion, a handout is available for reference. Please note that the total appropriation in the handout is approximately $515,000 lower than what is printed in the warrant. This adjustment is being made due to an error which resulted in the overstatement of the fiscal '23 beginning balance and consequently in the amount available within the Finance Committee's fiscal '24 guideline. This adjustment is shown on line 1 in the handout. Historically, the Finance Committee's guideline process has included both review of the operating and Tier 1 capital expenditures. The fiscal '24 guideline provided for an overall increase of 5%, or $1.56 million. Of this amount, $1.35 million was allocated to operating and $216,000 allocated to Tier 1 capital. The fiscal '24 recommended budget meets this guideline, but also carries forward a prior funding appropriation for implementation of the new non-union classification and compensation plan and the legally required appropriation from the town's new opioid settlement fund. We began our fiscal '24 budget process by identifying the 4 strategic issues that are shown on this slide, and the entire budget process was built around addressing these issues. Given the time allotted to the presentation, I will limit my remarks to the first and fourth of these, but we definitely looked at all 4 of them through the budget development process. The town of Concord strives to be an employer of choice and has committed to offering total compensation packages that are in line with peer communities, addressing compensation of targeted positions for which recruitment and retention has been particularly difficult, and working with the Personnel Board and departments to redraft outdated policies, procedures, and practices to reflect our commitment to attract and retain a diverse workforce. To that end, in fiscal '23, as we talked about in the last article, we hired a class and comp consultant to make a comprehensive review of all non-union positions and propose the updated plan that was just under Article 5. And we certainly appreciate town meeting support of that article. I know this slide is difficult to read, but on the right-hand side, there is a cost of employee turnover calculator. And the point we're making here is that employee turnover is very costly for the town, so we do appreciate the update to the class and comp plan. As the town awaits for legislative approval for the local option surcharges to create a steady and constant source of funding for affordable housing initiatives, town meeting has annually appropriated funds from free cash to advance our work in these areas. Affordable housing remains a top priority, and there will be a strong interest in town meeting approval in additional funding for affordable housing going forward. Public transportation, both for residents and visitors, has been an ongoing issue, and our recent efforts have really only been moderately successful. In fiscal '23, we adopted a pilot trolley program. Though this service was aimed at tourists, we did find that some residents were able to make use of the service as well. While there has always been a steady need in Concord for social services, Prior to the pandemic, the majority of our issues were related to underemployment, childcare, and food security. While these themes are still very real within our community, recently we have seen a notable increase in mental health referrals, and the need certainly exceeds the capacity. The pandemic was challenging for all members of the community, but particularly for those who live alone. The fiscal '24 budget allocates additional funding to increase our services in these areas. Next, we then identified the costs associated with the strategic issues, and as shown on this slide, approximately 60% of the budget increase will go toward wage adjustments to more closely align salaries to market and to increase our ability to attract and retain qualified candidates for positions. The proposed budget increases the net FTE count by 5.15, but I would ask that you view it in this light. 1.5 FTE was committed in fiscal '23 after the adoption of the fiscal '23 budget and funded through the use of ARPA grants. This commitment was to fund the transportation planner position at full-time versus half-time, and then also to fund an economic vitality manager position. Included in fiscal '24 is an additional 0.84 FTE to advance specific and discrete projects in our human resources and technology departments. Further, there is funding to cover 1.5 FTEs in the event that grant funds or other cost-sharing opportunities don't materialize for positions in the police department and Board of Health. The plan includes funding a second full-time position in the cemetery division, which will be funded fully by the cemetery fund. Likewise, 2 positions in recreation will be funded through the rec revolving fund versus the general fund. The net increase in general fund supported FTE is 2.31, which includes an assistant fire chief, a departmental assistant in our inspections division, and a public health nurse in the Board of Health. In addition to facilitating these staff increases, we propose to consolidate all facilities-related expenses within the facilities department and all technology-related expenses within the technology department. In doing so, we expect cost savings, service level efficiency, and better strategic management of assets. You will note these adjustments, particularly in lines 1C and 1E of the town budget. The balance of the proposed increase is in joint accounts, such as insurance, debt service, and retirement expense. These items total $23.2 million, or approximately 41.8% of the town's budget, and they're summarized here on slide 8. The largest expense in this category is group insurance, consisting of the employer's share of health, dental, and life insurance benefits provided to both town and CPS employees. The town offers 4 health insurance plans, including multiple high-deductible options, which carry an approximate 20% decrement in premium costs. The second largest expense is in the fixed category. In fixed categories is for debt service. This category includes the annual debt service payments associated both within the levy and excluded debt. In total, the town's fiscal '24 debt service expenses projected at just under $12 million, which is up about $1 million due to the middle school construction project. To recap, the budget request includes the level of funding needed to support existing services and to meet growing needs. It provides funding to address our identified strategic issues and restores adequate funding to replace equipment and vehicles. We respectfully ask for your support of Article 9. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. Both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 9. And we'll now open the floor for questions and comments. Microphone number 1. Microphone number 1.
Madam Moderator.
There we go.
David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell Road.
Mr. Schoenberg.
Thank you. The 2 items that were just referenced on page 1, there are no percentages listed, and I'm sure there's a good reason. The information systems increase is more than 30% year on year. The increase for facilities administration is more than 90% year on year. given that we're seeing single-digit increases being compressed for the public school, it seems irresponsible to support 30 and 90% increases in line items, regardless of the actual reason. Those monies could be better spent elsewhere. So I'd like to get clarity on why the town government is supporting such massive increases in these two areas.
Thank you. Ms. LaFleur?
Thank you. So those are transfers from existing line items. So the way that the town budget is appropriated, we have 16 different line items. And in years past, we've had, for instance, facilities-related expenses within public safety. So the facilities-related costs to the police, the public safety building, those have been within the public safety line item. We've actually just pulled all of those out to centralize them in facilities, and the same with technology, so that there is general oversight over that versus having that within each of the departments. The town budget overall was held to the 5% increase guideline that the Finance Committee represented, even though you'll see higher increases in certain places for the reason that I just explained.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the auditorium at a microphone?
No one at a microphone here.
Okay, microphone number 1.
Okay, yeah, John Stevenson, 113 Tarbell Springs Roads.
Mr. Stevenson?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, just make sure I understand. So if those were reclassified, then doesn't that mean that the other line items are actually understated in terms of their budgetary increases?
Ms. LaFleur?
So what I will say is the town budget overall, the increase is 5%.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Yes, Brian Sykes, 37 Sora Road.
Mr. Sykes?
I'd like to, just in terms of the town budget, the area of concern I have is the condition of the roads in town and whether there's enough funding. The Department of Public Works always does a great job. I've lived there over 25 years, and this is the worst condition I've ever seen the roads. I know we've had some tough weather, but was wondering if, A, does the Department of Public Works feel comfortable that they have enough money to do their job and properly maintain the roads? And does the Finance Committee comfortable with that number as well, or is there a long-term strategy to really start putting more funds towards the improvement of the roads down the road?
Thank you. Ms. LaFleur?
The funding for the town street maintenance program is in Article 11, the capital article, so we could address that under Article 11.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 3 in the gymnasium.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave. This may have been in the documentation, but I wondered, how are we doing on the legal fees? In the past few years, we've had very high legal fees dealing with lots of lawsuits. How do we stand on that now?
Ms. LaFleur?
So for the current fiscal year, fiscal 23, we are projecting to close that line with a surplus of about 50%, which is, I mean, not 50%, $50,000, which is about 8% or so under budget. So our legal fees are doing much better, and the appropriation for legal in fiscal 24 is similar to 23, and we expect that that's sufficient based on what we know at this time about our legal expenses.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Madam Moderator, Tom Amoroso, 109 Stone Root Lane.
Mr. Amoroso.
I've heard the town budget has been held to an increase of 5%, and if I'm not mistaken, the school's budget has been held to an increase on the order of 3 or 3.5%. I'd appreciate some insight as regards why that difference exists. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is a guideline question for the Finance Committee. Would anyone from the Finance Committee like to respond? We'll hear from Mr. Patel.
Hi, Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road. We're actually going to address this in some of our discussions around Article 17. I think Lois talked a little bit about some of the factors that we use in thinking about the budget. So if it can wait a few minutes and save us time, we can address the question then.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Erica Jocelyn, 94 Dover Street.
Ms. Jocelyn?
I just noticed that in the town budget, there was a raised increase in mental health needs, and that's being funded. The same needs were also spoken about for the CPS budget and received a high level of scrutiny. So I just wanted to point out that it exists in both locations.
Okay, that's fine. I will ask folks to try and keep the discussion to, I know we're all taxpayers, we're all going to pay on all these articles, the appropriation articles, but we'll try and segregate our conversation about each article as it arises. Is there anyone waiting in a microphone in the auditorium?
Still no one here?
Okay, thank you. Microphone number 1.
Hi, Moira Walsh, 169 Thoreau Street.
Ms. Walsh?
I noticed that one of the highest liabilities, of course, is health insurance for the town budget. Is Concord part of GIC? And if not, why not?
Ms. Any other questions?
What would the savings be?
Okay, thank you. Ms. LaFleur?
So the town is not part of the GIC. It is part of a joint health cooperative, Minuteman Neshoba Regional Health. We do actively look at our other opportunities to see if there are savings. Health insurance is negotiated with union employees. But for fiscal '25, we are likely to be in a position to make a change to a different joint purchasing cooperative to achieve significant savings. But we have a contractual obligation where we are now, which has a long lead time to get out. And up until recently, it has served the town very well, and we're not sure that it will continue, and so we're actively looking at other opportunities.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1? 3. Microphone number 3. Sorry.
Hi, Madam Moderator. Jennifer Shineman, 712 Monument Street.
Ms. Shineman?
Just a quick question. Under General Government, Item 1H, Visitor Center and Restrooms, has that been moved elsewhere? It looks like there's nothing allocated for this year. Has it just been moved somewhere else? Thank you.
Ms. LaFleur?
So that is one of the items that has been consolidated under Facilities Administration, so it's under 1E versus 1H where it's been in prior years.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Madam Moderator, David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell. As there is significant interest in Article 17, and the legislature's vote on Article 17 may in fact affect the total budget, can I ask that we table the vote on Article 9 until later in the meeting so that we may address the component parts of the budget first?
So that's not a motion that we favor here in Concord. We generally have our motions on the articles come up and we deal with them when they're up. I will say that under the rule of the meeting, the appropriations for all the articles do remain open until the dissolution of the meeting, so it is possible to go back and revisit something.
But this doesn't make sense. The total budget is the component 3 parts that we have in the government. There is disagreement amongst the legislature, the FinCom, and the Select Board as to how much to spend on each of those. We should decide those first, and then that would roll up to a total number we could agree on. And I see a lot of heads shaking in the room, so can we let the legislature perhaps vote on that order?
Until what time would you propose, until what point in our proceedings? Immediately after Article 17? Is that what you're proposing?
The 3 major components of the budget are to be discussed today and voted upon, correct? And I believe the latest of those, in terms of large items, is in fact 17, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so we have before us a motion which has been seconded to change the order in which we address Article 9 to address it after Article 17 instead of now in the order in which it appears in the warrant. This does deviate enormously from our standard practice because our standard practice for many, many years has been to take up the articles in the warrant in the order in which they appear in the warrant so that anybody watching on TV, for example, knows when they can, not that I advocate this, but I know that people do it, knows when they need to arrive at the building in order to participate in the deliberation and vote on the article that they care about. So when we change things, it does impact people's expectations. But I will entertain this motion, and we have a second, and we'll open, this is a debatable motion, and so anyone who wishes to come to a microphone to speak on it may, and if any of our boards and committees have recommendations that they wish to arrive at and share, they may do so. Microphones are open for discussion. Mr. Patel?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I guess I'm a little confused because Article 9, just to be clear, is not a vote on the total town spending, right? It's a vote on just the town budget. There are other articles that will also affect total town spending, including both capital and operating costs. And again, as the Madam Moderator said, we can come back and revisit. If at the end of the day, folks feel that the total town spending exceeds what they might have otherwise wanted to spend, we can come back and revisit all of these. So I would actually strongly favor everyone to urge everyone to stick to the current procedures that we've used to be fair to folks that may be wandering in a little bit later as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a speaker at a microphone in the auditorium.
Please go ahead, microphone number 2.
Ellie Garvey, 25 Damon Street.
Ms. Garvey?
I'm a little concerned that something like this is going to open up cans of worms and take us all over the map, and it's just really important to stick with town meeting procedure and go in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 3 in the gymnasium.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave.
Ms. Wargelin?
So if for some reason we did want to come back, like this was voted on and passed, and the people did want to come back and revisit this, what kind of vote would be required? Is it a 2/3 vote or a majority vote?
I think for, I'm going to have to look at this, but because I think that for we have our bylaw for reconsideration here. Here we have. I think this is a majority vote. Yeah, it would be a majority vote. And, you know, normally, the reason that we had that rule of the meeting is it was really necessary in the years, and we're going to get back there, where we were bumping up against the Proposition 2.5 levy limit. And it was a rule of the meeting intended to allow us to make adjustments to stay under the levy limit, depending on what happened on the various appropriation articles. So that's really why it's there. Microphone number 1.
Tim Jones, 31 Minot Road.
Mr. Jones.
We've already had a number of questions
And I do have another.
asking for information on Article number 17 and the one just proposed about the total budget, right, in order that people might understand both of the numbers together in terms of the limitations and expansions of the town government budget numbers versus the school committee, the CPS budgets. And so because the one follows the other and people want to be informed on both of them, I support the change in order.
Thank you. We'll go to the auditorium. We have a speaker.
Yes, please, microphone number 2.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. I am confused. Please tell me, if we vote affirmatively on Article 9 on the budget, and then Article 17 raises the amount of school spending to what the school committee has requested rather than what the finance committee has requested, which is in Article 9, the budget, how would that work? Is that possible? Do we then have to go back and change the total budget, or what?
So we don't have to go back because we aren't over the levy limit. So if the taxpayers vote to tax themselves at a particular rate, they may do that. Microphone number 2.
Yeah, sure. Adam Snodgrass, 2080 Main Street. And, I also support this motion to change the order of the day. And it's because I think the difficult conversations are going to come up with Article 17, and it's best to get those done before we go back to this Article 9, which seems to be less of a concern once we've settled Article 17. Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Hi, John Stevenson, 113 Tarball. Thank you for taking the comment again. I just wanted to kind of reiterate, I'm a little confused in terms of what the options are in general, because to be totally clear, I think the issue on the table is the amount of reticence on the part of the Finance Committee to accept a 4.66% increase in the budget for the school when there's a higher budget suggested for town government, an 8.67% increase. And then also the fact that, the amount that we're allocating to the Concord Public School is really going down, looks like almost pretty much every single year. And this is from the perspective of somebody whose family moved here in 1978. I went through the school system my whole academic career, and I moved back here.
I am going to have to ask you to keep those comments for when we address those articles. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Patel. I think Mr. Patel wants to correct the percentage.
Well, I just want to clarify for everybody. If you look to page 25 of our annual report, you'll see the total town budget appropriation that we're going to be discussing at annual town meeting. And you'll see each, in the second column, each of those line items, we're going to go through article by article. Article 17, as printed on page 25, includes the budget proposed by the school committee. So again, I think if we go through the articles in the same order that were in the warrant, we will have an opportunity later on after we go through them, if we won't need to actually change the total appropriation that you see down at the bottom, which is 132, 141. And that number includes the CPS budget as proposed by the school committee. So again, for the sake of fairness and just sticking to our process and procedures, let's go through these. I think some of the points that folks are raising may be valid. We can come back and revisit it as we go through these articles. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more speaker at microphone number 3.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside
Mr.
Ave.
Wargelin.
I have heard a rumor that the FinCom is planning to introduce a motion to lower the amount in Article 17. And
So
if that is
that's
true,
an
then that
issue
is-
for Article 17.
Right, but that's one reason that maybe it would be nice to have Article 17 earlier.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Madam Moderator, Eric Van Loon, Martha's Point Road. I'd like to move the previous question.
Thank you very much. That requires, it's non-debatable motion, requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question, proceeding to a vote? Thank you very much. All those opposed? That passes by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
Likewise, here we had a couple of noes.
All right, thank you very much. We will then proceed to a vote on the motion to move consideration by the meeting of Article 9 to be taken up immediately after Article 17, and this motion requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion fails to meet the 2/3 requirement in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
It would fail on the 2/3.
All right, thank you very much. We will now resume our discussion of Article 9. Are there any further questions or comments about Article 9? Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell. If the FinCom could please comment, there's a carryover year over year of some $600,000 in the budget. And that plus the opioid settlement monies do not appear in the 5% increase amount. What is the actual increase year over year when you add the opioid settlement and the 600,000 in what we are spending this coming year versus what we actually spent last? Thank you.
Could we hear from the Finance Committee? Oh. Okay. We will hear from Ms. LaFleur.
When you add in the $600,000 and the $29,850 for the opioid settlement, it's 6.65% increase.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I see no one in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
I see no one standing here.
All right, looks like we're ready for a vote on the town budget. This is majority vote. All those in favor of the town budget moved at $50,489,830. Very good, thank you. All those opposed? Okay, that carries by a substantial majority in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium, Ms. Flood?
Likewise in the auditorium.
Okay. All right, that's a vote, and I do so declare. We'll now move on to Article 10. And this is a citizen petition on the DEI director. And the motion is that the town urge the select board to prioritize collaboration with the DEI Commission toward hiring a full-time director. And there is a handout on this article. The select board has recommended affirmative action. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do, thank you. And we will hear from Mr. Lee.
Hi, Josh Lee from 65 Everett Street. I'm the co-chair of the DI Commission, and I'm joined by Andrea Fonserrata, who's the incoming co-chair of the DI Commission, and she's substantially more intelligent than me, and we'll be here to talk about some of the work and also to be here if questions come up. This is a motion to really accelerate diversity and equity and inclusion in the town. In my day job, I work on the topic of health equity at a big consulting firm. And Concord is not unique in being part of a society that's really grappling with some very, very difficult issues around diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we're going to give you some of the results of the work that the Commission's done over the last year and also share the results of a survey, a townwide survey that many of you were good enough to fill out to hopefully inform and help you come to your own determination of how you want to vote for this. So let me start with just a recap of the Select Board's 22 and 23 goal. They asked the DEI Commission, which is comprised of 9 Concord residents, to research best practices in town governance around DEI, kind of be an open forum for concerns from the town, and come back with a recommended path forward for the Select Board. And I think we did our job this year. If you look at what we've done, the town is investing in this area. We're making progress. We've hired a DEI leader at the schools. We launched this commission 2 years ago. We got the survey completed in time for town meeting. And we've hired consultants to assist with our best practices research. And maybe, Andrea, if I could just ask you to give the highlights of the survey.
Thank you,
gotta say your name
Josh.
and address.
My name is Andrea Fonserrada from 41 Commonwealth Avenue. So the survey we put out was recently responded by 626 people. And some of the insights that we found when we analyzed the results are that 60% of respondents reported that they had either experienced or witnessed discrimination in Concord. We also asked the respondents to rank different initiatives and programs. The number one action that they voted for was the hiring of a full-time DEI director. We presented these findings a week ago, I believe, in a public meeting, and we also presented the findings to the select board.
So, as Andrea said, this was the number one recommendation from the survey. We also found that more than 20 other towns in Massachusetts have full-time DEI directors, including our neighbor Acton, which has done a detailed study of exactly how the position works. Why are we recommending this? We think there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and this is complicated work. It involves many conflicting policies and systems, and it's frankly more than a volunteer group is able to do quickly. And we would see this DEI director as having six major goals. One is really setting some benchmarks so that we know if we're improving DEI in Concord. That 66% number was very, very concerning to the commission. That's a high number. We also, each of us as commission members, received really heartbreaking personal stories of things that happened on a daily basis in town. And I was personally shocked. I've lived here for 20 years, and I wasn't aware of the many things that are going on right here in our great town. Ensuring equitable policies, procedures, and processes, creating a system to collect, analyze, and address bias incidents. Right now, the town gets some of these things, deals with them well. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't get reported, and there is not a feeling of transparency. And again, this one's an important one. Belmont has really led in this area, and they can really show consistent progress because they're collecting the data and holding themselves accountable to improve. Strengthening the town's government community connections, increasing diversity and engagement of the residents, and then increasing diversity in the town. So what we're asking the select board to do is really support the creation of this job description for a DEI director, and then help get it approved from the personnel board. And I want to close. When I walked into town meeting today up in the lobby, I saw a big sticker on the wall, and it said, this is kind of the mission statement of the school's key committee, and it said, learning how to lead and stand up for what's right. And I was like, well, that's what we're trying to do here today. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor for comments and questions. Oh, sorry. Mr. Johnson will speak. My apologies, Mr. Johnson.
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street, member of the Select Board, speaking for the Select Board.
Please proceed.
The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 10. Concord needs to become a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive community to thrive in a changing world. To that end, the Select Board set a goal this past year to work with the DEI Commission to research and implement diversity, equity, and inclusion best practices in town governance, and to listen to diverse voices in the community to assess which additional DEI actions we should take. The DEI Commission's labored diligently to raise awareness, but as they've noted, we need more than just volunteer efforts to become a truly welcoming town. We must take sustained investments in training, processes, programs, and personnel. The challenge is how to fund this important work at a time when both town spending and headcount are under intense pressure. Our fiscal 2024 town budget includes $75,000 for DEI initiatives. This is not enough to support a director-level position, but it will allow us to formalize our efforts and evaluate organizational changes to meet our longer-term DEI needs. The Select Board is committed to collaborating with the DEI Commission and the town manager over this next year to prepare for how we can staff in FY 2025.
Thank you very much. All right, I think we have a speaker in the auditorium, so we'll go there first.
Go ahead, please. Microphone number 2.
Elizabeth Bonowitz, 46 Pine Hill Road. Thank you to the committee for the work that you're doing here. I was just wondering if you could provide a point of clarification on the role that this DEI director might play in terms of working with the schools and advising school leadership. So what degree is this role that is just to the town, and to what degree does it also perhaps work with the school leadership and administration?
Thank you. Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Lee.
Josh Lee, 65 Everett Street. The role is really meant to complement and accelerate efforts on a cross-town-wide basis. And the two positions are modeled on Belmont. They have a full-time DI director just focusing on the schools, which is where a lot of the issues happen. And they also have a parallel town-wide person to focus on activities in businesses, other town offices, the liaison with affordable housing and all the other systems in town. So it's really meant to be complementary and synergistic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Microphone number 1.
Rich Feely, 347 Lexington Road.
Yes, Mr. Feely.
Madam Moderator, the problems are huge, and I think they've been documented. But my question to the Select Board is, why can't we do this on a regional basis? That's how we handle affordable housing. We're looking at consolidating emergency dispatch. Acton and Lexington have the same problems we do. I'm concerned about hiring somebody who would wind up with benefits costing us more than $100,000 a year to deal with the same problems that Lexington and Acton are dealing with. Why don't we have a regional approach?
Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Johnson.
I think in part, one of the reasons that we are talking about FY 2025 is that it gives us this next year with professional support to understand the kinds of organizational design and delivery model that we will need for these services. I think that I can say that our Regional Housing Services Office has served the town very well, very effectively. And it though, was based upon a long-term building up of collaboration among many communities. We today don't have that kind of structure in place for diversity, equity, and inclusion, a regional structure. And there are also concerns that if we just say, let's do a regional model, we might dilute the effort that we might otherwise get. So I think that the Select Board and the town manager are both open to lots of different potential organizational models that will allow us to balance the fiscal challenges that we have with the demonstrated need for additional diversity, equity, and inclusion support. So yes, it is a possibility, a regional model. We don't know yet, and we're going to work on it, and that's what this article is about.
Thank you very much. Let's go to microphone number 3.
Justin Moy, 305 Ministerial Drive.
Mr. Moy.
I was just wondering, the wording in the warrant is that we're expediting the DEI hiring. So is this already a process in place? What is this motion, I guess, doing on a practical level?
Mr. Lee, would you like to address that?
You're right. It's not binding language. It's meant to really test with everyone here the level of support to accelerate efforts that are underway. As Matt mentioned, towns already thinking about different hiring models. This is a little bit another chance for us to share what we've been doing as a commission and to gauge the level of community support.
Thank you.
Microphone number 1.
Mike Ben, 747 Old Marlborough Road.
Mr. Ben.
Moderator. It looked like this effort is relying heavily on this townwide survey. There are 626 responses. Can you tell me whether or not the survey required some confirmation that they were getting responses from Concord citizens and that they were not voting more than once?
We'll hear from the DEI Commission.
Thank you. Andrea Fonserrada from 41 Commonwealth Avenue. So the survey was open to people who work, study, or live in Concord. So to answer your question directly, it was open to people that also did not live in Concord. So as a survey, as a research method, allows us to gather information in a large scale. We can hopefully, maybe for in 2 years that we plan to do the survey again, can do a sample, a more adequate sample of it. But the survey is, I guess, very cost effective. It allows us to design a questionnaire fast, I guess, faster than conducting interviews, which is another type of research method. I guess it has pros and cons, but yes, people who do not live in Concord but do study and work were asked to answer the survey.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Erin Fife, 174 Hill Street.
Ms. Fife.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just wanted to urge support for this article. I've been involved in a lot of the DEI efforts in the community level and in the schools, and we have a DEI director in the schools. The schools are a microcosm of our greater community, and even the DEI director, as effective as the efforts have been, we have a lot more work to do. And the community doesn't necessarily mean just residents. It means anyone who comes into our town, anyone who shops in our town, anyone who works in our town. And I think having a focus on DEI at the town level is really the next step to making sure that we as a town are welcoming to everyone who passes through and is here in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Flood, do we have anyone in the auditorium?
I see no one somebody is coming to the microphone right now, on cue.
Okay.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt?
I'm really in favor of DEI. I just don't think hiring a director would be very effective at changing anything. 60% of the respondents on the survey found problems with private businesses, only 17% with the town. I think that the major way discrimination exhibits itself is in economic inequality, and that the money that we could spend on a DEI director would be better spent, for example, on an affordable housing director, on the things that actually make significant change. I think in the school itself, if you look for problems, you will find them. If you look for the things that are solving the problems, you would also find them too, but we're not looking for those. When I was in college, half a century ago, some girlfriends and I went to visit some other girlfriends in a dorm. And when we got to the desk to let us in, they said, the rest of you can, but they pointed at me and said, you can't go in. And I was hurt and devastated. Why? It turned out that they thought I was a boy. Well, that was discrimination, but it wasn't real. It was just a mistake.
Thank you, Ms. Dritt. Microphone number 3.
Mark Martinez, 66 Alfred Circle.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you for the commission and the select board support. Question I have really has to do with one of the, there are 2 bullet points that hopefully we can look at further the next, I guess, year and a half. And it's specifically, this is not a comment on education. I think education clearly, is needed, but it's really enforcement. And we're talking about incident reporting systems, but more importantly, leading and coordinating investigation, mediations, and resolutions. And the question really is, can the commission speak to how this can be a best practice? Because in the corporate world, these are independent, sexual harassment, for example, is an independent review. So think about the situation where a member of the fire department or police department or DPW is alleged to have committed inappropriate action. Does the town really want to be in the middle of an investigation? We talked earlier about legal fees. So the conflict of interest, within the town, I don't think makes sense. And then having the town investigate doesn't make any sense. So if we're worried about legal fees and capital spending, I just think we should think about how these 2 bullet points on enforcement should probably be taken out and reflect really what I think a best practice is. But I would love to hear the best practices in these other towns. And finally, I do support a regional, sort of being a member of a regional way to support and address this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martino. I will note that this motion is limited to prioritizing collaboration with the DEI Commission toward hiring a full-time DEI director. It's not a full review of what the program would be to address diversity, equity, and inclusion within town. So really, let's stay on the topic of the wisdom of retaining a director. We'll go to microphone number 2, and then we'll go to the auditorium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Alex Dockery, 790 Barrett's Mill Road.
Ms. Dockery.
Madam Moderator, I move the previous question.
Okay. You certainly can do that. There are people still waiting. But do we have a second? I see that we do. Okay. All right. Well, this is non-debatable and requires a 2/3 vote. So all those in favor of moving the previous question? Thank you very much. All those opposed? That clearly passes by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How about in the auditorium, Ms. Flood?
I think it's the same. I don't have time to count.
Okay.
But it looked like it.
All right. Okay. Well, given the overwhelming vote in the gymnasium, I think we're fine, even if you have a question in there. All right. So we will now proceed to a vote on the motion under Article 10. All those in favor of Mr. Lee's motion to urge the Select Board to prioritize collaboration with the DEI Commission toward hiring a full-time DEI director. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, that passes by a substantial majority, and I do so declare.
Likewise in the auditorium. Before you declare.
Yeah, I was a little too quick there. Thank you. Okay. Okay. We'll next move to Article 11, which is the Capital Improvement and Debt Plan. We have the motion, which is Mr. Johnson moves that the town raise and appropriate $1,725,000 and authorize the town treasurer with the approval of the Select Board to borrow by the issuance of bonds or notes under Chapter 44, Section 7 or 8, or any other enabling authority, the sum of $4,100,000 for a total appropriation of $5,825,000 to fund the fiscal year 24 capital improvement and debt plan as printed in the warrant, with such funds to be expended under the direction of the town manager. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do, and we will hear from Ms. LaFleur.
Thank you. Much like the annual budget process, the town's capital planning process is extensive, beginning in late summer and resulting in a draft plan which is available in December. The town separates its capital spending into 3 categories. Spending authorization sought for Tiers 1 and 2 is included in this article. Tier 1 spending is funded through the outlay of cash, while Tier 2 spending is funded through the issuance of debt. The total request for Tier 1 is $1,725,000 as detailed on this slide and also in the warrant, and is in compliance with the town's policy on capital outlay expenditures. The proposed plan requests $510,000 for capital items for divisions under the General Government Cost Center, $35,000 set aside for sustainability initiatives, $120,000 set aside for replacement of approximately 25% of our computers. $355,000 will be used for building improvements and equipment purchases, most of which will be directed toward the replacement of the external stairs and ADA ramp at the Harvey Wheeler Community Center. This project was originally contemplated in fiscal '21, but placed on hold as the project estimates exceeded the original budget. These additional funds will allow the project to be completed in fiscal '24. The proposed plan requests a total of $55,000 for capital items for the divisions under the Department of Planning and Land Management Cost Center, as shown on this slide. The plan also includes $15,000 to support the replacement of public use computers and upgrades, other technology upgrades at the library. The fiscal '24 CIP includes $350,000 for the replacement of vehicles and equipment for our Public Safety Cost Center. In fiscal '24, the town intends to replace police radios and 3 marked cruisers. Cruisers are used in frontline service for approximately 80,000 miles. CPD has a total of 11 marked cruisers, 10 of which are hybrids, 1 is fully electric. $155,000 of the fiscal '24 CIP is being allocated to purchase and replace fire safety equipment and vehicles, including the programmed replacement for firefighting turnout gear in accordance with national standards. Annually, the town budgets for replacement of the department's passenger vehicles and pickup trucks, which are used for command and operations vehicles. In fiscal '24, we will replace Squad 9, which is a 2010 F-350, which houses the department's water and ice rescue equipment and is the primary towing vehicle for other department equipment. A total of $795,000 is contemplated in the fiscal '24 CIP for the Public Works Cost Center. Of this amount, $285,000 is being proposed for the items shown on this slide. A total of $450,000 will be directed toward replacement of each of the vehicles and equipment shown on this slide. With each vehicle replacement, the town follows the recommendations outlined in the 2022 Fleet Electrification Study, which identifies the best fit for electrification replacement by category of vehicles. One of the core action areas identified in Envision Concord is to recognize the value of street trees and natural spaces throughout the town. A total of $60,000 is sought to advance these efforts in fiscal '24, which will also include the completion of a shade tree inventory. Further information on all proposed Tier 1 capital purchases may be found in the fiscal '24 budget book beginning on page 43. The total request for Tier 2 debt finance projects is $4.1 million, as detailed on this slide, and is in compliance with the town's policy on capital debt purchases. The first debt-funded request is for $210,000 to refurbish a 2016 pumper at the midway point of its expected service to the department. The refurbishment includes overhauling various operational systems, repairing any body damage, and repainting the truck, all to extend its life for another decade of service. CPW provides a variety of essential services to the community. Its fleet of vehicles and heavy equipment are critical assets to deliver these services efficiently and effectively. The American Public Works Association provides guidance on the replacement of fleet assets based upon asset type and the expected equipment life cycle. The information is used to help determine whether it is more economical to either retain or replace an asset. In the case of the 2008 heavy-duty service truck shown here, it has been determined that replacement is in order. This request is for $425,000 to address the significant repairs needed at the MBTA commuter parking lot in West Concord. The improvements will incorporate shade structures and EV charging stations. An annual budget in a similar amount is needed to address the needs of 19 municipal parking lots over a 5-year period. CPW is working on the design improvements to the intersection at Main and Baker Ave that will include the replacement of obsolete signals and enhance safety and intersection operations. This debt authorization of $515,000 will provide an annual source of funding for intersection improvements in fiscal '24, and again, an annual budget is needed to address other intersections in future years. In the fall of 2022, the town completed a resurvey of a 12% sample of roads to gauge the pavement management index, pavement condition index, and found the average road PCI to be 68. It further determined that the current level of funding is insufficient to prevent further deterioration of our 108 miles of roadway. In fiscal '24, a total of $2.65 million is being sought for an annual pavement management plan. Moving forward, the town must commit to increasing its pavement management budget on an annual basis. On behalf of the town staff, I ask for your support of Article 11 to fund the town's fiscal '24 capital improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. LaFleur. Both the Finance Committee and the Select Board recommend affirmative action on Article 11. And I should note that we do need a 2/3 vote for this article because it does involve a borrowing. We'll now open the floor for comments and questions. Do we have anyone in the auditorium?
Yes, I do. At microphone number 2.
It's Pamela Dritt again, 13 Concord Green. I was delighted to see that the MBTA parking lot proposed refurbishment includes shade structures. Are those shade structures going to be solar, as they should be?
Ms. LaFleur?
And battery backup?
We have Mr. Cathcart, our Director of Public Works, coming to a microphone to give us some insight.
Perfect placement?
Perfect. Mr. Cathcart.
Good afternoon, Alan Cathcart, Concord Public Works Director. As far as the design, we haven't gone into the detail to determine, I'm not exactly sure what the shade structures refer to. We'll take it under advisement that that's of interest, but we haven't gotten into the details at this point.
Thank you very much. I don't have anyone else at a microphone here in the oh, wait, yes, I do. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Harold Carmel, 1344 Main Street.
Mr.
What
Carmel?
about the potholes in West Concord on Commonwealth Avenue? Are they in the plan? Will they ever be in the plan?
Well, Mr. Cathcart, I think you went away too soon. And feel free to sit in the front row here if you wish.
I will do that when I get my materials as well. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, just as I was getting settled there?
Yeah, the question was, what about the potholes in West Concord? Are they in the plan? Will they ever be in a plan? That was the question.
Potholes are part of a more conceptual plan. We have a roads program that identifies sort of the needs over, it's prioritized based.
I'm sorry, specifically Commonwealth Ave.
Commonwealth Avenue, in the downtown area where there's been lots of construction, yes, we're going to be doing a complete reclaim of the road this season, this construction season. It was postponed from the fall, where we were doing some underground utility work in the immediate area. That has been completed. For the most part, there were some supply issues with curbing. That was one of the delays, but we are planning to do that work this summer.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Shelley Amster, 44 Prairie Street.
Yes?
Our road was recently repaved, and it was worse than it was before it got paved. We're now having more flooding. The road is chipping off, getting into our dogs' feet and onto our shoes. I hope whoever made that decision does not use that technology ever again.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Beverly Bryant, 175 Conant Street.
Ms. Bryant?
Will the cruisers be electric?
We're looking for an answer to that question. I'm not sure where Chief Mulcahy is.
So what I will say is the cruisers will either be hybrid or electric. We have the one Tesla, which is fully electric, and I know we're still testing that to determine that it meets the needs. I don't see the chief coming in, so I think that's the best answer, that it will either be hybrid or electric, depending on the department's needs.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone at I think we're good, Chief, thank you. Do we have anyone at a microphone in the auditorium?
We do not at this time.
All right.
Wait.
Oh.
Ms. Dritt's coming back.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt?
Hybrid is not the same as electric. Hybrid requires the same investment in fossil fuel infrastructure as a fully gasoline car. Electric is clearly both better and, over the life of the vehicle, cheaper than any other technology. And the Teslas are the safest cars on the road, safer than any other vehicle. There's no excuse for those cruisers not to be fully electric.
Thank you, Ms. Dritt. Microphone number 1.
Janet Miller, 1647.
Ms. Miller.
Main Street. Thank you. I just wanted to ask whether the new turnout gear for the firemen will be PFAS-free, because I've heard that's a terrible problem in the current turnout gear.
Thank you. Is that something that Chief Judge is able to answer for us?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, the question is whether the new gear for the fire department will be PFAS-free, because the voters' understanding is that the presence of PFAS in the current equipment is a problem.
So the presence of PFAS in the current equipment is true, but there is no component of the turnout gear that comes in contact with the firefighters that contains PFAS. The amounts are very minimal. Future gear that we will be purchasing will be PFAS-free.
Very good. Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else at a microphone in the gymnasium.
No one in the auditorium at the moment.
Looks like we are ready to proceed to a vote. Now, we have been going for a while here. How about we all stand up to vote here and just kind of give a little stretch? All those in favor of the capital improvement and debt
already
plan.
Standing.
Okay, please raise your voting slip.
I guess if you're opposed, you should sit.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much. All those opposed, I don't see anyone opposed in the gymnasium. Do you have anyone?
No, I don't in the auditorium.
Well, all right then. That is a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. And we have addressed Articles 13 and 14 on the consent calendar. 12, 13, and 14 on the consent calendar, and we will proceed to Article 15. Article 15 is the Minuteman Regional Technical High School District budget. The motion is Mr. Ledoux moves that we raise and appropriate the sum of $1,641,695 to fund our assessment for Minuteman for fiscal year 2024. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. And we will hear from our new superintendent of Minuteman Regional and Vocational School. Will you introduce yourself?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, my name is Dr. Kathleen Dawson, and I am the new superintendent at Minuteman Regional Technical School District. And I have with me the Concord representative on the school committee, Mr. Ledoux, with us presenting. Thank you for this opportunity. I'll be giving a high-level overview of our FY24 budget request or recommendation. Our budget is grounded in improving teaching and learning for all our students, and to support us in accomplishing these goals, Minuteman's FY24 operating and capital budget request overall is 4.5% compared to that of FY23 budget. Minuteman's operating expenses are up approximately 6%. Operating capital is consistent at 0.21%, and capital building project debt MSBA is slightly lower in FY24 than in FY23. This is an important breakout, as 7 of our 9 member towns, including Concord, voted a debt exclusion on the school building project. Here are a few of our key objectives and drivers for our FY24 budget. And the total preliminary assessment for Concord, including the building project debt service that is excluded from Prop 2.5, is approximately $1.64 million. The preliminary assessment for Concord without the building project debt is approximately $1.23 million. In this graph, we just show a comparison of changes in enrollment to the changes in revenue. And in summary, as member town enrollment increased, our non-member town enrollment decreased, and therefore the revenue from the out-of-district tuition also decreased. And as enrollment shifts for Minuteman's out-of-district revenue is decreasing both from tuition and capital fee, which is set by the state. This information is to show over the years the changes in the component of the assessment. And Minuteman uses the 4-year rolling average of enrollment to determine assessments, as noted in our regional agreement. And Concord's 4-year rolling average has increased by 10.2% compared to the total assessment increasing 8.8%. Here we show the percent change in 4-year rolling average of enrollment with the percent change in assessment for all our member towns for your review. And it is important to note that the 4-year rolling average will eventually even out over the next few years as enrollment becomes more typical of full freshman classes from our member towns. And despite the increase in operating assessment, the per pupil assessment remains relatively consistent over the past 5 years. So here, as presented, it is the shifts in enrollment that are increasing the assessments for each member town. And the increase is paying for more of your students to have access to a choice in the type of and quality of career technical education. The increase in enrollment is requiring 3 additional full-time teachers. And being cautious of our budget and assessments impact on our member towns, as shown here, there are additional positions that would be needed, but we are not including that in our FY24 request. We're looking to figure out how we will meet those needs in other ways. And this is just to show that we do not solely rely on our member towns to fund all the district's needs. We do work diligently to apply for and receive grant funding and for FY23, we did receive an additional $3 million as such. The school committee is responsible for maintaining the funding for our OPEB liability, which is another driver of the FY24 budget. And this does require a long-term strategy. And currently the fund balance is slightly over $500,000. So we will need to drastically increase our yearly contribution if we are to meet the liability amount of over $20 million. The long-term strategy is to increase in future years by allocating what we're currently paying toward our ESCO lease. The ESCO lease will end in FY25. Once that lease is ended, we will shift those allocations toward the OPEB payment. This is a summary of our operating and capital budget and the breakouts, with a total operating and capital budget request increase of 4.5%. And lastly, our overall budget request in comparison to FY23 is less than the prior year's requests in all categories. So in closing, we return to the values, and which is our students and their learning. And we recommend the support for our FY24 budget that will support the needs of our students and their teachers, and we thank you in advance for your support. So just as a review, we are moving the town to appropriate $1,641,695 as Concord's assessed share of the funds for the necessary and expedient purposes of the Minuteman Regional Technical High School District for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Dawson. And it is, we will remember forever that in your first outing at Concord Annual Town Meeting, you did not use up all your time. So thank you very much. I want to note that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 15, and we'll open the floor. Dr. Dawson, if you want to stay in a chair right here in the front in case we need you, that'd be lovely. We'll open the floor to comments and questions. I don't see any in the gymnasium.
No one in the auditorium?
Well, it looks like we're ready for a vote. This is a majority vote. All those in favor of the motion under Article 15? Very good, thank you very much. All those opposed? Well, I don't see anybody opposed.
It is unanimous in the auditorium.
Okay, all right, so that is a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. Not bad for a first outing, Dr. Dawson. Thank you. We'll now proceed to Article 16, which is the Concord Carlisle Regional High School budget, and we'll hear from Superintendent Hunter. And the motion is that Ms. Morano moves that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $25,357,846 as the town's apportioned share of this, the region's budget for the fiscal year ending in 2024. And do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. Thank you very much. And I will note that we have a recommendation for affirmative action on Article 16 by both the Finance Committee and the Select Board. Dr. Hunter.
Thank you. I guess I see what gets a superintendent a round of applause in this room, so I will be as brief as I can be. So as we get started on the school articles, I just want to note, we build these budgets from the ground up through a zero-based budgeting process. We're very aware of being fiscally responsible. Our primary charge is to meet the needs of the children. So as I bring the regional budget and then the CPS budget, I just want to note that we work diligently over months of time to go back and start really from a flat line. What do we need and what can we let go of? If we didn't let go of some things, these numbers that we bring to you would be far higher. So it's really important to note that. And I will stress, these are both level service budgets that I'm bringing. We are in extraordinary times in the schools, and we will mostly talk about that at CPS. But the needs are exponentially different and more than they have been, as are the inflationary pressures and others. So for the high school, we are coming today with a request for Concord's portion of the entire budget. So you can see here Concord's assessment versus the overall regional budget. Concord's assessment is $25,357,846. In terms of our budget summary, we are bringing salary increases of 3.6%, non-salary of 3.2%, for an overall increase of 3.5% to the operating budget. Some of the budget drivers this year, salaries are always a key component of any school budget that we bring. We were able to reduce some contingency and some retirement incentive payments as that program fades back. Other drivers that are specific to the regional budget, but not to CPS, we cover insurance within the regional operating budget, retirement, debt service, a whole number of things that the town covers in the CPS budget, so we have to factor those in, whether they're up or down, and then looking at some transportation adjustments as well. So E&D is our essentially free cash. By law, we're allowed to maintain 5%. You can see we are at 4.6% as of right now, and looking to use what has been a fairly standard number that we pull $300,000 from E&D to offset the ask for the regional budget and contribute that as revenue. And we also try to make sure we're putting in at least that as we close out. OPEB, as you heard mentioned earlier, the region has to carry its own OPEB appropriation, and we've worked really hard to make that a healthy amount. You'll see, based on the last actuarial amounts that we had, we're at 39%, with a nice flat $550,000 every year continuing to go into that need. ESSER are the COVID pandemic funds that the federal government provided to schools. We've been watching these and using these very carefully. Ours will wind down as we get into FY24. We've been expending them on various things, mostly one-time things, because you don't want to build a cliff in the budget that you have to fund later. So we've been using them for summer school and portions of a reading specialist, and we will have embedded all of that in the budget next time we return to you. So the FY24 assessments, and I think this slide's worth spending a minute on and having you look at it. The assessments are based on enrollments in October of the prior year, so October 1st, 2022. You will note the percentages Carlisle is looking at this year. This is going to be a different conversation when I go to Carlisle in May. 9.2% without the debt, with debt included 8.3%. The shift of enrollment has been to Concord's favor this year, so we are bringing you a request of, if we include the debt service, 1.58%. I do think if the enrollments were different, we'd be having a different conversation. Really, you were able to offset the operational increase because the assessment delivered it all to Carlisle for the most part instead. So one more, variable in the region that doesn't impact CPS. So you'll see there 1.58% is the ask with debt service, without is 2.39. And that's how we arrived at the $25 million or so. And I think that's everything on the region. We ask your support and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. If you want to stay close and take a seat in the front row, that'd be lovely. We'll open the floor to questions and comments. Microphone number 2.
Hey, sure. Adam Snodgrass, 2080 Main Street.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to follow up on your closing comment, which I understand, and I just want to understand it completely. So the question I have is simply, if it weren't for these enrollment figures here at the regional high school, and in order to deliver a budget as you have, you'd either have to come to the town and ask for more money, or you'd have to make cuts. Is that pretty clear?
The enrollment piece is this variable that plays out after we've put together the operational increase. So with a 3.5% general operational increase, that then gets allocated to the 2 communities based on the enrollment. So that if the numbers were staying more stable, there'd be a bigger request here in Concord than there is right now. That request would have to be either supported or we'd be having a conversation here. We're grateful FinCom supported the number and the select board has as it is. I can't speak to what would have happened if the number was bigger. I think this year Concord just needs to not acknowledge that they benefited from the enrollment increase.
Thank you
Carlisle.
very much. We'll go to the auditorium now.
Go ahead, microphone number 2, Ms. Dritt.
13 Concord Green, Pamela Dritt. Are the transportation replacement figures for all electric vehicles only? Because remember, we save not just on the vehicles themselves, but by not investing in fossil fuel infrastructure, which will pay off financially in the future for us.
Dr. Hunter?
Certainly. We are currently running 3 electric buses between the 2 districts. We do not have electric buses in this budget. They are just short of $350,000 each. So we are still using diesel replacements. We are as eager as everyone to become much more able to substantially utilize electric vehicles. We think we need a discussion at a community level of how to fund that, because you have to front the funds to be able to replace that level of infrastructure. We run 42 buses, so to replace that many across the 2 budgets at $350,000 each versus $100,000 each is a really big jump. So we're happy to engage in that as the future comes.
Thank you.
But every time we buy a fossil fuel bus, we are increasing our fossil fuel costs, and we're investing in our own destruction. It is not cheaper not to spend the money up front.
Thank you, Ms. Dritt. I understand there's a second speaker in the auditorium.
Please go ahead.
Elizabeth Bonowitz, 46 Pine Hill Road. Pardon my naivete on this. I'm just curious what happens if one or the other town doesn't support their piece of the budget for the high school? What happens at that point?
A question I imagine Dr. Hunter has thought about.
Yeah, that's not a great scenario. Eventually, you could end up at a joint town meeting, which in my history, anecdotally, thankfully, not live, becomes pretty challenging. So your vote today will then be one informed piece of information for Carlisle next week.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Madam Rainer Bucas, 1360 Monument Street. Madam Moderator, could you inquire if the current budget allows for the heating of this room? Now, we're all shivering here. And perhaps somebody could do something about it if we have the superintendent. Thank you.
I could probably send a text to help you with that. We'll take that in mind.
Yes, I guess that is pertinent to the article. Thank you. I don't see anybody else at a microphone. I think we are ready for a vote on Article 16. Would all those in favor please raise their voting slips? Thank you very much. All those opposed? I don't see anybody opposed in the, oh wait, I see one person opposed in the gymnasium. All right, how about the auditorium?
It appears to be unanimous here.
All right, so that is approved by an overwhelming majority, and I do so declare. We will now proceed to Article 17. And this is the Concord Public Schools budget. And Ms. Anderson moves that the town raise and appropriate the sum of $45,047,176 for the necessary and expedient purposes of the public schools for the fiscal year 2024. And do I have a second for the motion? I see that we do. And we'll hear from them later, but I will note that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 17, but in the amount of money that meets the FinCom guideline rather than the amount of money at which this article is moved. So we will hear from them later. Dr. Hunter.
Thank you. So as you can see, this is the request today at $45 million plus. There are a great number of factors driving this request. First and foremost are the needs of our students. The pandemic had taken what was a mental health crisis and has exponentially made that an aggregate problem across our kids. Emotional challenge that come from everything of just not having had enough exposure to social experiences to acute, very sometimes life-threatening needs. Special education is another major driver as we look at the needs of children. We've built extensive in-house programs so that we send less children out of district. That's very good for the kids that stay with us. It's very good for the general population as we become more inclusive, and it's very good for the budget. We are no longer, because we've built those programs out, for the last few years, we've been actually realizing savings as we returned children to district. So we were able to dollar for dollar save. Because the kids aren't going out as frequently anymore, that is no longer the case. You are saving by avoiding those costs. And you can see the numbers there that we currently only have 16 students placed out in K through 8. Then you add other variables that we have no control over. The state has authorized the out-of-district placements rate increase of up to 14%. And every district and community in the Commonwealth is struggling with that kind of increase in one fiscal year. There's discussion of offsets to that, but they are clearly going to be after the fact if they happen. And so we must front those and pay those bills regardless. This is the summary of what we've brought. Salaries at 4.6% increase, non-salary at 5.2, coming to the 4.7 request. Some of our drivers, obviously, cost of living and other increases contractually. Special education, we are still finishing the needs to build that. Some we had to put in this current school year, one final position at Sanborn because with the 2 buildings still in place, and we'll just give a little $2 million under bid last Friday, so that middle school project's going to happen. $2 million under budget. That's exciting. But this is an impact of the 2 building issue that we still have duplicative services. And you can see other needs due to contractual issues and lanes and steps, et cetera. Non-teacher salaries at 3.8%. Those are our tutors and other folks not in the union, and then we're waning off of that same incentive program I mentioned at the high school, and those costs continue to come down. That was a big savings in the big picture, and as we finish the payouts, we just keep realizing more. Other budget drivers, out of district tuitions, this is just one tuition difference from what we have this year, so I want to note that. Electricity costs, we're absorbing the same rate increase as everyone else is at 15 to 20%. Other insurance and special education transportation increases. We've been able to bring some special education services in-house and reduce some of the requests for contracted services. I'm only going to just reference the shelter and the needs that the homeless children are bringing us. Those are not included in this budget at all. We are expecting subsidies both for the students who have registered in the schools and the very extensive transportation we are providing to kids going to their home schools. None of that is incorporated. It's likely to be mostly a cash flow problem, but just so you know, that unexpected need is not part of this discussion. However, it will have some impact. We generally are in the middle of our like district, so we just wanted to show you what per pupil spending looks like for both CC and Concord. Not the top of the pack, not the bottom. A little bit of update on our COVID pandemic federal funds. We continue to spend these out carefully and thoughtfully and have a remaining balance there that's allocated over the coming year. Some of the things we've spent the monies on, summer school, literacy material, and pieces of FTEs that we are waning off of so they don't create a cliff in the next year. And then last, this is not the list that will happen if we end up going to guideline here today. This is some portion of this list will happen. There will have to be reductions in staff and other services. This is a level service budget at 4.7%. So something on that list will have to be reduced. Multiple things on that list will have to be reduced if the 4.7% isn't supported. We ask for your support here this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Parashar Patel. I live at 397 Sudbury Road, and I'm presenting on behalf of the Finance Committee. Before speaking on Article 17, I'd like to provide context on how the Finance Committee makes recommendations and sets guidelines for annual spending. Where are the slides? Oh, there we go. Thank you. Sorry. All right, I'll read the motion. So, Ms. Briggs moves to amend the motion under Article 17 to reduce the sum to be raised and appropriated for the necessary and expedient purposes of the public schools for the town for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, from $45,197,176 to $44,429,832 for a net increase of 3.3% to be consistent with the Finance Committee guideline for the Concord Public Schools for the fiscal year 2024.
Thank you very much.
So each year, the Finance Committee considers a variety of factors when working with town and school leadership and making recommendations for the following year's budget. As Lois indicated earlier, we try to balance the need to appropriately fund education, town services, affordable housing, and other areas, while recognizing the impact of higher spending on property taxes and the town's overall financial health. These considerations are at the top of our minds, on all articles on which we make recommendations, including Article 17. So this year we use two metrics to guide our overall recommendations for the fiscal year 2024 budget. This table that you see on the slide is also on page 12 of our annual report. The first metric was the projected growth in real personal income, used as a proxy on the ability of residents to pay higher taxes. The second metric was the projected growth in the cost of services and goods furnished by town departments and the schools. For fiscal year 24, we aim to set overall spending growth between 2.54% and 3.71% using these two metrics. With that as background, I'll describe how we arrived at our recommendations for the CPS fiscal year 24 budget. In early fall, we developed preliminary guidelines that are shared with the town and schools for their use as they begin developing their next year's budget. Let me start by orienting everyone to this table, which is also printed on page 13 of our annual report. The table shows preliminary guideline spending for town departments, CPS, and the regional high school. Note that the figures shown for the town have since been corrected. For guideline setting purposes, the Finance Committee, however, focuses on the percent increase from prior year tables, the middle row that you see in this table. Keeping in mind both the metrics just described and the range of services desired by residents, we set the preliminary guideline increase at 3%. We estimated that a 3% increase in guideline spending would increase the median tax bill by 3.06% in fiscal year 2024. The committee recommended a 4% increase for town departments because of underinvestment in prior years, including fiscal year 2021, when the town department actually declined by 2.4%. Their budget actually was reduced by 2.4% relative to fiscal year 20 because of pandemic-related factors. Both CPS and town preliminary budgets exceeded our preliminary guideline amounts by $1 million each. During the fall, we received updates as the town and the schools continued to develop their budgets. We used these updates to set our final guideline recommendations for the town and schools. Last fall, after receiving additional input from the town and schools about unexpected cost increases, we increased the final guideline amounts for the town to 5% and 3.3% for CPS, while reducing the regional guidelines slightly. These changes resulted in an overall increase of 3.65% for guideline spending and an estimated 3.84% increase in taxes. The gap in the proposed budgets for the town and CPS relative to the final guidelines was about $700,000 each. As discussed earlier today, the town and the regional school district met our guideline amounts. CPS has not. The Finance Committee recommends affirmative action on our amendment to increase the CPS budget by $1.419 million to $44,429,832. We believe doing so is the first step to closing the overall gap between revenue and expenses as described by Lois earlier today and in our annual report. While CPS is now requesting $150,000 less than the amount in the printed warrant, the reduction does not fundamentally affect the underlying cost structure at CPS. $50,000 of the $150,000 reduction, in fact, is a reduction in transportation costs as mandated by the state, and another $140,000 is actually use of reserve funds. Based on an analysis of Concord spending and outcomes compared to other similar towns presented by school leadership at a joint finance committee and CPS meeting in mid-February, we are confident that the CPS and school committees can reduce the 1.4% gap between our recommended amount and the CPS proposed budget. Let me address 2 points that have been raised about the ability to reduce the rate of growth in CPS. First, it's not true that 85% of the budget is mandatory spending. While negotiated compensation levels can't be reduced, the number of FTEs can be reduced and or shifted. Second, comparing the relative share of CPS spending to overall Concord school spending in prior years shouldn't be dispositive of what spending is necessary moving forward. Priorities, needs, and ability to pay change over the course of time. As the largest budget entity in town, it's critical that CPS begin addressing its cost structure, which is estimated to increase by at least 4% per year over the next 5 years. Without changing the cost curve, residents will face higher taxes and or reduced town services. Therefore, we recommend the town meeting accept our amendment to Article 17. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to note that I had given Mr. Patel additional time, which I failed to communicate to the timekeeper. So he was not, in fact, as much over his time as he appeared to be. We'll hear from Mr. Dane on behalf of the Select Board.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Henry Dane speaking for the Select Board. I'm speaking in support of the amendment of the Finance Committee. The Select Board has voted to support the Finance Committee's motion to amend the Concord Public Schools budget request under Article 17 to the amount suggested in its guideline. While Concord is dedicated to excellence in public education, the taxpayers who support the cost do not have unlimited resources. Therefore, discipline is called for, especially in an area that consumes so much of the town's total budget. We also have concern that expenses incurred to meet immediate needs will become permanent part of future budgets. In addition to the reasons given by the Finance Committee, the perspective of the board encompasses the overall welfare of the town and all its residents. We have concern that we are outspending our means, mortgaging our future, and affecting unintended social change through increased tax burdens. Finally, we feel it important for the town to support the work of the Finance Committee and the valuable work it does as an independent arbiter of the town's financial condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we'll hear from the school committee. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Alexa Anderson. I live at 14 Park Lane. I am hoping to use the few minutes that I have to provide some additional context to our budget in light of the two statements that you've just heard. Okay, slide one. I do think it's actually relevant to look at the recent history upon Dr. Hunter's arrival. Since Dr. Hunter has arrived in Concord, our budget increases here at CPS have been relatively modest, ranging in the 2% to 3% range. I think the chart below will show you in actual numbers what those increases are. I think that demonstrates the school committees and the administration's commitment to fiscal discipline. The numbers speak for themselves. Additionally, we at the school committee do try to look out for the taxpayers when we can. In 2021, I think provides a really good example When we had budget surpluses, we returned the money to free cash and allocated money into a stabilization fund to offset some tax impacts of capital projects that we knew were coming. Alternatively, we could have done things like prepay tuitions or spend the money, but again, keeping the taxpayer in mind, we returned that money. So for the last 2 years, the Finance Committee has asked the school committee to engage in a 5-year projection exercise. So we gave the Finance Committee projections for this coming year, the fiscal 24, 2 times, in the fall of 21 and the fall of 22, and both times we were really great about giving them a pretty accurate assessment of where we thought we'd be this year. And I'll note that if you look at the dates, this is before Ukraine, before unprecedented inflation, and before the tuition increases that Dr. Hunter spoke about earlier took place. So you have to imagine, like Dr. Hunter said, with the zero-based budgeting, all the work that was done to make sure that things that might have been wanted but not needed, never even saw their way into these budgets. Dr. Hunter spoke that this is a level service budget. It's 4.7% because to do the same in 2023, we need more money. I think that's evident to all of us. To give your families the same kind of dinner you cooked last year, it just kind of costs more. So we certainly aren't immune to that here at CPS. So given that, if we were to reduce the budget, we are talking about impacts directly to students in the way of programs and services. And finally, when we talk about fiscal discipline, and I think this one is so important, we just don't have a tremendous amount of flexibility in our operating budget because of all those factors: inflation, increased student needs. But we did take a hard look where we did have some ability to exercise discipline, and that was with our capital budgets. You will see that. The next article that you're going to be considering is Article 18. And we did, in fact, reduce our ask by almost 50%. So we did want to demonstrate to you all that fiscal discipline and the strength of the town's financial position is considered. And just in closing, I wanted to put 2 quotes out there from one from the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, and then finally our own protocols that just remind you all that it is our duty to advocate for the needs of our students who, unlike you all, don't have a vote here mostly. So thanks again, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. We will now open the floor to discussion of the amendment. We are discussing only the amendment at this point, and the amendment is to reduce the motion under Article 17 to $44,429,832. When we vote on the amendment, if it passes, it will change the number in the motion under the article, and then we will proceed to a vote on the article. If it does not pass, we will return to the main motion at the number at which it was originally offered and vote on that. And we'll have a further opportunity to discuss it once we're done discussing the amendment. And I see a number of folks here in the gymnasium. We'll start here in the gymnasium and then go to the auditorium. Microphone number 1.
Thank you. Wilson Kerr, 20 Damon Street.
Mr. Kerr.
Thank you. So obviously a lot of emotion here. We're talking about cutting services that are level services. To offer the same thing that our students got last year costs more money this year. And we are all citizens and we all have our own budgets. And what we know is that in January of this year, inflation was 6.4%. Food prices in January of this year were 9.5% up. We also know what we heard from the town budget, the second largest increase. If you include the carry forward of 600 and the opioid, they're up 6.5%. All of those numbers are right in line with what you would expect. When we dive a little deeper, we see that the general government budget was up 29%. Planning and land planning was up 13.19%. Public safety, police and fire, extremely important for our town. It drives a lot of value and safety. Was up 8.51%. Public Works, the streets, those potholes, 7.16%. These numbers are all in line what you would expect. The number that's the outlier is 3.3%. That is a statistical outlier by any stretch of the imagination. I urge you to reject this amendment. Given everything we know about the other increases that are happening, this is well below inflation, and it's below inflation without considering the increase in need that was so eloquently put forth by Dr. Hunter. Defeat this amendment, give the schools what they need, and in fact, it's much less than any of the rest of us would need to spend to deliver the same services this year as last year. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Sure, Adam Snodgrass, 2080 Main Street.
Mr. Scott.
And I also rise, Madam Moderator, to oppose this amendment. And I do want to just add one thing here. The children here do have a voice. They have our voice, and we're going to give it to them. And I really appreciate all the hard work done by the school committee in a tough year to come up with this budget. And I appreciate that, you know, we have what we can to share to support our students and to support our schools, and we need to do it. We need to defeat this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 3.
Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave.
Ms. Wargelin.
A few years ago, I was the League of Women Voters observer for a subcommittee that was composed of members of the school district, members of the school committee, and members of the finance committee. And the goal was to figure out what towns should we be comparing with, and if we look at the budgets online with the state, could we compare, you know, apples to apples, like transportation for us versus transportation for another district, and see if we were spending the right amount. And what I learned from that is it is very, very difficult because towns put, like for transportation specifically, I remember this one, some towns put the special education transit under another category than just transportation. Some districts put the travel for athletics under a different thing. Some towns charged all students $200 to ride the bus. It was just, you could not do apples to apples. And I saw that meeting in February. That was the joint FinCom school committee meeting. And I saw members of the FinCom spend 20 minutes digging way down in the school budget and not being able to find anything that could be cut. And they agreed, and they said, wow, this is a really transparent, lean budget. And at the very end, there was a comment by the summary, and the person said, I guess you'll just have to ask Acton how they do it. And so to me, that implied that there was in their mind, we need to cut because Acton can do it more cheaply. But my argument is, I don't know what's in that number. What is in their number? Are they paying everything they should into their retirement funds? Are they adequately funding all of their transportation replacement funds, et cetera? So
Thank you. You will have to wrap it up.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
I would like to vote against that.
Thank you. I think we gathered that. We will now go to the auditorium.
Go ahead, please, microphone number 2.
Elizabeth Bonowitz, 46 Pine Hill Road. I'm urging you all to consider voting against this amendment, supporting the original budget. And I'd just like to speak to the need of the students. So I'm a professor of learning sciences at Harvard University in education and psychology. And the American Psychological Association has been studying the mental health crisis of our children for the last 10 years. It's risen more than 40% in the United States and has been extremely exacerbated by the pandemic. I also speak as a parent of a middle schooler and an elementary schooler. There is support that these students need. It's going to cost more than it has in previous decades. So independent of the rise of inflation, we need to be supporting our students through these unprecedented times. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else in the auditorium?
I do. Go ahead, please.
My name is Phil Villas, 20 Wits End Road, and I too wish to speak against the amendment. We moved here 50 years ago, in no small measure because of our superior educational system. Our children are all grown up, so we're not talking about something that would be personally useful to us. However, the idea that considering the changes in the cost of living, considering the percentage increase in other parts of the budget, we would have the school system be the lowest of the various categories and less than the increase in cost of living, to me, makes no sense at all. I urge you to defeat the amendment.
Thank you very much. We'll come back to the gymnasium now. We'll go to microphone number 1.
Thank you. David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell Road.
Schoenbrunn.
I'd like to comment on something that Mr. Dane said on behalf of the Select Board, that we, the legislature, should respect the work of the Finance Committee. It is important to remember that you can respect someone's work and yet still disagree with their conclusion. Just as with the middle school vote that we've had recently, there have been disagreements, but we do not disrespect the work of the Finance Committee. Quite the opposite. We simply come to different conclusions. In this case, the town's budget, of the 3 major items, the town is being increased by 6.6% year over year. And so I struggle, like others, to understand why we wouldn't provide equal increase to the one thing that drives more tax rebates or tax revenue to the government than anything else, which is the real estate. Real estate taxes, as was said, 84 to 85% of our budget come from real estate taxes. And the single largest driver of demand in this community are families who want to move in, and they move in because we have a superior school system. I urge everyone here to vote against this amendment and to fully fund the school as requested by the school committee. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Harold Carmel at 1344 Main Street. I just, with Mr. Patel's presentation, well, first of all, coming here, we had the kids outside in the parking lot saying, "Don't take away our music." And we had the slide that the school superintendent with the things that might be on the cut list. But I seem to hear Mr. Patel say that there was actually money in the reserve. And I don't know whether that's a factor here in terms of, you know, we've all been veterans of budget cuts and budget wars. And I was a state hospital superintendent, and I said, well, we'll cut the emergency services, which of course nobody wanted to cut. But what I'm really looking for are what are the actual cuts that are likely to happen if the amendment is passed, and is it really something that exists in the budget already in terms of reserve funds and things like that? Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Dr. Hunter, would you like to address that?
So I'll start by saying there are no reserves. That would have prevented the need here. We carry a bit of reserve for special education tuitions through the circuit breaker program the state offers, but those are just indeed for that purpose only. We are not allowed to use them for anything else. When I look at the cut list, I am 100% sure that I am going to have to cut educational technology specialists. Right now, we have 1 per building. They are integral into the part of how we deliver instruction in 2023. We will no longer have 1 per building. I will have to cut one of the librarians. Here's where I struggle, because the elementary schools have librarians who provide preparatory time to teachers, so I can't really move them around. It may likely be that the cut will have to be at the middle school, and I can't quite say out loud the stress and pain that brings me to say the middle schools would not have a professional librarian. In terms of instrumental music, I would work really hard to find something farther away than this to the kids, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I expect of the 4th grade instrumental program, we now start at 4th grade for individual small group lessons. We will now have to start at 5th grade. Hopefully of those positions, we can make up the rest of the delta of about a little over $600,000 through other things like school-sponsored field trips, professional development. And I don't know, are we going to go and start asking you to transport your own kids if you live within 2 miles of the schools? By law, I can do that. So that's the balancing act we're having right now, is trying to not have it be all staff and balance it from other needs as well. But I do think you're going to see cuts to technology specialists, librarians, 4th grade music, and then the rest will come from the other pieces.
Thank you very much. We will go to microphone 3 here, and then we'll go back to the auditorium. Microphone 3.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Tom Amoroso, 109 Stone Root Lane.
Mr. Amoroso.
I'd like to start by saying that I thank Mr. Patel and the members of the Finance Committee for their cogent analysis and description of how they came to their conclusions. And like other speakers, while I respect the work of the Finance Committee, I think they got it wrong. The school committee seems to me to have worked very hard to come up with a remarkably tight, in my opinion, budget that increases what needs to be increased and what cannot be avoided. And to hold them to what appears to be, to me, the arbitrary choice of the Consumer Price Index for urban workers is arbitrary. And with all due respect, I just don't think that the Consumer Price Index for urban workers describes necessarily the amount of price increase that the school faces going forward, because their expenses simply are different expenses. Thank you very much. I also urge the meeting to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Oh, I forgot to tell everyone to silence their mobile devices. We'll go now to the auditorium.
All right, the fellow in the red jacket was actually up before you, and then you'll be next. Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Dr. Robert Fury, 95 Conan Street. I'm also known as Doc. I started teaching here in 1968, and I'm still coaching here. So I have been here a long time, and what I've learned is that it's the people who you hire, the teachers who you have working with your kids, the paraprofessionals, everybody in the school is what makes the school function properly. And when I heard Mr. Patel say, well, you know, we can just get rid of some teachers. No, you cannot get rid of some teachers and still have the quality of education that we expect here in Concord. There's a secondary part to this, too. Why do you think the kids are so stressed out and getting more stressed out? They need adults who they can trust to be with them, and it's not just the teachers, it's the other people, the support staff. It's everybody who works in these schools are there to help your kids. And if you take away one person, you're hurting the kids. And when Mr. Patel said, oh yeah, we can just get rid of some teachers. No, you cannot get rid of any teachers in the school system if you expect the school system to function and help your kids grow safely. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next speaker in the auditorium, Ms. Flood.
Ellie Garvey, 25 Damon Street, and I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay. Well, you know, once again, we do have people waiting at microphones, but this is up to the meeting, whether the meeting wishes to continue deliberating on the amendment or not. So do we have a second for this motion? I see that we do.
I have several as well.
We have lots of seconds for the motion. Okay, so this is non-debatable. We will proceed to a vote on the amendment. The amendment requires a majority.
And we need to,
oh, yeah, pardon me.
There was a second.
Yeah. We will proceed to a vote on the motion to call the question. Thank you. All those in favor of calling the question and proceeding to a vote on the amendment? Thank you. All those opposed? All right, it looks to me like, notwithstanding the fact that there were a few of you who would have liked to have said something about this, the meeting is really ready to vote on the amendment, so that's what we'll do. All those, I'll give you guys a second to return to your seats so you can vote. You don't have to go that fast. All right, all those in favor of the proposed amendment to Article 17, please raise your voting slips. Okay. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment clearly fails in the gymnasium. How about the auditorium?
Likewise in the auditorium.
All right.
We're good.
Okay. We will now return to discussion of the main motion, and the main motion is the CPS budget moved at $45,047,176. So that is what we are returning to discuss. We'll start with microphone number 3 this time.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Tanya Gala, 62 Prescott Road. I'm going to implore of our superintendent not to cut back the music program. I'm a musician. Music is very important. We don't all realize this. It's as important as the sciences, as technology, as the gym. It's essential. So do something else. My other comment is, I wonder how well used the school bus transportation is, and whether any more efficient use of the school bus system can be looked into at some point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell.
Yes, sir.
As we've had discussion on the amendment which related to the article, may I call the question on the article itself?
You know, it's just too soon. You come back and make that motion again in a few more speakers, all right? Okay. And then we'll go to microphone number 3.
So my name is James Cohane. I live at 44 Central Street.
Yes.
And just before I speak, I was prepared to speak against the amendment. We're now voting with. Can you clarify where we're at in the process?
The amendment, yes, the amendment failed.
Yes.
And we're back to the main motion, and the main motion is for the town to vote in favor of raising and appropriating the sum of money that the school committee has asked for, which is $47,047,176.
And what would the alternative be?
No, you could vote no budget, I suppose.
All right, well, I wrote what I was going to say. I'm just going to say it. So I have to say I'm baffled as to why the Finance Committee was not supporting the superintendent's budget request for an increase of 4.7% in fiscal 2024 and proposing instead an increase of only 3.3%. As a reminder, and this is pertinent, we just went through a highly controversial vote about the topic of public education in Concord. I'm referring to the vote to fund a new middle school. As a reminder, the community voted overwhelmingly in favor of funding the new middle school. The vote was not close. Given that the community just voted to support education, why is the committee singling out the education budget in particular as an item that we should cut for next year's budget? And just to be clear, what they were proposing was in effect a cut, given the following facts. Fact number 1, the superintendent was asking for an increase of 4.7%, which evidently rolls into this $45 million. Fact number 2, the Finance Committee was proposing an increase of only 3.3%. Someone spoke to this earlier. It feels arbitrary. Fact number 3, the town is proposing to increase everything else other than education by 6.6%. The man in the other room pointed out that it just seems odd that we were singling out education specifically. And I'm not alone. Every single family whom I know in town, many of whom I see in the audience today, is also baffled by the Finance Committee's recommendation. Having said this, if the committee wants to have a broader discussion about the future financial health of the town, let's have that conversation, but let's not arbitrarily single out education as an area that we should cut in fiscal year 2024. I urge you to vote in support of this $45 million. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, my usual practice is to rotate microphones, but I learned last year that if there's a big crowd at one microphone, I should stay there for a minute. So we'll go back to microphone number 3 again.
Okay, this is Peggy Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave. I have spoken many times. I will be very brief. I had children here when Diane Rigby was superintendent and all the way through when Dr. Hunter was. And I just have to say, when we switched from Diana Rigby, we all wanted transparency. And that's what we've got. We have a budget that has nothing padded. Diana Rigby used to pad things and be able to say, oh yeah, let's negotiate. Hey, I have a special thing, I can meet you halfway. This is so transparent. We know where every dollar is going. So I value that.
Thank you very much. We'll take one more speaker at microphone number 3, and then we'll go to microphone number 1. All right, now hold on. Let's see. You're registered to vote.
Yes.
All right, off you go.
Okay. Erin Fife, 174 Hill Street, and my daughter, Zoe Fife.
Hello, Zoe.
Okay. Zoe would like to say a couple of words, if that's all right, Madam Moderator.
Okay, so I will say that our usual practice is for anyone who is not a registered Concord voter to ask in advance for permission to speak, Ms. Fife Younger, you are clearly directly impacted by this, so why don't you say a few words? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I would like to say that I am in support of the full budget. I think that the library and the music program is very critical to my education and other students in the school program. I want to add that our librarians are super wonderful, and I think that taking anything off of the budget would be not good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
All right. Now, folks, I totally understand the urge to applaud for this example of what a good job our public schools are doing, but let's try to remember that this is a business meeting, and we need to stay focused and stay professional. All right, thank you all very much. Microphone number 1.
Brian Sykes, 37 Sorrel Road. First, as someone who was a former Finance Committee member many, many years ago, I totally appreciate the back and forth that goes along with the school committee and the Finance Committee, and what their job is obviously focused on looking at the future of the town. And I think it's important that both folks continue to work together. That said, I had one thing I'd like to throw out there that might be a compromise. Has the school committee done a detailed budget on how much we'll save by now consolidating the 2 separate middle schools on an annual basis once we stabilize and move into the new middle school? I'm assuming it's a large amount of money. It might make both parties happy in the long run. Do we have that number at all?
Thank you. Is that an analysis that's been done? We'll hear from the superintendent.
Peggy's reminding me that I've committed to a $500,000 reduction in the FY26 budget when we bring the new school online. I'm sure that will continue to be remembered, and it will be an offset, certainly.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Hello, Casey Atkins, 477 Losbrook Road.
Ms. Atkins.
I'd like to just start by thanking our Select Board, Finance Committee, School Committee, and town employees who serve us so well. These committee positions are volunteer. They take up a lot of time, a lot of energy, and we thank you all for your service. I just want to take a brief moment to point out two pieces in this budget discussion. One being the cost of special education, and 2 being the impact of mental health on our students and on the budget and on our community. First of all, with special education, many of you are aware there's a federal law that provides for free and appropriate education for our students. Oftentimes, our students have to get FAPE, as they call it, by being sent out of district, and that is quite expensive. When we talk about a superior school district here in Concord, we're not talking necessarily about Cadillac-style buildings, fancy services. We're talking also about the investment in our special education infrastructure, which supports all of our students. We're talking about inclusion. We're ensuring that our students are able to achieve a free and appropriate education in their community schools. It's hard to put a price on that, but there is absolutely a price on that. Dr. Hunter discussed what it looks like over time as the out-of-district placements are reduced. It should be noted that if there's a need for an out-of-district placement, that should happen. My child, under a previous superintendent, would have been sent out of district at 5. Instead, the systems were built here for him and other students. And it didn't just impact him. It impacted the entire culture in the elementary school that he was in and the other 2 elementary schools in our district. It will go on in the middle school and in the high school as well. We service students from ages 3 through 22. We have a choice to invest in a free and appropriate education built into our continuum of services through those ages. That is a choice.
I want to thank you very much, but you are out of time. Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Sorry, I'm short.
I don't think that's anything to apologize for.
So this issue is really personal to me, and I know we're all exhausted. Oh, sorry. I'm Jillian Adams, and I live at 109 Stone Root Lane.
Thank you.
I know we all came out exhausted during the pandemic, and our kids even more so. I know we have a kid in the school system, and this would directly impact him. And I've seen the music program help him with his mental health. The teachers have daily worked on it. I've seen the arts program help his mental health. I've seen the librarians who are amazing and don't just help kids check out books. I mean, it's a much more enriched program that the librarians perform. And this will directly impact the mental health of these kids for decades to come. And it's not just this year that we should be thinking about. It should be, how are we investing in our kids for the long term? And maybe we can prevent some of those suicides that eventually come inevitably because, you know, mental health in this country is not dealt with appropriately. And I think we, as a community, need to recognize how important our school system is to these kids and our future leaders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the auditorium. I think we have 2 speakers there.
Okay, I think number 2 was first. Go ahead,
Thank you. Chris Price, 113 Neshoba Road, and I'd like to respectfully call the question.
Okay, I think that we're ready to do that.
I think the other one was going to do the same thing.
All right. I think we might have had someone in here ready to do it too. So do we have a second for the motion? All right. All those in favor of proceeding to a vote on Article 17? Thank you very much. All those opposed?
Overwhelmingly favorable here.
Overwhelmingly favorable here as well. So we will now proceed to a vote on Article 17, and this is the CPS budget at $45,047,176. All those in favor? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, that passes in the gymnasium by an overwhelming majority. And how about the auditorium?
Just a couple shy of unanimous here.
Okay. All right, that's a vote, and I do so declare. Okay. We will now move on to Article 18. Now, those of you who were here for a single item, please leave quietly, because we do have lots of work left to do here, and we would welcome you to stay here and continue to participate with us in the additional work. Article 18, the motion is to authorize the borrowing of $495,000 for the capital needs of the schools and the Concord Public Schools. This requires a 2/3 vote. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. The Select Board is recommending affirmative action on this, and the Finance Committee is recommending affirmative action as well. Thank you. Okay.
Correct.
Well, it's presented at $495,000. You're affirmative at that number. Thank you. Okay. So at this number, the number at which it's being moved at, and you see that on the screen, both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action, and this does require a 2/3 vote. And we will now hear from Superintendent Hunter.
Thank you. I'm going to just take a few minutes to highlight the $495,000 and what we're expecting to allocate that to. We're really taking a step back, you'll see, and trying to do basics, health and safety basics, as well as get more information as to what we're going to need to do in the future. So we're looking at parking lots across a number of the schools as a first piece. We're asking for funds to do an extensive assessment of the conditions of the schools. The 3 elementary schools are now between 15 and 20 years old, and we're definitely noticing the needs that are coming up, various repairs. And we'd like to be more proactive and extensive in that, so that review would be very helpful in informing future requests. That said, we had a significant software issue at Willard earlier this year, and we'd like to get ahead of that at the other 2 schools and make sure that the management system doesn't go down the way it did at Willard. Thoreau's got its own particular needs, some more urgent than the study will allow. There's safety issues on the loading dock. We'd like to do an outside, external review of the campus. We've done very little work over there over the previous years, whether it's the fields, the playground, which we did a bit on, but not extensively. And the fire, you'll remember, had 8 classrooms in pods out there. So there's just a big picture look on the external part of Thoreau, the grounds and the fields and such. We would like to expand the integrated playground that we began this year with combination of PTG and capital funds. That's to allow students who are staying in these programs in district to have access to the playground equipment. And then you'll note the fire was started because of the heater in the roof to prevent the pipes from freezing. We replaced all of that under insurance costs a year ago, only to have early February record temperatures indeed freeze the pipe anyway and create another issue of insurance coverage. I guess you don't keep doing the same thing over and over and not think you have to do something differently, so we're going to change the suppression system there in the attic over the 94 wing. ADA compliance, small improvements over at Ripley to the preschool. The middle school, we continue to maintain this $100,000 for unexpected issues at Peabody and Sanborn. That will come off when the new school opens. And then we had some funds for HVAC work at Ripley that we've decided not to move forward on. So those are being applied to this total cost, and that allowed us to bring this in at $495,000. So we thank you for your support.
Thank you for all that additional time, Superintendent. All right, we'll now open the floor for questions and comments. I don't see anybody in the gymnasium. Do we have anyone in the auditorium?
One person moving to the mic. Go ahead.
Hi, Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green. You decided not to move forward with the Ripley HVAC for $300,000. Can you tell me more about that? Why?
We'll hear from
Sure. So we had thought we were going to be able to put heat pumps on the preschool classrooms at Ripley. We had, through the town and a great collaborative effort, gotten some Green Communities money. What we realized subsequently that it's not just the cost of the heat pumps. We need $1 million in electrical upgrades to Ripley to be able to execute that. So that brought the school committee to reconsider going forward, and we have put that on hold for future discussions.
So what are you doing in the meantime?
Status quo in the meantime.
I thought that the status quo meant you had to replace something.
Well, the boiler at Ripley, which will be written down in the assessment that we're going to be doing, is 50 years old plus and holding its own. And we're going to keep hoping that's the case until we make a master plan.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
I do have a second speaker in the auditorium, if
All
that's
right.
okay.
Yes, it is.
Go ahead, please.
Lola Chase on 77 Walden Street. And I actually just have a question that's kind of a point of order question. Didn't we decide that after 17 we would go back and pass the town budget? And I don't want us to forget to pass the town budget at some point.
Thank you very much for that thought. No, we actually did already vote on the town budget, so we're good to go there. Thank you. I don't see anybody else at a microphone. I think that we are ready for a vote on Article 18. This is a 2/3 vote, once again. All those in favor of the capital project budget for the Concord Public Schools? Thank you very much. All those opposed? That looks unanimous in the gymnasium. How's it look in the auditorium?
Likewise in the auditorium.
All right, so that is a unanimous vote in support, and I do so declare. I have no motion under Article 19, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 19. Article 20 was addressed on the consent calendar, and we will therefore proceed to Article 21. Article 21 is printed on a handout. You'll see the motion on a handout. And both the Select Board and the Light Board recommend affirmative action on the article, and we will hear from Mr. Foltz.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator.
Oh, and actually, before we move on, may I have a second for the motion? Thank you very much.
Great. Wow, things went really slow for the meeting, and now they're picking up pace. So we are moving Article 21 to request, Brian Folds, 33 Riverdale Road. So the Light Board is moving that we take out a bond of $7,500,000 to build a solar and storage project at the site of the middle school. That's the change in the warrant from the 13 to the 7.5. Next slide. So I want to make it clear that this is the light plant and ratepayer money. Taking out this borrowing, it is not going to impact your taxes because they're two separate things. And I'll explain the impact in later slides. Next. And this project will help us meet our goals. We have many goal statements from the Light Board to the town to this 5-year capital planning project of Envision Concord. We definitely do want to cite more of these renewable projects here because it not only makes financial sense, but it also is doing our role to make this energy transition. So this project would bring us to about 8.4 megawatts of in-town solar, which is 42% of our overall goal. Next slide. And so this is also cited at the project for the middle school, and the middle school has a net zero target. So I want to point out that the schools have done a good job of making a very efficient building. The existing Sanborn building has a very high energy intensity to it, and this new building is going to have a very low intensity to it, one of the lowest ones that we've built by probably half of the lowest we have. So it's an 80% reduction in energy need. And this project will produce more energy than that building will need, so we will actually have it as a net zero project. And it actually will probably produce more energy for the town's consumption. Next slide. And so these are some of the benefits. So we're going to have non-emitting energy here in town. With the storage component of this, we'll be able to reduce expenses for our peak hours. We'll be able to do energy arbitrage with our contracts, and we'll make progress on our goals. Anything to do with the solar array and the storage would be maintained by the utility. It is not going to impact the school's in any way. And there will be a memorandum of understanding between the schools and the utility in order to go forward. Next slide. And I wanted to talk about this rate impact, and I want to put it into some perspective. There will be a rate, it will impact negatively on rates the first year for about less than $1 a month, and then it will become a net savings to us in later years. And I'll show that next slide. But the table below shows you how Concord Light is already saving the residents of Concord quite a good amount of money every year because we're about 30% less than the surrounding communities are paying with Eversource. Next slide. And so here's the analysis that was done by the staff at the light plant. It shows with and without the IRA incentive, which would be about a 25.5% rebate from the Fed in lieu of a tax credit, because the change in laws allows us to do this. Previously, we didn't pay taxes and it was a tax credit. Now we can get a rebate. And the chart there, you can see we've crossed out the ARPA funding. This is something that happened on the road to town meeting, that the town has decided to put those funds towards other areas. But you can see that about 2030, this is level with existing rates and will start to save us money. And once the bond is paid off in 15 years, will save us quite a good amount of money. And this is not an inexpensive way to build solar, but it's a way that I think this town would desire it, which is to not remove trees and to utilize roof space and over parking areas, dual land use concepts. Next slide. I just wanted to make sure that these slides were in here to give you all the assumptions that went into the model. A lot of detail, but you can go on to the next slide. We'll go on to the next one. You can see here, this is the rendering of what this project will look like. So we have the middle school there with the roof covered in about 500 kilowatts of solar, and then another 773 kilowatts of solar over the parking areas. And you'll notice things like they drain into the swells, they won't drop snow or rain onto the cars, and so forth. Next slide. This is just another rendering from the southern angle. One more. Ooh, I'm already over time. So I just have this rendering and one more to show, and that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Folds. I think I already noted that the Select Board and the Light Board both recommend affirmative action on this article. We'll open the floor for questions and comments. Microphone number 1.
Madam Moderator, David Schoenbrunn, 1679 Lowell. One question, what percentage lending rate did we assume for this bond?
Mr. Folds?
3.4%, and that was given to us by the town's financial director.
And is that still correct, as rates have risen significantly and we haven't actually gone and gotten the money yet, have we?
I can't answer that question.
Well, perhaps Ms. Dowd could address that for us.
Gail Dowd, Chief Financial Officer. We have not done any of the borrowing. The rates are changing, but until we actually go out to do the borrowing, which we would not be able to do until the motion was passed and we had the cash flow projections. So we'll keep monitoring it. The rates fluctuate daily.
Thank you very much.
May I add to
that? Briefly.
I'll briefly say that this project is going out to bid. So these are estimates. So there's a lot of other details will come along. This also will happen at the end of construction. So we'll probably go out for money around that 2025 timeframe when the schools plan to be open.
I think we can be sure things will have changed by then, for better or worse. Microphone number 1.
Courtney Eaton, 141 Monson Road, and I'm here on behalf of the newly combined Climate Action Committee, and we just wanted to add our support to the other affirmative action on this warrant article.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Microphone number 1 again.
Cynthia Katz, 20 Conant Street.
Ms. Katz?
Thank you. I think this is terrific. I'm really glad to see solar canopies over the parking lot. But as anybody knows who has had a kid play baseball, foul ball areas are places where cars don't park. And I noticed in the schematic the relationship of the ball field and the solar canopy, and I know they could potentially be damaged. So I wonder if there's been any thought to that.
Mr. Folds?
Yeah, at the public hearing, the same question came up, and let them play. The utility will fix the panel, and those panels are more durable than one might assume. A lot of installers walk across them and so forth while installing. So they can take a good hit, and if they hit it hard enough, we'll fix it.
Okay, good to know.
Thank you very much. Do we have anyone in the auditorium?
We have one person who has just yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Jeffrey Stout, 297 Plainfield Road. By other articles at this meeting, I understand that we don't yet have a cohesive plan for kind of understanding our solar build-out for the town. So it's kind of hard, I think, to assess the impact of this build-out, both its expense and its location, as well as its overall wattage. Just wondering if there's a comment on that.
Well, so I didn't clearly hear all of your question, but you were talking about, is this the basic question is this the right place to put solar? Is that correct?
No, not so much the right place, just we lack an overall plan to meet our goals, as other articles at this meeting have kind of suggested. And
yes.
So to assess this specific plan or this specific project proposal may be premature.
We've done a lot of planning around this project. It is a good project. It is the right time for this site, being the fact that we're building that new middle school. We know that we can use this power. We have two other sites that we've put solar onto right now, the landfill and over at the Acton Concord line. The light plant, I think you're referring to Article 22, which is the next one coming up. Yes, the light plant is behind on getting to its goal. This has more to do with balancing our distribution system than it does about the actual siting. But I can address that further with Article 22.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the auditorium, Ms. Flood?
Not at this time.
Microphone number 1.
Enid Carr, 82 Lawsbrook Road.
Ms. Carr.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm very much in favor of this article, and I feel very silly saying this, but I feel like I have to say this now, early in the stage, just to be mindful to take into account squirrels during the design feature.
Yeah.
I have solar panels, and I can't even tell you, so just getting my word in on that.
Thank you very much for the squirrel warning. I don't see anyone else at a microphone. I think we're ready for a vote.
I have one more just approaching the microphone.
My apologies. We have one more speaker in the
Okay,
auditorium.
I hadn't seen him either.
Sorry, and if I have an amendment, how does that work? I'd like to have
If you have an amendment, you need to come to the gymnasium and you need to have a seat next to the town meeting resource person, and you need 3 copies of it in writing.
Okay.
And why don't you do that right now?
Okay.
And we'll keep this article open for you while you work on the amendment.
Is it time for a stretch?
Let's have a stretch. Let's all stand up and stretch. That's a great idea.
Okay. All right. I'm going to use.
Well, there's at least 3 of us, or at least it was. Alice was. Okay. Good to know you're here. Thanks. Oh, yeah.
What's up, guys? Good job. Also, good job on the article. I read it on the Concord Bridge. I gotta go on the YouTube. How's your house? Our house is coming along. Are they working on it? Not yet. gutter up yet? Yeah. We need that. I'm gonna be listening to the police scanner. It's gonna be like, oh, you're gonna be. Exactly. You're doing the work? You started? It hasn't started yet. It's supposed to start. So starts in May, so probably maybe most of June now. We order the windows, which always takes about a couple. Windows are super important. With the down payment. It'll get fatter pretty soon. Go say hi to my wife. Good to see you, man.
Amari knew that was coming. Actually, told her to be but I think she's the more movies she sees, she's like. And Zipper's recommendation.
I think Mari's a remarkable one.
Coming back. That's the guy, isn't it? Next time we do a Sunday afternoon, I'm going to bring a snack. It is the guy. I don't know what he's. I'm surprised he could have done that quickly. Yeah. The guy. Are you going ahead with your motion? going ahead with your motion? Are you going ahead with that motion? You can do it here, yeah. I'm just waiting for her to call the meeting back to order. When I came out of my stall, there was a line of 10 that went out the door and into the hallway. Just go through that way. There's a door back there. You can go out that way. You can't come back in. Oh, you can't. At least not right now. I think they also leave it. I think they have it false alarm from outside, because if there is a production going on and somebody comes through the wrong door, and they're obviously in the middle of a play. Not in the middle. I think it's opening this coming weekend. You can see these bridges that are built here. What is that? It's something to.
Okay, folks, we are ready to resume. I'm going to ask Mr. Ganados if he would please come to the gymnasium to move his proposed amendment. You just have it.
He's collecting his things. He's on his way.
Very good, thank you. Or, you know, we got this chair up here. I could put this chair in. No, I'm good. Okay, all right. Sit on the edge of the no, we just need Mr. Ganados. I'm informed that Mr. Ganados is en route, and when he gets here, he will come and make his amendment.
Oh, very good that you're here. And that it's all right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Can I just confirm, are you on the voter registration list as Constantine?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. If you would like to make your amendment, you can
From
speak
here?
to it from here.
Right.
And I will read your amendment.
I'm sorry, do you want me to read the amendment?
I will read the amendment. And,
Why don't you do that
and then,
first?
And then I'll read the amendment
Okay.
first, and
Okay.
then
Sure.
you may explain why you
All right.
think this is a good idea. Okay, folks, we have an amendment, a motion to amend Article 21 by adding the following language: the power supply system offsetting power consumption at the middle school shall be a ground-mounted solar system. This motion is, go ahead and state
Right.
your name for us,
Sure.
and he will explain why. And do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. Thank you.
Great. My name is Dinos Gonatas at 260 Old Marlborough Road, and I'm a renewable energy consultant. I consult primarily to project developers and with work a lot in the regulatory area. And one of the things I was curious about when I saw this warrant article, I ran the whole project by a client who's the VP of solar development for one of the biggest developers here in Massachusetts. And his comment was on this project, you know, this is really expensive, and this is not the way I would do it at all. And I asked him, well, what's wrong with it? And he said, you've got canopies, rooftop and canopies. Those are like triple the cost of using ground-mounted solar of the type that Concord has already been very diligent in building. And it isn't just the cost ratio that's important. The way that these projects are built is they're going to be about flat. So this is the roof or the canopy, and the panels are flat. But the sun comes at an angle like this. So by having flat-mounted panels, you lose a big fraction of the sun right off the bat, as if you built the whole project in the shade. So it guarantees you that in winter, for example, when you have almost all the heating load for the middle school coming in, you have zero power being produced from the panels. So it is kind of a crazy project. And nobody thinking rationally in the energy business, and that's my business, would ever do a project like this. Instead, you do a ground-mounted project, again, just like as the light plant has done at the landfill and at the W.R. Grace site. And Concord has other sites. It's got the nuclear metal site where it could presumably build, or it can just do it outside of Concord. There's lots of places in New England where you could build this. And the light plant has been successful at contracting for power with Energy New England, and I think it's contracted about 98% of its power is clean energy. So why not leave it to the professionals to figure out the best way to do the procurement instead of sort of shoveling something like this into a sort of a sounds good, feels good, let's make the middle school net zero project, when actually you're not accomplishing a whole lot of clean energy for the amount of money you're spending. We can get a whole lot more money, a whole lot more energy for this amount of money if we did this smart. But instead, what we've got is a project that's been built as, what can I say, we have great educational value. So it'd be $1 million extra, and supposedly this has educational value. I just don't find that credible. The Finance Committee did approve this, but the presentation they were given, they were told a whole bunch of things, a lot of which weren't true. Like, well, to do a ground-mounted system, we'd have to clear out all the trees in Walden Woods. I mean, that's just simply not true. There are other significant errors of omission. For example, the financial models that you saw showing that there would be costs at the beginning of the project, but large benefits at the end of the project, they weren't told that the financial models are big extrapolations where there's only 3 to 5 years of visibility, and it's just essentially a wild guess what's going to happen in the year 10 or 20, when nobody really knows what the impact will be. But they, again, and I've built these sorts of models, they have to be done in a way where you show where the uncertainties are and what the risks are. And you can't just take an extreme extrapolation and say, this is what the returns are going to be, and let's just go home from there. But that's what was done. And another question, when it was raised, again, about, well, isn't this a sort of a higher cost site? It was stated, well, it's a higher cost site, but, well, we're going to have to use it anyway, so we might as well do it now. So who cares? We're just spending money. And that's just not an acceptable approach. It's not efficient, and we can do much better than this. And as I said, this amendment proposes a way that we can save money and use the saved money to do more procurement, build more solar wherever it's possible to do it, either in Concord or anywhere else, or also look at other forms of energy. Wind energy is a much better complement to a system that requires a lot of energy in the winter, because wind is available in the winter predominantly, whereas solar is available predominantly in the summertime. So we could be much more efficient about this and much smarter. And for this reason, I move this motion that will, in the immediate future, would save us millions of dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Folds.
Hi. So there was a lot said there. But this project has had, Solar Design Associates has been a consultant used for this project. We have had other outside consultants. This has been part of SDA's design planning for the middle school. It has had a lot of coordination with that project in order for the conduits and other parts of the site to be planned out to be built at the same time. As for, is it cheaper to build on the ground? Yes. Yes, it is. I don't agree with the amount he's representing, but it is cheaper than doing a rooftop. It is cheaper than doing parking canopies. The problem is that most projects don't have to go through town meeting. And we've seen repeatedly that projects that ask us to clear forest, which was what the 2011 Solar Siting Committee had determined was some of the best sites to place these ground-mounted arrays, would not pass. In fact, in 2010, we had a couple projects that failed to pass town meeting because they were using town land that was unauthorized use of a community garden. You know, we didn't want to evict the community garden to put down an array there, you know, 50 or 75 feet away from someone's home. So we're looking for places to put these projects where the community will accept them, that have a financial value to them. We have done a lot of cost modeling. That value that you showed in those charts there is compared to buying a ground-mounted solar array from outside of town at about 8.5 cents per kilowatt. So that includes the transmission and other costs that we would not have to pay if we build it in town. We've built the landfill site on land that is a landfill and has no other purpose. We've built the W.R. Gray site at a brownfield site where it's part of a superfund. That land, it may be deemed to be residential grade, but we didn't want to sell it to people to have them have as a residency. We've done a lot of thinking on this. We feel that this is a good time to do this project. We feel this is a good price for this project, and it will go out to bid. It is not a done deal that this is how much it's going to cost. We're going to bid this out with other installers and get the best price we can. So I'm pretty confident that this is a good project.
Thank you, Mr. Folds. This is a borrowing and bonding article, and so I'm going to ask Town Council if he would come to the podium and just comment briefly on whether the amendment poses any ramifications any legal ramifications for the project. Mr. Macarius?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mina Macarius, Town Council. A couple of things. While I can't speak for Bond Council, who is separate, when they do review articles, they review them with the project in mind. So this certainly would be something that would have to go back to Bond Council to make sure the authorization before this went out to the market was appropriate. There's a couple of other potential ramifications. Again, I don't want to overstate these, but I do think they're worth noting. One is the tax treatment for ground-mounted and roof-mounted solar by the Department of Revenue in Massachusetts with respect to municipal and public sites does differ a little bit, and it is a very complicated area, but that would have to be assessed to see if some of the cost savings mentioned earlier would change. As was referenced, I believe the maker of the amendment mentioned a desire to see perhaps out of town. While that is something that the light plant can always explore, buying energy elsewhere, it is not within the scope of this motion, which is about building a project on this site. So that would not be authorized under this particular motion. There's a related point that to build here on this site, as I believe Mr. Fold alluded to, if it is going to be on areas of the school site that are currently in use either as conservation land or potentially as parkland, we would have to assess whether the town's title and deed to that was taken for either conservation or recreational purposes or any other public purpose, which may require coming back to town meeting for a 2/3 vote, followed by a 2/3 vote of the Massachusetts legislature under Article 97. So there's a couple of complications raised by changing the project this dramatically at this phase.
Thank you very much. Now, we'll now open the floor for discussion of the proposed amendment. We're not talking about the underlying motion now. We're talking about the proposed amendment to the motion. And I want to remind everybody that while we have a 2/3 vote required on the motion under the article itself, because it's a borrowing article, the amendment requires a majority vote, not a 2/3 vote. So that is our situation, and we will begin with microphone number 1.
Cynthia Katz, it's not on. Hello? Oh.
Hello.
Hello. Cynthia Katz, 20 Conant Street. I'm against this amendment. And with respect, if you just go to the Discovery Museum in Acton, REI in Framingham, what's the name of that place? Oh, Walden Pond. Walden Pond. And you look at the solar array, solar canopies above parking lots, they are all on an angle. They're not flat. They take full advantage of directional sun. So this is a great, so I hope you'll vote against this amendment. And I sure hope that the town will get their mind around, our mind around, all parking lots that are owned by the town having solar canopies on them, because I think that would be a great thing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
I'm Tanya Galis, 62 Prescott Road.
Ms. Galis.
Thank you. I very much appreciate last year Mr. Banfield including a concern about trees in his article about solar development, and that he includes it this year, and that Article 21 was also keeping that in mind. So our discussions about solar have already incorporated a lot of tree preservation in them, and that is how it is. It should be, because we should be mindful that every time we're talking about alternative energy, clean energy, about climate change, that natural preservation is a fundamental part of climate change, and it should not be taken lightly. So I am strongly against this amendment for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to microphone number 3.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Jeff Collins, 55 Highland Street.
Mr. Collins.
To echo the previous point, we're facing both a climate crisis and a biodiversity crisis. I've done some work analyzing land use change in Massachusetts over the last decades. We lose about 5,000 acres of forest to conversion for development every year, and about a quarter of that has been for ground-mounted solar deployment. We're going to need tens of thousands of acres of solar deployment over the coming decades to meet our climate change goals, and it's critical that we retain biodiversity at the same time. Not only those examples that were given of canopies that exist, but if you look at an aerial photograph of the sort of Natick Mall Shoppers World area, all of those rooftops are covered with panels. There's room to be more, but it's really impressive the number that are down there. Parking canopies or parking lot and parking structures that have canopies on top, huge canopies. There's obviously additional costs involved, but other people are doing this. It's critical that we do it broadly, and that we take advantage of this opportunity to invest in canopy and rooftop solar to avoid conversion of natural lands here in Concord or other places we might buy energy from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the auditorium now, where I understand there are a couple of speakers.
Go ahead, microphone number 2 here.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Rarick, 315 College Road. I continuously drive by the Concord prison, which has a land-based solar system on a giant piece of land that's only half covered with solar panels, and the rest of it is grass. So there would be no tree involved whatsoever in renting space from the Concord prison and putting all of the solar panels on the ground with angled positioning. So I just want to put that out there as an alternative that could be considered if we don't approve this amendment.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Dritt.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
I want to remind us that we don't want to let the best be the enemy of the good, and that we need to put solar on all of the pavements and the parking lots and the rooftops, and we need to cut down none of the forests to put solar up. We've got plenty of rooftops and parking lots to cover. And it might be a little more expensive, but it wouldn't be more expensive than long-term because of the biodiversity that we'd save, the carbon clearing trees that we'd save. And this pays for itself. It's a no-brainer. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive than it could be, or cheaper, or different, or better. It's good. It's a no-brainer. We need to do it. It pays us back. It keeps us from buying fossil fuel power. I urge you to vote against the amendment and for the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Dritt. We'll go to microphone number 1 in the gymnasium.
Jonathan Rushmore, 586 Main. I just want to note here, solar's complicated. If you have solar on an angle like this, you have to separate the panels farther apart. In fact, sometimes flat can become more dense, like on a rooftop, and it actually is more effective than angled. And that's what solar consultants do for you. They figure out how this thing is optimized. The other thing I just note, I think it's been said, but not really explicitly said, is that the solar gain that would be on a parking lot is being taken up by the solar panel. So you get two benefits of it being on top of a canopy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Sue Velshin, 19 Sunnyside Lane.
Ms. Velshin.
I am a member of the planning board, but I'm speaking for myself. I am, however, using knowledge I've gained as a member of the planning board before whom the middle school project previously came for required approvals. And what I learned there is that the proposal has been designed to take up basically all of the impervious surface allotted for the property due to a variety of constraints with the property. And therefore, if I understand correctly, voting for ground-mounted solar at the middle school would mean voting against solar at the middle school at all. And in addition to the many excellent points brought up by other people who've already spoken against the amendment, I would like to point out the value of modeling putting up solar panels at schools to our children, to not only show them what they should be doing as adults, but to show them that we care visibly about their future. Please vote against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Velshin. We'll go to the next speaker at microphone 3, and then we'll go to microphone 2.
Dave Mackey, 20 Aiden Drive.
Mr. Mackey.
I actually wanted to echo that point that as I interpret this, voting for this amendment would effectively mean no solar at the middle school. So first of all, I don't like that idea personally. Second of all, this isn't a zero-sum game. Just because we can build solar cheaper somewhere else doesn't mean we shouldn't build it here. It means we should build it both places. So I would urge you to vote against this amendment.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Dean Banfield, 73 Walden Terrace. I move the previous question.
All right, then. I don't think there was anybody else at a microphone anyway, so I'm actually going to dispense with a vote on the motion to call the question, if that's okay with you, Mr. Banfield. All right, and we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your voting slips. All those opposed? Okay, so the amendment fails. And I do so declare, and we will now return to the main motion. We'll open the floor for questions and comments on the main motion, which was as Mr. Folds presented it and is in the handout. Any further questions or comments on the main motion?
I have no speakers here.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you. Rainer Bucas, 1360 Monument Street. I rise as someone who's been very much involved in trying to understand the implications of energy needs and the climate crisis, which is very real and which requires all that we can do in solar and wind. But you have to make decisions upon what's the right place to do it, what's the right price, what can be afforded by different communities. I have to say that it seems to me that this particular project was completely designed on the basis of it must be done at the middle school, and therefore all the constraints were based upon that, not the question of how to get the most energy or where or the cheapest, but simply we have to do this at that site and over that parking lot and so forth. I have to say that as a person, I looked at the numbers which were just presented. It doesn't begin to break even until 2035. I would not buy those bonds because by 2035, the situation in terms of energy and other sources of energy may be profoundly changed. And I think that's a project which, when you look at it, is going to cost you until 2035 and doesn't really begin to make money for you until 2040, right, is not a useful investment of $7.5 million. So I have to say that if anybody asks me about this project, I would say, don't buy those bonds. I would say, let's not do this project. Let's think more about the right way to get energy in the town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Hi, Madam Moderator. I'm Gail Heyer from 54 Nancy Road.
Ms. Heyer?
I just wanted to make a point that has not been raised. Solar power generation is known to create electrical noise, commonly called dirty electricity, in a building's wiring. This is a type of electromagnetic field exposure similar to the radiation from smart meters and cell phone towers that causes a range of symptoms, including headaches, vertigo, nausea, and fatigue. I mentioned this at the forum for the CMS design, and it is possible with careful design and placement of inverters, which is a particularly problematic part of equipment in a solar plant such as this, that careful design can mitigate these risks, and I urge the light plant and the schools to carefully consider this. This is our children that we're putting in this power plant, and I think it's really important to consider that during the design so that we can keep our kids safe while we promote renewable energy in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Flood, do we have anyone in the auditorium?
We do not.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Ms. Moderator, Eric Hartz, 124 Williams Road.
Mr. Hartz?
For the kind of canopies shown in the renderings, the illustrations, what depth of footing is needed to make those secure?
Mr. Folds?
I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe it's about 3 to 5 feet into the ground. And they're pretty wide around. Does that answer your question?
It does. I tried to do a similar project in Acton and was told 15 feet. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's that deep, but so we have done extensive engineering about this, and you know, making sure that the snow comes off the panels and goes into the swells. It doesn't go into the cars. The inverters. There was someone who mentioned concern about the inverters. Those are going to be placed up near the canopy, so they're not down at ground level. They're about 13 to 14 feet in the air.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the auditorium. Will we have a speaker?
Go ahead.
David Allen, Heathbridge Road. Madam Moderator.
Go ahead.
Mr. Allen.
This question of, first of all, should we float these bonds? And of course, might some of us buy these bonds? The calculation of return on investment, goes fundamentally to shifting our electricity supply away from even the other generating methods, instead shifting it to solar, among other things. Of course, we can't do wind in Concord. We don't have it, but we can do solar. And some of us, of course, have watched this process unfold about solar at the middle school. We know just how very much work has been put into very great detail here. We will serve ourselves quite well in Concord with this project, and I certainly hope that we will vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. One last speaker, microphone number 1.
George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring
Mr.
Road.
Corrett.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I actually think this is a bad project, but I think town meeting and the town of Concord have to build a bad project or two, just like a business needs to have a failure or two. So I support this. Thank you.
Very interesting perspective, Mr. Corrett. I think we're ready for a vote. I don't see anyone else at a microphone.
I have one last speaker.
My apologies. We'll go to the auditorium, or we have one more speaker.
I would like to call the question.
Oh, there you go.
Would you like to withdraw that motion so we can just go to the vote? Is that all right with you, sir?
Oh, please. Yeah. Excuse me, I don't know what I'm doing. I withdraw the question.
Okay, that's great. That's okay. That's all right. It's been a long day. All right, we're now proceed to a vote on Article 21. And again, this is a 2/3 vote required because this is a borrowing. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Carries by well more than 2/3 in the gymnasium. How does it look in the auditorium, Ms. Flood?
Likewise, well more than 2/3 in favor.
Okay, that is a vote in favor, and I do so declare. Okay. We'll now proceed to Article 22.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Dean Banfield, 73 Walden Terrace. Oh, we have my slide. That's great.
And just hold on just a second, Mr. Banfield. Can we have a second for Mr. Banfield's motion, which I will? Thank you very much. I see that we have one. And I just will note that this motion is on a handout. Well, go ahead, Mr. Banfield.
Okay, thank you. There are some minor changes. Let's see if I can get this to work. That's the wrong way. Which way am I going? There we go. There's some minor changes from the warrant language. First off, since the warrant closed, the Climate Action Advisory Board was folded into the new Climate Action Committee, requiring changes throughout. And there's also some minor changes shown here in the plan and how it will be delivered. These changes provide improvements in clarity and effectiveness. So I'm back here today because the goals remain the same, but our progress in the last year has been minimal. The Light Plan has been a central player in advancing the town's climate priorities, but there has been too little mind share devoted to municipal solar. A focused task force should be able to remedy this situation. Meanwhile, since last year, the drumbeat of climate news continues. NOAA's 2022 annual climate report stated that the top 10 years for global surface temperature have occurred since 2010. Last year was number 6. The recent UN report stated that these dramatic carbon reductions will be necessary to avoid crossing the point that catastrophic climate repercussions will become irreversible. Due to the outsized CO2 contribution of the United States, President Biden has set a U.S. goal of 50% by 2030. To quote the UN Secretary General, "Our world needs climate action on all fronts. Everything, everywhere, all at once." Right now, about 94% of the electricity we use in Concord is from non-emitting sources. We've laid claim to those through contracts and REC purchases. But the reality on the New England grid is that only 3% of power comes from solar, 4% from wind, and either of which is less than the combined power from burning trash and wood. All non-emitting resources total only 40%. So at 95%, 94%, we are gobbling up more than our fair share. We need to contribute what we can to the broader power portfolio. Municipal solar helps us reduce our imposition on others for the energy we use and helps reduce the historical disparities between the places where power is produced and where it is consumed. We need to align our energy, what's going on here? Here we go. Sorry, I don't know how that got there. We need to align our energy with our values. We cannot simply impose our burden of our outsized energy consumption on others. Here, we're benefiting from tree clearing and access road construction in Brookfield, while opportunities in town are ignored. The Light Plan is partnering to build this wind farm in Maine, but bypassing local opportunities. Bringing powers from far away puts increasing demands on the New England grid. Right now, plentiful hydropower from Canada cannot reach Massachusetts because a transmission line through Maine has been tied up in litigation. Transmission is also an obstacle in developing offshore wind. Building here means we have to solve our own distribution problems, but that is within our control. This thing keeps moving. Sometimes a little shame can be motivating. I don't know why that's happening, but we're going to carry on. So the motion this afternoon seeks to establish a task force to complete the plan sought in Article 38 last year. The 5 members should be prepared to meet regularly and as frequently as necessary to complete the work in an expeditious manner with periodic updates to the CAC. The intent is to dissolve the group once the plan is completed. There it is. It goes by itself. The goals of the plan are straightforward. Where can we put it? How can we pay for it? And how can we safely connect it to our local grid? And as you saw in Article 21, solar projects should be sensitive to rate and service stability. On this last point, I want to be clear. Solar energy is a finicky resource that will flow and then not flow, even when passing clouds go by. So I don't want to minimize the need to work through the technical problems that will occur with solar energy, but I'm optimistic we can make that work. Are you going to change on yourself, or I'll have to move you forward? Touching briefly on the benefits of doing this, I've already mentioned the value of doing what we can to create more of the energy we consume. As we electrify more of our lives, the New England grid will be challenged to keep pace. Local solar helps to alleviate some of this stress, which translates into avoided costs. And as you saw in the Article 21 presentation, solar can become a stable component of our electricity portfolio, which leads to eventual savings in electricity costs. To give a little sense of scale, I'll close with a short list. We will need to look at all of our public buildings and parking areas, and also look for other large-scale sites. So let's all recommit to getting started today. I ask for your support on Article 22.
Thank you very much, Mr. Banfield. We'll open the floor for questions and comments. And I should note that, I'm sorry? Oh, so sorry, Mary. It's the second time I've done that to the Select Board. Don't hold it against me, guys.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green, Unit 6, member of the Select Board and talking on their behalf. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 22. We recognize the sense of urgency expressed by this article and support the use of solar on municipal lands wherever feasible. If this article passes, the Select Board will immediately impanel a task force with a can-do attitude. This task force will work collaboratively with the professional staff of the Light Plant and with active participation of our Director of Sustainability to make real progress. Their work will focus on identifying sites across town and addressing neighbors' concerns regarding certain potential sites. This work will result in an action plan to implement solar on municipal land in support of our climate action goals. We urge your support of Article 22.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hartman. I note that the Light Board also recommends affirmative action on Article 22. So now we'll open the floor to question and comment, and let's go to microphone number 3.
Brian Folds, 33 Riverdale, speaking on behalf of the Light Board.
Brilliant.
It suggests affirmative action. So there's a longer statement. Basically, we've been very busy as a board and have not been able to complete Article 38 from last year. We're regretful in that, but we have made efforts. We do feel that this task force can do a great job of sizing up solar potential at different sites in town and running to ground what barriers might be there for any kind of array to be built. We ask that this task force reach out to light plant staff and the board about any technical issues about balancing supply and demand of electricity. That is one of the main barriers that we have. So we are in favor of this article. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Sydney Haddad, 442 Andersnack Hill Road.
I think that you're probably not a registered voter.
I am a registered voter.
You are?
I know, it's so exciting.
Okay, all right. Okay, brilliant. Please proceed.
No worries. I am here today on behalf of the CCHS Sunrise Hub. I'm a senior at CCHS, and this task force is the first step to try to get potentially a solar canopy on the high school and many other places in our town, and it is very important to me and all of the other students that I've talked to for our future and for the future of Concord. So we implore you to vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you so much for your time.
And thank you for coming and commenting. Microphone number 1.
Courtney Eaton again, 141 Monson Road. And again, on behalf of my role as the chair of the Climate Advisory Committee, we were named in the article. We also support affirmative action on this article.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else at a microphone here. How about in the auditorium?
No one standing in the auditorium.
And it looks like we're ready for a vote on Article 22. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed?
It's unanimous here.
And it is unanimous here. And that is a vote, and I do so declare. We will now proceed to Article 23. This is on a handout, and the motion is that Mr. Hubbard Nelson moves affirmative action to enact a specialized stretch energy code bylaw pursuant to the Code of Mass Regulations, including various appendices and future additions, amendments, or modifications, and the form of the stretch code is on the handout. May we have a second for the motion? Thank you very much. And we'll hear from Mr. Hubbard Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Brad Hubbard Nelson of 221 Nashawtuck Road. And I'm a member of the Climate Action Committee, which has voted to support this amendment. Article 20, let me go to there we go. Article 23 proposes that Concord adopt certain opt-in provisions to the Massachusetts Stretch Code. That's the building code referred to as the Specialized Stretch Code. These provisions are summarized in a table in the handout in green cells. Approving this article will support the town's climate goals of reducing carbon emissions. And buildings are the biggest emissions source, so it's essential that the new buildings be very energy efficient. And that's achievable and cost-effective thanks to recent improvements in building technology and heat pumps and things. So Concord has used the stretch building code since 2010, as do a large majority of cities and towns in the Commonwealth. Last year, the Department of Energy Resources updated the stretch code to support the state's climate goals, and those are very similar to the Concord's goals. And as a designated green community, we automatically get the new stretch code when it goes into effect next year. The updated stretch code includes pathways for all electric and for mixed fuel buildings, which means buildings using fossil fuels for heating and cooking. At previous town meetings, most recently in January, we voted overwhelmingly to require all electric new construction. However, that's not yet in effect, and there is some uncertainty as to whether it will be. In any case, that is a separate issue, and it's not part of this article. I want to make that clear. So building codes are complicated, many details, but the provisions we're talking about are relatively simple. The opt-in provisions are 3 additional requirements. The specialized code requires that new buildings be wired for a future electrification if they choose to use fossil fuels. That's easy and inexpensive to do when a home is built, and much less so later on. And in the case of building using fossil fuels, a builder can use so-called passive house design, which are super energy efficient, or they can include a solar panel array to offset the fossil fuel use, which they refer to as the zero energy option. Finally, passive house design or zero energy option using solar is required for larger homes, and passive house is required for multifamily homes over 12,000 square feet, minimizing future energy cost. And that will be a big benefit to keeping things affordable. As I mentioned before, we expect to be part of a fossil-free program starting next year. If and when that goes into effect, that will disallow the mixed fuel or zero energy pathways. And in that case, the specialized stretch code will be nearly identical to the regular stretch code in almost all respects. In order to be accepted into the fossil-free program, we may need to pass this article to show that we are committed to the highest level of building energy efficiency. The specialized code is a small addition to the stretch code, and the updates to the stretch code provide most of the energy efficiency improvements over the base building code. 12 towns have already adopted the specialized stretch code at their town meetings, including Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, Newton, Lexington, and Lincoln, and many others are planning to this year. This article supports Concord's climate emission reduction goals, which will be a big challenge in the coming year. And the easiest way to make buildings have very low emissions is building them right in the first time. Doing so will save considerable retrofitting expenses in the future. Of the questions people have asked, a few things stand out. First, the specialized code provisions will not apply to renovations or additions. They must meet this regular stretch code. However, the specialized stretch code does apply to affordable housing. Now, the additional costs beyond the stretch code are quite low. Not zero, but in most cases, particularly in larger homes or multifamily dwellings, the energy costs will be a lot lower and will prevent some costly retrofits in the future. So I'd like to ask you to take affirmative action to approve adopting this specialized stretch code. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard Nelson. We'll hear from Matt Johnson on behalf of the Select Board.
So rather, Matt Johnson, 21 Winter Street, a member of the Select Board speaking for the board. But first, a unrehearsed comment, which was the specialized stretch code is starting in Boston, going to Cambridge, going to Lexington. Inevitably, we need to adopt it in Concord. We should be like Samuel Prescott and make it all the way, not Paul Revere and get stopped before he gets here. So the Select Board, in all seriousness, does recommend affirmative action on Article 23. Not only does the Specialized Stretch Energy Code support Concord's Climate Action Plan goals, it's aligned with Article 31, as Mr. Hubbard Nelson mentioned, that passed at annual town meeting in 2021. And while we continue to look forward to participating in the state's proposed 10-town fossil fuel-free infrastructure pilot project, adopting the Specialized Stretch Energy Code now will achieve many of the same objectives starting next January when this would take effect, regardless of when that pilot gets off the ground. And so we can get moving now.
Thank you very much. We'll open the floor to questions and comments. Microphone number 2.
Hi, my name's Nathan Burrow, 1489 Main Street.
Mr. Burrow?
Thank you. I'm curious, does any existing housing already meet the stretch code even without official action by the town?
Mr. Hubbard Nelson, do you know the answer?
Yes, there are people who build energy completely net zero homes in town, and there's certain builders that do that. And there are more and more builders who are getting skilled in the art of building passive house design or electric homes. I know of quite a few electric homes in town.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Brian Folds, 33 Riverdale. Upon moving to Concord, I did have the luxury of building a home. And in doing that, I got a LEED certification on that house. And that was kind of my template for building the house, was if I can check these boxes and build a high-performing home that I'm going to be paying the utility bills on for the rest of my life, then it's going to be of value for me to do that. And the result of that is I pay about 10% of what my neighbors pay for energy bills because it is a net zero house. Which is wonderful, but what this article really is targeting are the spec builders, are those people that are coming in, building houses and selling them to new residents that then have to do their own retrofits to try to make them more efficient. And that is far more expensive than to make an efficient building in the first place. So I hope that we support this article and that we move forward because it will benefit those residents that come to our town later.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road.
Ms. Proctor.
Thank you. Did you say, Brad, and I may have missed it, but did you say that the state has to approve this first? Because so many things we passed so many reasonable efforts here that are forward-looking, and then they die at the state level. Is this one that potentially suffers the same fate?
I don't really want to comment on the fossil-free pilot because that's separate from this article. The state did approve the adoption of the new stretch building code and the specialized stretch codes. And the specialized stretch codes have to be adopted through a town meeting motion if you want to go to those opt-in provisions.
So just by our doing this, passing this, we then move forward, and we can move forward.
Yes.
Thank you so much for that clarification.
I think the town council has something to add on this question.
Mr. Hubbard Nelson's correct. There's no state approval needed for this article, but in fact, it goes a little bit further on the demonstration project. One of the requirements to stay in the pre-approved list of towns, which Concord's included in, is to pass a specialized stretch energy code. So by doing this, or the town holds its place among those 10 towns. And so when that's approved, it should be in faster.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So needless to say, I urge the passage of this, of this article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the auditorium.
Go ahead, sir, please. Microphone number 1.
My name is Michael McAteer. I live at 1615 Lowell Road in Concord.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As a person who has spent a large number of years actually writing national and state codes, advancing codes, we can be confident that could be perhaps the single most important step we could take to address climate change, more importantly and equally perhaps, greenhouse gas reductions. We've seen that from the development over the past 20 years, so I would highly urge town meeting to use this tool to continue to support the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan, but equally to reach the enormously difficult targets we have for greenhouse gases. Improving our buildings and doing that through a codes is singularly a very important place to go. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Do you have any other speakers in the auditorium, Ms. Moore?
I do not.
And we have none here. It looks like we are up. Wait, do we have one speaker coming to microphone number 1?
Thank you. Gail Heyer, 54 Nancy Road.
Ms. Heyer?
I have one question and then a comment. The question is, would solar panels be required of homes smaller than 4,000 square feet under the new homes, new construction under the specialized code?
Homes under 4,000 square feet would have two options. One is to be designed to the passive house standard. That means very efficient walls and windows. Or they can be built to a certain HERS rating and have the solar to compensate for the fossil fuel use.
Thank you. And you had a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes. So I strongly support efforts to increase energy conservation, especially insulation and passive house design. However, I oppose any laws that would require the use of solar panels, especially in a residence. Solar panels are made with non-renewable, difficult to recycle mineral resources. Their manufacture is very labor intensive. In China, slave labor and massive coal-fired power plants are used to build solar panels. So, and I previously noted the health effects from electrical wiring problems, which are very common with solar panels. So I believe that solar PV in an individual personal residence should be a choice for people who are willing to accept these risks and the consequences. So I'll be voting no on this article.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Mr. Corrett?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I've got a question about greenhouse gases. Now, as every scientist knows, the major greenhouse gas, by about a factor of 100 to 1,000, is water vapor. And I was wondering what the studies have been on these kinds of new housing construction regulations. What effect do they have on the major greenhouse gas by a factor of 1,000? That is water vapor. Thank you.
Mr. Hubbard Nelson?
That is a very interesting question. And water vapor is not a long-lived greenhouse gas. It lasts in the atmosphere for days as opposed to hundreds of years. And it's actually a very interesting subject. I'm happy to talk to you about it, but it's not really related to anything that we can do in our lives.
Thank you very much. I understand we have another speaker in the auditorium.
Yes, please, microphone number 2.
Hi, my name's Kirsten Warning, 24 Old Mill Road. I just wanted to support the previous, the woman who talked about the dangers of solar panels on buildings. I lived in a house that had them and started to experience profound electronic pollution issues. There's an environmental medicine organization as part of the AMA. This is not in people's heads, but it does affect our brains. I'm not going to vote for solar panels on the top of a junior high school just for my own experience. There's a lot more research that needs to be done here for the health and well-being of our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else at a microphone. I think we are ready for a vote on Article 23. This is a majority vote. All those in favor of adopting the specialized stretch energy code, thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, that passes in the gymnasium by a substantial majority. And what is it doing in the auditorium, Ms.
I saw 1 or 2 no votes, but otherwise, everybody was in favor.
Okay, so substantial majority in both houses, and that is a vote, and I do so declare. We'll have a brief comment from our head teller. Go ahead.
My name is Abe Fisher. I live at 400 Hayward Mill Road, and I am the head teller for this meeting. I promise I'll be brief. I want my dinner too. We're going to meet tomorrow night at 7. We could use some more tellers. Stalin once supposedly said that voting doesn't decide anything, but counting the votes decides everything. I don't know if that's true, but if you're interested in helping count votes, check in at the table where my daughter is standing there, and she will help you get signed up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. All right, so we are now at 5:35, and consistent with our preliminary motion to take up no new business after 5:30, we will now adjourn the meeting to resume tomorrow evening, same place at 7 p.m. We have addressed Article 24 on the consent calendar, and we will begin with Article 25. See you all tomorrow night. I'm very impressed by how agreeably. Okay, I'm going to take a picture. Good evening. The meeting will now be in order. Please silence your mobile devices. I forgot to do that yesterday, and it was embarrassing. I see that there is a sufficient number of voters present to allow us to open the meeting, and I do so declare. This evening, we will continue with the annual town meeting warrant, beginning with Article 25. The meeting is taking place only in the gymnasium tonight. To vote on an article, you must be occupying a seat in the gymnasium. Live coverage of this evening's meeting is being broadcast by Minuteman Media Network on our local access channel 9 and streaming on the web at www.minuteman.media/government. The meeting is also being broadcast live on our high school radio station, WIQH 83.3. Finance Committee, could you settle down, please? I would like now to invite Fire Chief Tom Judge to tell us what we need to know in the unlikely event of an emergency during the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, everyone. Just to point out a couple of the safety features of the auditorium, in all four corners of the gymnasium, in all four corners there is an exit. The one to your right at the front of the room is obstructed by that screen, but it is accessible, and it's just beyond that dual county league banner hanging on the wall. If you are taking advantage of childcare and we have to evacuate the building, please meet your children outside with the childcare staff outside the cafeteria in the courtyard. That's where they'll be. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Judge. On behalf of the meeting, I want to thank not only Chief Judge and the Concord Fire Department, but also Chief Mulcahy and the Concord Police Department for all the assistance that they give us during town meeting. We also owe a big thank you to the team that makes town meeting possible. That team is too large to thank everyone individually, but you all know who you are. Last night, the meeting elected Ms. Carrie Flood of 1289 Main Street as Deputy Town Moderator, who will take over the duties of the moderator if she is unable to fulfill them. She has been sworn to be faithful in the impartial discharge of her duties. I want to introduce the hardworking elected and appointed officials who are at tables in the front of the gymnasium. The Select Board is over here on my right. The Finance Committee is here on my left. Planning Board, where are you? The Planning Board has chosen not to sit at a table. They're sitting in some chairs over there, but they're here. And the Select Board and the Finance Committee have spent a lot of time and energy to understand and analyze the issues that are before us tonight. And you'll find their recommendations on the articles in the Finance Committee report, which has been delivered to all of your homes. You also would have found a QR code out in the lobby, which would enable you to download a copy of the Finance Committee report onto your mobile device. Okay. If you haven't perused the Finance Committee report, I really do encourage you to do so. There's an awful lot of excellent data and analysis in there about our town's current and future financial condition. And speaking of volunteers, the town is always in search of more citizens willing to donate their time and talent to town affairs on boards and committees. You can read about the important roles that our boards and committees have in our annual reports and on the town's website. Volunteer cards are available, they're green, out on the tables in the cafeteria, and they're also on the town website and can be filled out electronically. We do depend heavily as a community on the work of our volunteers, and we always need more of them. If you haven't stopped at the cafeteria tables to collect materials for tonight's articles, you will want to do so. Some of the articles will be moved as printed in handouts, and many of the articles are further explained by information that's on the tables. You'll also find a green booklet entitled Town Meeting Traditions and Procedures, which is a procedural guide for town meeting here in Concord. If you do have questions on town meeting procedure, I invite you to consult with our able town meeting resource person, Michael Lawson. Mr. Lawson is seated in the front row, and I'm going to ask him to stand up and wave so you know where he is. Thank you, Mr. Lawson. We also have with us this evening from the office of Anderson and Krieger, our town council, Mina Macarius. Mr. Macarius, who is seated over here with the select board, will address the meeting if we have a legal question for him. I have appointed Mr. Abe Fisher of 400 Haywood Mill Road to be head teller, Mr. Jim Sommer of 15 Pine Street to be assistant head teller, and Mr. David Carr of 82 Lawsbrook Road to be ballot supervisor. Mr. Fisher will supervise a standing counted vote if we require one, and Mr. Carr will supervise the counting of ballots should the meeting vote to take a vote by paper ballot. Mr. Fisher, are the tellers ready to be sworn? We are. Thank you. Mr. Carr, are the ballot counters ready to be sworn? We are. Thank you. Tellers and ballot counters, would you all please stand and raise your right hand? Does each of you swear that you will faithfully and impartially perform your respective duties at this town meeting? Great. Thank you all so much for agreeing to take on this task for town meeting. All voters should have received a voting slip when they checked in. This is hard to lose, but it's still possible, so you might want to put your name on it because they won't give you another one. We have some visitors to town meeting tonight, and we welcome you. Each visitor should have registered in the cafeteria, and visitors should be seated in the bleachers closest to the cafeteria door, unless they've received permission to sit elsewhere. And we'll now turn our attention to the annual town meeting warrant. Presenters, your time for presentation will appear in the clock that you will see on the side of the screen. And when we open the floor for comments and questions, folks are invited to approach a microphone. Please do remember to state your name and address when your microphone is called. That's how we know you're a Concord voter. Please do remember that tonight we are a legislative body with a moderator presiding. Your questions and comments are made on behalf of the Assembly and should be addressed to the moderator, not to the speaker on the podium. Every speaker from the floor will have 2 minutes, and the clock on the screen will track your time too. One last word before we begin our work as Concord's legislature tonight. You'll see on the podium in front of me the Concord Town Seal. The seal bears our town motto, Quam firma res concordia. We don't have any middle school Latin scholars with us tonight to translate it, so I'll do it. It means how strong a thing is harmony. Voices in harmony are not all the same, but they've found a way to work together. As we deliberate on tonight's articles, let us make our own voices heard, recognize the value of voices other than our own, and find the voice of our community. And we'll now turn to Article 25. Now, I actually have no motion under Article 25, and I'm therefore going to declare that the meeting is taking no action on the article. Normally, we don't have any commentary on articles which are not being moved, but at the request of the Select Board, we will hear from Mr. Dane on the Select Board briefly on why this article is not being moved and a little bit about the background. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. The moderator has accorded the Concord 250 Committee the unusual courtesy of allowing me as its chair to speak to the meeting, even though there will be no motion under Article 25. This may be a well-deserved concession since we are the only group appearing before the meeting this year not asking for something. Our executive committee of 12 has been working for 2 years with over 60 volunteers to create an organization to deal with activities, guests, safety, and finance of the events taking place on April 19th, 2025, and the events leading up to that time, and to welcome, entertain, instruct our residents and guests from around the world, many of whom as 50 and 100 years ago will be present with us, whether or not we invite them. The committee is made up of present and former members of the Select Board, the Finance Committee, the Chair and former members of the Public Ceremonies and Celebrations Committee, town professional staff, scholars, historians, and leaders of civic, cultural, and artistic groups, and is working with police, fire, EMS, National Guard, National Park Service, and representatives of neighboring towns. We appreciate your support and enthusiasm for an event that is unique to the identity of our town and celebrates our place in the world. And finally, through working with the town manager and finance department, at least for the current year, we have been able to make use of funds that will neither impact free cash nor affect your tax bill, and thus require no appropriation from this meeting. Please take with you a copy of the handout bearing our logo on the table outside the hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dane. Before you leave, would you give us your address? We all know who you are, but for the clerk's record, thank you.
Thank you. Henry Dane, 58 Everett Street.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll next proceed to Article 26, which is the Community Preservation Committee appropriation recommendations. The motion on this article is that the town take affirmative action on Article 26 as printed in the warrant. And may I have a second for the motion, please? I see that I have one. Thank you. And I will note that both the Select Board and the Finance Committee recommend affirmative action on Article 26 and all of the items included within it.
Thank you, Madam Foreman. Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road. As you can see, I move that the town meeting take affirmative action on Article 26 as printed in the warrant. As you can see, the funds are essentially equitably distributed between each of the areas for which the CPC offers grants: community housing, historic preservation, recreation, and open space, for a total this year of $1,839,680. This year was unusual in two ways. And before I explain in what ways it was unusual, I want to say what a pleasure it is to work with this particular committee. It's full of very talented, thoughtful, and hardworking people, and a particular call out to Charles Phillips, who has been on this committee for many years and is stepping down at the end of this year. Charles, you've been wonderful, and thank you so much. This year was unusual in two ways. One, we received robust funds from the state, a rather unexpected bonus. This boost allowed us to meet fully all of the money requested by the applicants, so we didn't have to go back to people and ask them to pare down their applications, which was a joy. This year, therefore, I'm going to present, and next year, we do not anticipate that same robust funding will be forthcoming. So I think we will face a more severe year ahead. We present 10 thoroughly vetted and carefully considered projects for your approval. While each project anticipates its costs, when the funds are used, they are returned to the CPC. If they are not used, they are returned to the CPC for future use, as in, for instance, Article 27 that was passed by the consent calendar, so that if they sell it forth, they don't need all that money, then money comes back to us. The first item is Regional Housing Services Program. Summary of the project is to support the Town of Concord's membership in the Regional Housing Services Program, an intermunicipal program providing professional housing services to develop and monitor Concord's affordable housing programs, $33,000. The Assabet River Bluff Housing Project. For those of you who were in attendance last year at the town meeting, you'll know that this is an ongoing process. And this one is to support the development of 5 restricted affordable housing units on the recently acquired property off Old Marlborough Road. The project consists of creating 2 eligible housing units from the existing apartments and designing the development of 3 new units on the remaining land area, $500,000. The Bruce Freeman Rail Trail project. This will probably be the last of those applications now that that project is completed in Concord, to provide additional amenities to enrich and enhance the user experience on this non-motorized ADA accessible multi-use trail, such as safety improvements at Junction Park, interpretive contemplative improvements at the Concord Prison Cemetery site adjacent to the BFRT, and additional plantings and signage along the trail, $50,000. Open Space and Recreation Plan for consultation services to assist in the preparation of an update to the Concord Open Space and Recreation Plan. This is something that happens every 5 years. A state-approved OSRP, which is valid for 7 years, helps provide a roadmap for identifying community needs for open space and recreation, and makes the town eligible for several state and federal grants, $100,000. Warner's Pond Restoration Project to improve the ecological health and recreational opportunities at Warner's Pond. This is part of a 3-year application and was welcomed by the committee. After the Natural Resources Committee's public hearing in March of this year, which followed the public hearing when this was originally presented to the town, 2 points became clear to the committee. One is that regardless of which approach the NRC takes to the restoration of this very aging pond, the cost will be substantial. Therefore, the CPC's monies will be needed and well spent. However, before the previous 2 grants of around $750,000 were appropriated, they were appropriated for fully dredging the pond, so that these monies this year cannot be used if we vote to approve this. Those monies cannot be used to do some of the work in terms of planning, site development, anticipation of what would happen, were a dam to be removed, for instance. They wouldn't be able to do any of that work until the following year. So for this money to sit fallow would be silly, and the money they already have right now cannot be touched. They will have to come back the following year, at our next town meeting, to kind of redirect those funds in terms of their usage. In the meanwhile, further study, community outreach, and meticulous planning for the next steps will be supported by this grant. Otherwise, the NRC would be compelled to wait a full year, and it would be silly to have those funds sit fallow and unused. Cemetery stone wall restoration. If you spent any time in any of the town cemeteries, you can see in what conditions the walls are. This is to restore 35 deteriorating stone walls and structures in Concord's 3 historic cemeteries: the Old Hill Burying Ground, South Burying Ground, and Sleepy Hollow Cemetery, for $340,000. We anticipate and hope that this will be an ongoing set of applications as those stone walls are secured. The Civil War Soldiers Monument Conservation and Preservation Project, to preserve and conserve the Civil War Soldiers Monument and to replace the current tablet, adding the name of Private George W. Dugan, 54th Massachusetts Volunteers, for $165,000. This was the most exciting project that we received this year. From the Walcott School students, we received passionate pleas from these students to please get George W. Dugan's name on that monument. They were fantastic letters to read and deeply appreciated. Concord Historic Preservation Plan to hire a team of historic preservation consultants to create a Concord Historic Preservation Plan. This is very important, particularly with the 250 celebration forthcoming. $50,000. Preservation and conservation of historic town plans to provide for the conservation, treatment, and digitization of 2 plans of the Concord Waterworks and 7 sheets comprising the town plans of Concord. Spending time with the archivist in town to see these old maps and these old designs and to see in what fragile condition they are is to understand completely why this is so important. And I hope this will be an ongoing effort on the part of the town, $16,230. And the CPC staff and technical support, for which we are always grateful. Funding for staff support, legal, technical, and consulting services, supplies, and associated administrative requirements, including legal ads, copying, etc. Funding to purchase the CPA signage and other administrative expenses, $40,000. I move that the town take affirmative action on Article 26 as printed in the warrant. Wow, I did it in under, yay!
Excellent time management, Ms. Proctor. And
I've been practicing. Who knew it would pay off? Yes. Thank you.
We'll now hear from Mr. Johnson on behalf of the Select Board.
Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street, member of the Select Board and speaking for the board. Also, I'm speaking on behalf of Linda Escobedo, who is unable to be here tonight for health reasons, and we all hope for her speedy recovery. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 26 to appropriate $1,839,860 from the Community Preservation Fund for 9 project funding recommendations included in this article. These funds will support important projects in community housing, open space, recreation, and historic preservation as allowed by the Massachusetts Community Preservation Act, which will greatly benefit the character of the town and meet defined town goals. In addition, funds are also allocated for the administration of Concord's CPA program under this article, as usual. As in past years, projects being recommended for funding have been submitted by both the town and community nonprofit organizations for projects with demonstrable public benefit. The Community Preservation Committee has, over these many months, thoroughly vetted each of these recommended projects. They've sought legal advice and consultation from the statewide Community Preservation Coalition for the more complicated issues as arose when applications were reviewed. This committee's done extraordinary work in bringing Article 26 recommendations to annual town meeting for its ratification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments on Article 26, the Community Preservation Committee appropriation recommendations. Microphone number 3.
Chris Reynolds, 15 Captain Miles Lane, a member of the Finance Committee, but I'm speaking for myself.
Ms. Reynolds.
Yes. So just a couple of questions on the funding, if I could get answers on. I just want to understand what the total funding has been to date, total appropriation, I guess I would ask, both within the CPC and any other town funds.
For all projects?
No, pardon me, for the Warner's Pond.
Oh, okay, for the Warner's Pond. I have all that data right here, Chris, so I can give it to you. We have, in the past, given money, as have other town entities, and I will read those to you. In 2007, Warner's Pond Dam restoration received $250,000 for the public works, but not for the Natural Resources Commission. Warner's Pond Watershed Management Plan was okayed in 2011 for $43,175. Then there was a dredging feasibility study predominantly supported by CPC money in 2016 for $65,000. Then there was permitting in 2020 for $75,000. Then in 2021, and this is pertinent to the present, the present anticipated plans in terms of using the pond, $500,000 for dredging a boat launch construction for Part 1, and in FY 2022, $250,000 for dredging boat launch construction Part 2. And we anticipated, as I believe I said in my opening comments, we welcomed Part 3, which was, but then when they found out it was going to cost $7 million to do this, they backed off that cost.
Right. And is there money in the town budget for it as well? So
You would have to speak to Delia, who I believe is here, but she will be, Delia Kay is the chair, as you all know, our very competent, remarkable chair of the Natural Resources Commission. But Delia, do you want to answer that question?
Delia Kay, Natural Resources Director. And the town has appropriated $1.75 million in borrowing for the dredging component of the project. And as Diane was speaking to earlier, the reason that the money that has been allocated so far cannot be spent for additional studies is because it has been allocated solely for dredging, which was the path that we were moving towards until we got the bids last summer, last fall, which were prohibitively expensive.
And in many ways, just because it's important to note, were there to be massive dredging, that's temporary money, because guess what? It's going to eutrophy again. It's going to fill up, and we have to go right back to the same process all over again.
Mm-hmm. And when do we anticipate a decision being made on the path that we'll take?
My understanding is that in September we will receive, and a memorandum of understanding will be forthcoming at that point from the CPC.
Okay, so who will make the decision on whether we dredge or not dredge?
That's up to the Natural Resources Commission.
So let me just clarify that we, as part of this process, we have been having an alternatives analysis report prepared, which will be available this week. We'll be holding a second community meeting in May, on May 23rd, and we will bring forth a request to pursue the preferred alternative, which will be identified in the report as dam removal. That will be brought forward to town meeting 2024, or if there's a special town meeting prior to that, for approval by the town. It will also allow us, this money will allow us to conduct additional studies to understand the pros and cons of dam removal, as well as address many of the, we received in the survey that was distributed to every resident in town, over 200 responses. And there were a lot of really good questions that came out of that survey. We would like the opportunity to be able to answer those questions with this additional funding.
Great. And if the funds are not spent, what happens?
As with every other fund of this kind, the money would be returned to the CPC. Let me give you an example of just this year, for instance. We have, when I said to my husband we'd recovered the funds, he said, well, where were they? He said, well, I'm really not quite sure, but they were someplace. We recovered, and I know I have that document right here in front of me.
Ms. Proctor, I think
We
we're okay. I
recovered
don't think we need the example. We know
okay.
that we've recovered some funds on the Junction Village project.
$250,000 on just recently on the consent calendar.
Okay. Thank you very much. Were you waiting? You were waiting there, yes? Yes. Microphone number 1.
Thank you. Laura Levan, 58 Nimrod Drive.
Ms. Levan?
Just a question. You mentioned a couple of times of leaving funds fallow. Where are you? Wherever she is. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Levan, I will ask you, you should direct your questions to the chair.
Sorry.
Rather than engaging in a dialogue with Ms. Proctor.
Okay,
go ahead.
So she mentioned that it was bad to leave funds fallow and unused, but it sounds like it could be taken at a later date. I didn't highlight exactly the ones, but there were a couple that you mentioned that, and I wondered if you could just explain what you meant by that.
Proceed.
Thank you. By funds fallow, and that's a very good question, and thank you. If, in fact, we were not to award, and we would speak of the Warner's Pond for a minute, not to award this money, that money would just be sitting unused. It would return to the CPC, and then the Natural Resources Committee could not go forward. So there would be the funds sitting there. Natural Resources Committee couldn't go forward with all of its studies and plans, so that would just be sitting there. So they'd have to come back this coming year, reapply for that funding, then get everything started all over again. So this is to provide them with the resources they need to be able to move forward on their considerations.
Thank you for that explanation. Microphone number 3. And if you have a follow-up question, feel free to come back. Microphone number 3.
Hi, I'm David Carr, 82 Lawsbrook Road. I'll try to be brief. I think my question has been answered already, but I just want to make sure I understand. So if we vote, if we pass this motion as moved tonight, they will be able to study the effects of removing the dam, but they will not be able to remove the dam without an additional town meeting vote. Is that correct?
That is exactly correct.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
That is $1 million undertaking, Mr. Carr.
Microphone number 1.
Court Booth, 144 Wright Road.
Mr. Booth.
Member of the school committee speaking for myself. Just want to double check item D. I believe we referenced that we were following the warrant, but I see on the slide, I think it read $100,000. And this reads something to the neighborhood of $95,000.
Yes, the warrant says...
I don't want to get caught.
No, Court,
later.
that's a really good question. I'm sorry that I didn't see that. I believe it is $100,000.
Actually, in the warrant, item D is printed as $95,450.
So that's probably the reason somebody rounded it up to $100,000, and I didn't catch that. I apologize.
So I just want to make sure we don't get hung up later on this
On that,
small item.
it is that kind of thing that can create a kerfuffle. Thank you for noticing that.
Question we need to? Just let me have a sidebar with town council here. All right, thanks, Mr. Booth, thank you so much for that clarification. And in fact, the amount that will be, that is recommended by the Community Preservation Committee for item D is $95,450. And if town meeting votes in favor of this article, that is the amount of money that will go for item D. So the motion is as the items were printed in the warrant is correct, the warrant controls, and we will ignore the error in the slide presentation. So thank you for pointing that out. Do we have any more questions or comments? All right, looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of Article 26, the Community Preservation Committee appropriation recommendations, thank you very much. All those opposed, please raise your voting slips. Okay, that is nearly unanimous, and I declare that the motion passes by a near unanimous vote. We have dealt with Articles 27, 28, and 29 as part of the consent calendar, and we will now take up Article 30. And we'll hear from Mr. Nardi, and it's the Natural Resources Commission, right? Yes. The motion you see is on the screen, and I will note this is regarding an easement of a grant of easement of town land to the owners of 162 Plainfield Road, and we do need a 2/3 vote for this article because it is a disposition of town-owned property. Mr. Nardi.
Thank you.
Oh, and pardon me, can I have a second for the motion? Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ed Nardi, 29 Academy Lane, Chair of the Natural Resources Commission. I'm here to give you a brief background in regard to this proposal to convey land at 162 Plainfield Road. Let me see if I can advance the slide. Maybe I could get some assist here. So the slide before you, so the background. In December 2019, the White Pond Associates gifted 4 parcels of land to the town of Concord, consisting of the White Pond Beach and adjacent agricultural parcels. The 4 parcels are shown in pink and green west of Plainfield Road. Oh.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, yes, thank you. Pink are town parcels under the custody of the Recreation Department. The Willard School east of Plainfield Road is under the school department jurisdiction. Green parcels are under the custody of the Natural Resources Commission, and the hatching indicates a conservation restriction held by the Concord Conservation Land Trust. All these fields have been farmed for generations. The owners at 162 Plainfield Road, immediately to the left of Lot 14Y, have lived on the property since 1988. A portion of their driveway, fence, and landscaping falls on the land conveyed from the White Pond Associates to the town. The purpose of this article is to convey the fee interest of these 258 square feet to the landowner. The town doesn't typically convey land. In this unusual situation, the landowner has made a claim of adverse possession against the former landowner. They have successfully demonstrated that this encroachment occurred for 20 years prior to the town's ownership, and the NRC and Select Board are seeking town meeting approval for this conveyance. The encroached land has no conservation value, and the farmland has not been affected. This vote does not set a precedent because of the unique nature in which adverse possession was likely established prior to the town's acquisition of the parcel, and the fact that this particular portion of the property was not in use for open conservation use when acquired by the town. Lot B, shown in blue, is the 258 square feet to be conveyed to the landowner at 162 Plainfield Road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And even with technical difficulties, you stayed within your time. Good job. The Select Board recommends affirmative action on this article, and we will now open the floor to questions and comments. I don't see any questions and comments. I think that means we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of Article 30, the grant of the fee interest? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Okay, we've got one objector, but so that's well more than 2/3, and I do so declare. Okay, we'll now proceed to Article 31. This is the BD Swim and Fitness Center Enterprise Fund expenditures. You see the motion on the screen. Ms. Griffiths moves to appropriate $2,485,700 from Enterprise Fund receipts and transfer $188,847 from the certified retained earnings as of January 30, 2022 for total appropriation of $2,654,547. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. Ms. McKean.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Anna McEwen. I'm the Director of Recreation. I'm here to present on Article 31. Sorry, do I do the next one?
Yeah, it should be the right-hand button there.
Okay, great. So the BD Center opened on April 18th, 2006. It was constructed for approximately $11 million, which was made possible by generous contributions and $6 million from the Alfred Sawyer Trust, $1.8 million from the BD family, as well as many generous contributions from the Concord community. The Recreation Department runs the BD Center as an enterprise fund in accordance with Article 30 of the 2005 Annual Town Meeting. We work hard to balance the recreational needs of the community with our obligation to run a financially self-supporting program without any taxpayer support. All of the BD Center's expenses are paid for by membership and program fees. BD celebrated its 17th anniversary this past April. A staple in the community, the BD Center has remained consistent in its goal to serve as Concord's swim and fitness facility. The BD Center is a facility for all community members. Our pools and fitness rooms are accessible to people of all abilities. We offer financial assistance to those that cannot afford to pay for programs. We have gender-neutral changing spaces for those that prefer them, and our team is getting trained on mental health first aid, DEIBA initiatives, and more. Last year alone, we taught nearly 2,000 swim lessons for adults and youth and employed over 150 part-time employees, many of whom are Concord residents. We welcome well over 500 people into our building every day, and we are open for nearly 100 hours a week year-round. We collaborate with the fire department for swim testing, the library for youth programming, the high school for lifeguard training classes, and we proudly host the annual Nick Ressler Blood Drive. BD is truly Concord's swim and fitness facility. We're excited to say that the unofficial end to FY22 looks like the BD Center will end about $300,000 in the black on a year that was predicted to lose nearly $500,000. There are many, many factors that played a part in FY22's successes, including unprecedented increases in membership, huge demand for swim lessons, and a steady return of fitness and personal training programs. While revenue growth was outstanding, the areas where we saved money were not necessarily welcomed. Amongst various factors, the BD Center, like many other industries, was not exempt from the employee crisis. We've struggled to find sufficient quantities of staff at our natatorium as well as at our front desk, and as a result, our payroll expectations were not fulfilled, amongst various other reasons. But using the momentum from FY22, our team has set the following goals for FY24. We plan to challenge ourselves to be innovative and expansive in our programming and special events. We are going to better manage capital demands with the employment of a recreation facilities coordinator, and we plan to pursue cost-saving, sustainable initiatives when possible. In FY24, we're projecting an operating loss of $35,000 with capital outlay expenses of about $153,000. Operating revenues are projected to be $2.4 million, which is $187,000 more than the unaudited FY22 numbers. Operating expenses are projected to be $2.5 million, which is $585,000 more than unaudited FY22 numbers. This net projection is inclusive of a very robust staffing plan, necessary facility repairs, program growth, and an aggressive capital plan. Operating revenues. So we're looking at about an 8% increase in FY24 operating revenues as compared to FY22. We continue to see the majority of our revenue collected through our monthly recurring memberships, followed by in-house swim programs, miscellaneous revenues, which include our 10 punch passes, guest passes, and summer memberships. And these categories have been on the leaderboard year after year. What was most encouraging for us to see in FY22 and in 23 was the growth in memberships. You can see here that our highest membership category continues to be the single adult, which is inching back towards pre-pandemic quantities. That membership is followed by family memberships and then couples and students. You can also see that for the first time since 2017, we've exceeded more than 300 family memberships. We've worked hard to engage families in our programming, and we're incredibly excited to see this membership group increasing. We've also been looking deeper into who makes up our membership. This slide shows you the breakdown of ages of BD Center memberships at the end of FY22. Acknowledging that nearly 60% of our members are under the age of 50, and within that, 29% are under the age of 20, is important information. Over the next few years, the Recreation Department, along with the Recreation Commission, will be making calculated decisions based on this information to further stabilize the BD Center for years to come. In terms of expenses for FY24, we're looking at about a 27% increase over our FY22 final numbers. Our largest expense continues to be within personnel services, which includes a robust staffing plan for our front desk and natatorium, including more swim instructors, more lifeguards, more front desk staff, and more coaches. The second largest expense area continues to be purchase services. This includes a $180,000 a year contract for our cleaning services, as well as a recommended 20% increase in our electric bill and a 100% increase in our natural gas bill. This slide looks briefly at the BD Center's fund balance as compared to the recommended 6-month target reserve. You can see here that at this point in time, the BD Center's fund balance is healthy and is showing improvement. The department has worked incredibly hard to be creative, flexible, and innovative, and we will continue to use that momentum as we move forward into FY24.
Thank you very much, Ms. McEwen. The Select Board and the Finance Committee both recommend affirmative action on Article 31, and we will now open the floor to questions and comments. I don't see any questions and comments. I think we're ready to proceed to a vote. All those in favor of Article 31, thank you very much. All those opposed? Thank you. That is a unanimous vote, and I do so declare. Unanimous vote in favor, that is. We have addressed Article 32 on the consent calendar, and we will now proceed to Article 33. You see the motion? Actually, I don't see the motion. Well, the motion is that Mr. Bosdet, yes, thank you, moves the town meeting take affirmative action on Article 33 as printed in the warrant. This is a 2/3 vote because it is a zoning bylaw amendment. Could we have a second for the motion, please? Thank you very much. Mr. Bosdet.
Thank you, Madam Moderator.
And your address, please.
Yes. Hello, I'm Nathan Bosdet of 151 Hubbard Street and current chair of the Planning Board, speaking on the board's behalf to present Article 33. And I move that the town meeting take affirmative action on Article 33 as printed in the warrant. Now, with that out of the way, let's address the elephant in the room. This proposal is intended to facilitate the growth of the type of fast food we've come to know and love, some of them pictured here. Not the kind that you might be thinking of. As we walk through the proposal, please keep that in mind, and we'll come back to these Concord favorites in a little later. In simplest terms, here's what's proposed. We'd like to remove the prohibition to fast food restaurants found in Section 4.7.1, adding fast food as a defined restaurant type under Section 4.5.4, revise parking requirements for smaller fast food restaurants found in Table 4, and add the term drive-through as a prohibited use under Section 4.7.1. I won't spend time reading through here, but essentially we're removing the fast food prohibition and fast food definition while inserting drive-through as an additional prohibition to better encapsulate what was originally intended with drive-in. This also helps to mitigate the growth of more traditional franchise-style fast food establishments, as having a drive-through is typically a key function or a key component for those. In addition, this amendment would be adding a revised definition of fast food into section 4.5.4 as a third category of restaurant. This amendment would also add language to Table 4, minimum parking, to define parking requirements for fast food restaurants that may have no seats at all, so that parking can also be determined by the square footage of the restaurant and not just the number of seats. The existing prohibition was adopted in 1981, and it was explained, as it was explained then, it was in part to avoid generating significantly more traffic and other types of commercial uses, creating congestion and safety hazards, being connected with franchisors who promote standardized, highly recognizable building and signage, generating noise, smells, and litter, and often attracting loiterers. Essentially, it was an attempt to avoid the type of fast food that you may have originally been thinking of. You know, this brand of fast food. Well, maybe not literally this brand, but bonus points to anybody in the crowd who recognizes this one. I think they're limited to Queens. But since 1981, we've learned that some of those assumptions were wrong and have implemented various bylaws to mitigate the growth of what's more commonly thought of when it comes to fast food establishments. We've established the Formula Business Bylaw. There are a number of there are a number of American Planning Association studies that have found that fast food restaurant does not generate more or less traffic than a sit-down restaurant, with the exception being those that have a drive-in or drive-through function, but we're adding that as a specific prohibition under this amendment. In addition, we adopted the town's polystyrene prohibition in 2016 to limit the amount and types of waste that can be found at a fast food establishment. We introduced the lighting bylaw as part of site plan review, which requires dark sky fixtures and a prohibition of light spillover. And there has been no evidence that the existing fast food restaurants in Concord attract loiterers or create more noise or smells than any other equivalently sized restaurant. Part of the barrier to entry for a restaurant in Concord isn't just the 12 seats to avoid the fast food prohibition. It's that once they do have 12 seats, it then triggers several other requirements, such as unisex handicap bathroom needing to be built, a sewer improvement fee that would be approximately $40,000, the minimum parking requirement, which we've addressed earlier, and additional requirements under state food and plumbing codes. Any one of those could be an insurmountable hurdle for someone attempting to open a small eatery in Concord. So why change the bylaw? We want to help smaller restaurants to be able to succeed, and removing roadblocks is one step in the right direction. Amending these aspects of the bylaw will allow for small restaurants similar to those Concord favorites, which we enjoy today. It would allow for them to open without additional financial burden that comes from opening a restaurant with more than 12 seats or less than 50% of the business coming from dine-in patrons. The reality in Concord is and can be different, which brings us back to these Concord favorites. This proposal is not about the typical formula business type fast food chain you may have been thinking about at the beginning. There are already bylaws in place to limit their access, and they have the resources to overcome the financial limitations I mentioned earlier. This proposal is about adding to the vitality of our town by making it easier for the next generation of Concord favorites to open. And again, I move that the town meeting take affirmative action on Article 33 as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Bostic. The Select Board recommends affirmative action on this article, and we will hear from the Economic Vitality Committee.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Shinneman. I'm the chair of the Economic Vitality Committee, and I live at 712 Monument Street.
Thank you. Proceed.
The Economic Vitality Committee voted unanimously to support this very exciting Article number 33 to allow the introduction of newly defined fast food restaurants in Concord. Effectively, these smaller footprint food establishments would provide a valuable service to the town, creating a wider variety of food options, a great service for residents, visitors, and workers on the go who don't have the time to sit and dine more leisurely, and would also, importantly to consider, provide an additional source of tax revenues to the town, helping relieve the property tax burden on residents. I was, very cognizant of the Finance Committee's comments at the beginning of town meeting that we have a gap in funding between all the great programs we want to do and what we can support strictly with our property taxes. It is interesting to note that in the quarter from December through February of this year, meals taxes to the town generated approximately $120,000 for our town coffers. If we can expand our base of food establishments, we expand an opportunity to help fund some of our other programs as well, not to mention what an incredible opportunity to have a more diverse range of food options for ourselves and for the many visitors who will be coming to see us, especially as we lead up to the Concord 250. So on behalf of the Economic Vitality Committee, I would strongly urge the passage of warrant article number 33. I thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. And Mr. Bosdet, you're welcome to use that chair there. We can hang out until we need you. Microphone number 1.
Hi, Wilson Kerr, 20 Damon Street.
Mr. Kerr.
This sounds like a fantastic proposal, and it sounds like it's widely supported. And maybe I missed this. I know you mentioned that there were bylaws already in place that would prohibit, say, an Arby's from meeting all the rest of the requirements and eliminating its drive-through. Many large chains, such as what you say would be not covered under this opening up of the addition of these restaurants, are going to sort of boutique styles. They're changing their look and their feel. I don't know if it was covered, and maybe I missed it, but could you explain the current bylaws that would prohibit that scenario from occurring?
Mr. Bosdet?
So currently, an Arby's, for example, would not be able to open in Concord Center or in West Concord Center as a result of the formula business bylaw. If you were to have a boutique Arby's, it's a weird thing to think of, for example, try to open outside of the areas covered by the formula business bylaw, I mean, fundamentally, they already could do that because they could meet all the other requirements, and they could have 12 seats, 13 seats, or something like that, and open up outside of that area. That's not something that they couldn't do currently. So we're focused more on what happens for the smaller footprint restaurants that currently fall under fast food. A good example would be the former Country Kitchen would be a fast food location as an example.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of Article 33, the zoning bylaw amendment, thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, that carries by well more than 2/3, and I do so declare. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to Article 34. We'll have that presentation up in a second. There it is. Okay, so we have the motion. Ms. Miller moves that the town meeting take affirmative action on Article 34 as printed in the Planning Board's report to town meeting dated April 25, 2023. And that was out on the tables in the cafeteria. So the full text of the motion will be in there. Can we have a second for the motion, please? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and good evening to everyone. I'm Linda Miller
from 300 Main Street, and I'm representing the Planning Board. Please do note that there are 2 changes shown in the report and that are shown in italics in this presentation that differ from what is printed in the original town warrant. This article will allow food trucks to be licensed by the town's health department or division and the police department. License fees will offset costs. Food trucks will be temporary and limited in number and location, except if special permits are granted by the town manager or select board or their designee, such as for town events. Now let's go through the proposed bylaws section by section. There we go. Part 1 adds a section to our zoning bylaw that would define mobile food establishment. Part 2A establishes that food trucks are temporary rather than permanent and are restricted to private property except when approved by the town manager on municipal property or by the select board or their designee on public roadways. Part 2B recognizes that the health division and the police department are responsible for regulating and enforcing food truck practices. All other permits or licenses needed by the trucks will still apply. For example, the polystyrene and the lighting bylaws. The next 2 sections, C and D, refer to limitations on food trucks. First, food trucks can operate at the same location for a maximum of 52 days per calendar year. This would allow for a food truck at a farm stand or a CSA during the summer, or perhaps once a week at a school or office building. It's a limited duration intended to be economically attractive to food entrepreneurs who will invest in trucks and pay license fees to the town. This next section limits the number of food trucks on a property at any one time to 2. Relief from this requirement can be granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals by special permit for a private property if they find it is without substantial detriment to the neighborhood or risk to public safety. A special permit application to the board requires notification of abutters and a public hearing. The select board or their designee could approve more than 2 trucks on municipal property. Currently, Concord's established restaurants cannot receive a license from the Town Health Division if they would like to operate a food truck based from their location here to serve either destinations in or outside of Concord. This portion of the amendment provides them with the ability to park their food trucks on their restaurant's property. Finally, you may have noticed that in Concord, your children or grandchildren do not have the opportunity to participate in a cherished summer tradition, the ice cream truck. When you and your kids hear the ice cream truck jingle coming down the road, Article 34 will allow you to enjoy those creamsicles and ice cream bars this summer. The 3rd section of the article does amend the restaurant definition in the bylaw to include the accessory use of mobile food establishments. To recap, Article 34 will allow food trucks in Concord a maximum of 52 days per year. Any food trucks on municipal property or town roads must be authorized by the town manager or select board or their designee, respectively. They will be limited to 2 on any one property unless approved by the Board of Appeals. They will be licensed by public health and police and follow all necessary permits. This will allow restaurants' accessory use of a food truck which may be parked on the restaurant's property and will allow ice cream trucks on public roads. So why change the bylaw? It will provide more variety and choice of food options to Concord citizens and our visitors, support our restaurants who could profit from additional food service options and house their food trucks in Concord, support entrepreneurial food service businesses that might want to locate in Concord, add food service capacity in Concord during peak tourist events, and create a permitting process for food trucks that will protect the public health and safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. The Select Board recommends affirmative action on this article. I should note that this motion does require a 2/3 vote because it also is a zoning bylaw change. And we'll hear again from the Economic Vitality Committee.
Hello again. I'm Jennifer Shinneman, Chair of the Economic Vitality Committee, and I live at 712 Monument Street. The Economic Vitality Committee has voted unanimously and enthusiastically to support warrant article number 34. Food trucks are a wonderful addition to our community, providing several advantages. They're a great way to support Concord area restaurants by giving them an easy opportunity to expand their business. Some of you may have remembered during COVID, 80 Thoreau opened their little pop-up Cussers window with those delicious lobster rolls and roast beef subs, and rumor has it he's even promised to bring back the burger if he can open up his food truck. And remember, once again, if we can help Concord businesses expand, Concord restaurants expand their business, we're adding to that meals tax in our coffers. And at last, of course, Concord kids can enjoy the beloved summer ice cream truck. Imagine future festivals and fairs greatly enhanced with food trucks to provide beverages to attendees, and even tired, hungry, and thirsty town meeting attendees might be able to benefit. Restaurants can use food trucks to test the waters to see if there's appetite here in Concord for their particular cuisine before committing to a brick and mortar establishment here in town. Food trucks are a wonderful way to enhance the economic vitality of the economic vitality of Concord, and we urge citizens to vote in favor of warrant number 34. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll open the floor to questions and comments.
Madam Moderator.
Microphone number 2.
I'm Sandy Smith, 25 Academy Lane.
Mr. Smith.
I'd like to offer an amendment to Article 34.
Right.
I believe you have a copy of it
I think
already.
we do. All right. Would you like to read your amendment?
Sure. My amendment would add a new section to section 5.4.6. It would be subsection G, stating that, quote, notwithstanding section 5.4.6, mobile food establishments shall not be permitted within the historic districts of the town.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. And you're welcome to come up here if you would like to say a few words about your amendment, and town council has something to say. Okay, so we're going to add the word "this" before this section 5.46 at the suggestion of town council. Is that accepted as a edit to your amendment? All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Smith, you may have, Mr. Smith, you may have 4 minutes.
I don't think I'll need it, but
I don't think so either, but go
thank
right
you.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Ever since the state legislature passed the Concord Historic Districts Act in May 1960, and the act was subsequently adopted by town meeting, Concord has imposed special conditions within its historic districts to preserve the visual character which makes Concord the special place that it is today. The Historic Districts Commission issues certificates of appropriateness for proposals which seek to change or construct new permanent physical structures within the historic districts by evaluating their visibility from public ways, their size, color, signage, among other things. Article 34 makes no effort to distinguish between the historic districts and other parts of town. It paints the town with a broad brush. Food trucks would be permitted to operate at the Old Manse or on the public ways adjacent to Haywood Meadow, for example, just as frequently as they could at Emerson and Rideout Fields or at any of our municipal parking lots or other parts of town. I understand that food trucks are mobile and are not permanent structures. but 52 days a year could be every Saturday for 12 months, or every 2-day weekend for 6 months from April through September, our busiest tourist season. That's pretty regular, if not permanent. My amendment would permit the use of food trucks outside of our historic districts immediately, but it would also invite the planning board to engage the town, perhaps even in collaboration with the HDC, in an explicit conversation about the appropriateness of food trucks in our historic districts. Should they be prohibited altogether? Should they be limited to certain locations within the historic districts? Should they be permitted, but for fewer days each year? I think the conversation that we need to have is too nuanced to have on the floor of town meeting tonight, but I think that by the 2024 annual town meeting, we could have had that community conversation and be ready to consider the food truck issue in our historic districts at that meeting. I encourage you to take the extra time and get it right. I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And would the planning board like a moment to reply? Yes, you may have 4 minutes. We'll hear from Ms. Miller.
The planning board has discussed this and does not support the amendment. We feel that many important town events that might make use of food trucks would be eliminated from that option, and that would include the tree lighting events, the 4th of July, and certainly any options in terms of the 250 that might be held in a historic area. We could not have that as well. Individuals who live in historic districts in terms of their private property could not have a food truck there for a graduation celebration as well. Yeah, the library couldn't have an ice cream truck outside one day, and so I think we feel that this would eliminate many opportunities. Certainly all food trucks, as we mentioned earlier, are not permanent structures. They wouldn't be located in any location on a permanent basis. And in addition, any food trucks on municipal land or on a streetscape would either have to have approval of the town manager or of the select board from the get-go. And I assume that those bodies would be responsible in terms of putting as a priority our historic districts. So I don't believe that this conflicts in any way with the ability and respect that the planning board or our town would have for the historic districts and their overall addition to the character of our town.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. We'll hear from the select board now.
By a vote of 4-1, the select board recommends no action on this amendment. We feel that, first of all, there are safeguards in place for getting permits for use in the public way. We also realize that quite a bit of our commercial district, virtually all of it in Concord Center, is in the historic district, which would hamper the program. And then finally, if we're to test out this process, this is the year to do it. And we can always rescind this if we find that it is abused. So we recommend not to approve this amendment.
Thank you very much. Now, I want to remind everybody that our discussion now is only about the amendment. It's not about the article itself. And even though the article itself, the motion under the article, requires a 2/3 vote to pass the zoning bylaw, the amendment only requires a majority vote. So if you have a comment directed to the amendment, stay at a microphone. Otherwise, come back when we're done with the amendment and speak to the main motion under the article. And we'll start here with microphone number 3.
My name is Luis Perspedia, 410 Lexington Road. I serve as a chair of the Historic Districts Commission, but I'm speaking now for myself. I urge that the town adopt the amendment proposed by Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road, member of the Finance Committee, but speaking for myself.
Mr. Patel.
I just had a question because I think both Ms. Miller and Mr. Johnson referenced the fact that there are criteria in place. And I guess my question is for legal counsel, if that's appropriate, but to what extent can the select board or their designee or the town manager sort of deny permits for historical district areas versus others without kind of rules being in place? Because I heard that maybe you don't need this amendment because there's going to be permitting rules, but I don't see anything in the underlying motion that says here are the reasons to grant or deny the permit. So I'd like some clarification around that.
Thank you for the question. We'll have town council address that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. With respect to town property or town roads, it would be within the town's proprietary authority to deny it for any reason, so it would be within their discretion to do that. That's just a use of town property. On private properties, the denial would have to be based on failing to meet the other criteria that are enumerated in here. For instance, not having the required permits, if there's too many within the same year, et cetera.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to microphone number 1. That's you.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt.
I understand we want to protect our historic areas, but eating has been very historic, and picnics also. And I think we should trust the select board and the other people to use their good judgment to deny any issues, like you said, that might be a problem. I urge you not to support this.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Gwendolyn Humphreys, 400 Hayward Mill Road.
Ms. Humphreys.
I want to ask how redundant this amendment is in addition to town roads and private property. Are trucks already, would they be allowed to be in the vicinity of the national park? I know there's limits on what sales can happen around the park anyway. So can they stop there at all, I guess?
Who's able to answer that question? You know the rules about the national park? I'm impressed.
Madam Moderator, please don't be too impressed. I don't know whether the short answer is to the extent the National Park Service bans food trucks, just like the Select Board, and just like any other private property owner, they would have the right to say no on their own property. So to the extent that they do ban it, they can continue to. I don't actually know. They do.
Thank you very much. I could single out our former director of the National Historic Park, but I'm going to leave her alone. Microphone number 2.
Madam Moderator, George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Mr. Corrett.
I think I might be in favor of this if owners of historic property were not allowed to use electric lights outside. You know, last time I was at the Old Manse, I think there was 100 people parked their modern automobiles there. So, and that's actually one of the exact places that I thought of, you know, a barbecue truck, you know, from Red Bones would be great. So anyway, I don't think this is a good amendment, and I trust that if something bizarre happens in the next year or so, we'll be able to take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker at microphone number 2.
Rasha Patel, 397 Sudbury Road. Just to follow up, and again, it's not that I don't trust their judgment, but I worry whether we should be concerned without some specific criteria. If a truck owner wants to go to a historical area and the select board or the town manager keep denying them permits, but permits are granted elsewhere, whether the town would be forced to grant the permit. That's my concern.
I would note that the Select Board voted 4-1 in favor of no action on the amendment, but Council?
Just to clarify, when I was speaking earlier, it's only with respect to town-owned property that the Select Board would have the authority to grant or deny in their discretion. So it's really a matter of ownership rights. Within other non-town-owned properties, that would be up to the private property owner, again, as long as those requirements are met. If the town were to deny permits, if someone asks, for instance, to use it on a town street and they were denied, there really wouldn't be a legal obligation to allow it unless the basis for denying it is otherwise discriminatory or so on, but that is not what I would expect.
But the consistent denial in historical areas, you think would be okay?
It would be, because it would serve the rational purpose of protecting a particular area, yes.
Thank you very much. Microphone number, actually, we'll go microphone number 3.
Colleen Humphreys, 400 Haywood Mill Road.
Ms. Humphreys.
The Patriots' Day Parade, the town center is blocked off for a block party for an hour and a half. And the lines at the restaurants are very long. And having a food truck in the parking lot back off the road would be absolutely fantastic. And we'd get all those taxes. They could even have another one on the road up on the bridge, because they won't let you do it in the parking lot on the bridge. But it would be great. And as soon as I heard that this was an option, I got excited, because we need a food truck there, actually 2 or 3, and it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Hugh McCrory, 59 Lee Drive.
Mr. McCurry?
Yeah, so to speak about the amendment, I think what it was key here is he mentioned the word conversation. So while I have great respect for the Select Board and the Planning Board, that is something which we consider. I would have concern about something which Matt Johnson said about we could rescind the order next year if it didn't work out. If I'm a business owner and I'm trying to invest in a mobile food truck in Concord, I wouldn't like to be hearing that at town meeting. Personally, I would suggest we consider the approach that the amendment proposer is taking, which is let's try it, let's get the conversation right, and then expand it if everything's going well. So I'm rising to support the amendment. I think it's a good idea.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Jennifer Shinneman, 712 Monument. I'm speaking in my personal capacity.
Ms. Shinneman?
I have 2 real concerns with this amendment. First of all, there have been several rounds of conversation in town. There's been several public forums where people had the opportunity to bring their concerns forward as the warrant was being developed. But very importantly, if we were to eliminate this, the overall warrant to be applied in the historic districts, we eliminate the opportunity for most of our restaurants to participate in any capacity, the way I'm understanding the amendment being written, because they themselves would not be allowed to have a food truck that could participate anywhere in town. That is hugely unfair, and I'm very much against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
I'll keep it quick. I'm rising to...
we need your name and address.
Laura Davis, 330 Garfield Road.
Thank you.
And I'm rising to speak in opposition to this amendment. And just because we've been talking about hypotheticals a lot, I'll give you a real-world example. I worked with the Green Team here at the high school last year to organize an Earth Day event at the library. It was a very successful event. I hope some of you came. But we wanted to have a food truck parked next to the library lawn to serve coffee so people might come and learn about sustainability. And I had to tell those high school students who really, really wanted to get a food truck and had specific ones picked out that we weren't allowed to do it. And so if we were to pass this amendment, they still wouldn't have been allowed to do it. And I think, it shows how much of it's a good thing. We should have food trucks. It's a good thing.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Madam Moderator, Amrit Kumar, member of the Finance Committee, speaking for myself.
Thank you.
449 Old Marlborough Road.
Thank you.
I just want a clarification on the amendment.
Yes.
The article as presented says, Section 2A, a mobile food establishment may conduct business on private property, on municipal property when previously authorized, or on public roadways when previously authorized. In other words, there's no requirement for authorization on private property. According to the amendment, is there no ability for a person to have a food truck on private property in the historical commission or the historical district?
We'll try and get, Ms. Miller, can you answer that question for us?
Well,
You can pull that microphone down, Linda.
the approval for a food truck on private property is because the owner of the private property has invited the food truck to their private residence for that to be served. So in fact, I mean, if it's like taking a right away from the owner of private property in the historic district. They cannot, under the amendment, they could not, it would sound to me, they could not have a food truck, again, come to their home to service a party that they would have for a graduation or a wedding or whatever.
Ms. Miller, I think town council may be able to elucidate a little further for us. Yeah.
Ms. Miller got it exactly right, that what the amendment would do would mean within the historic district, whether it's on town property or private property, this use would not be allowed. In all other districts, it would be subject to the rules that are in the warrant.
Madam Moderator, follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
So the amendment would say that you could not have a food truck on private property, and if it were in the historical district, and if it were on municipal property or public roadways, then either the town manager or the select board would have to approve it.
Go ahead.
No, Madam Moderator, actually, the town manager and the select board would not be allowed to approve it even on town property. As long as it's in the historic district, it would just be banned.
I understand. I'm only asking about personal property.
But both private property, it would be banned on both private property and town property.
Thank you very much. We'll go to microphone number 3.
Chris Ciccone, 15 Captain Miles Lane. First, I'm wondering if we have taken stock of our current brick and mortar establishments in terms of this, if they've been canvassed and how they feel about it in the aggregate. I don't know if that's been done. My second point is really more of an observation. I was recently in Washington, D.C., and I was struck by the ubiquity and concentration of food trucks all through the center of Washington, and the obvious service that they provide for hundreds and thousands of visitors to the museums and the other federal buildings. I could understand how this would be desirable for Concord. But lastly, and this is more towards a question to town council, do we have a preemption problem on federal lands within the town?
You know.
And I wouldn't expect you to know it right off the top of your head without
Could you repeat the question?
Yeah, do we have a preemption problem on federal land within the town in relation to food trucks specifically?
Thank you. It's a good question. We actually very likely would. To the extent the National Park Service does allow food trucks on their land, it would be difficult to regulate that out. I think like any other regulation, there's a very, as you may know, there's a test for whether it's preempted or not, but since this is a direct regulation of use of federal land, it probably would be preempted. I would note that, Madam Moderator, there is a permit process to get a food truck on national park land. I'm not sure if it applies to Minuteman.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
I would like to call, Lois Wassoff, 258 Sudbury Road. I'd like to call the question for the vote on the amendment.
Okay. This is a non-debatable motion. It requires a 2/3 vote, and I know that there were at least one more person who wanted to speak, but we've been doing this for a while. So all those in favor of proceeding to a vote on the amendment? Thank you. All those opposed? All right, it looks like that passes with flying colors. We will now proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to eliminate, to not allow food trucks on private or public property in the historic district, please raise your paper ballots. All those opposed? Well, the amendment fails, and I do so declare. We will now return to the main motion. And I do want to let everyone know that the Celtics are up against the 76ers, 66-63. Okay, anybody wish to make a comment or ask a question on the main motion? Microphone number 1.
Pamela Dritt, 13 Concord Green.
Ms. Dritt.
I'm looking forward to the ice cream trucks, but does this mean, could it serve soft serve cones or fraps, or would it be required only to have those already frozen thingies?
Ms. Miller, will there be menu control on the food trucks?
I have heard that there are food trucks that have make your own ice cream sandwich. So I believe that traditional ice cream truck is defined as the pre-made ice cream. Oh, you know the state law.
I think town council is going to earn salary this evening.
Madam
Go right
Moderator.
ahead, Mr. Macarius.
My apologies. This was a matter of great importance to my colleagues and I in reviewing the draft. So we made sure in reviewing it that an ice cream mobile food establishment can sell, display, or offer ice cream or other prepackaged frozen dessert products. So you're covered for all of the above. Or other prepackaged. So it's ice cream. I understand. Ice cream or other prepackaged are all covered. So, soft serve would be ice cream under this definition.
All right, I am really glad that we have that straightened out. Okay, microphone number 2.
Hi, Ryan Hanley of 77 Lexington Road.
Mr.
I'm a member of
Hanley.
the Historic Commission, but I'm going to speak in my private capacity. And I don't know how I can possibly follow a discussion of soft-serve ice cream. But I did want to just briefly note, apropos of the previous discussion, that we do not have simply a historic district in town, but we have multiple historic districts. And I think most reasonable people would say that there are some that have legitimate commercial usage, the Monument Square Historic District, as well as Main Street Historic District, and others, such as the American Mile, where it might not be as appropriate to have something like a food truck. So I hope those who are ultimately responsible for the permitting process will keep in mind that the idea of a food truck in Haywood Meadow, for example, that would render this on summer weekends something very different from what the conservation principles behind it have intended it to be, would be something I think most people in town would want to have pause about, and just makes it very different from the perhaps very legitimate usages of a food truck down on Monument Square. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
David Lax, 261 Park Lane.
Mr. Lax.
In many places that I visited, food trucks allow for entrepreneurs who don't have the capital to start up a restaurant to experiment and succeed over time, sometimes moving into a restaurant. And I want to just ask a question for clarification, because I think I heard two separate things. Are the food trucks that are going to be allowed only those that are tied to existing restaurants in town, or will this enable entrepreneurs who don't currently have a restaurant established in the town to offer meals?
Thank you. Ms. Miller?
Yes, it would include both in terms of it would include any food truck and entrepreneurial or opportunities, I think, are key here. And I think we really wanted to see that we could have a great diversity and additional price points and all kinds of opportunities for a variety of food that may not be served by our wonderful restaurants, but they can't do it all. And so that was key. But also, in terms of the restaurants, we really would want to give them other service opportunities and make it cost effective for them so that they could be based in the town of Concord. In addition, if they are based in the town of Concord and they sell not only in Concord but go outside of Concord, then they would be generating revenues based on the local tax ordinance for the town as well. So we want it all. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I see that you're at the next microphone, Mr. Tarpey, but we've got a long line over there at microphone number 1, so I'm going to go back there for a moment. Microphone number 1, please.
Pam Swing, 54 Francis Street.
Ms. Swing.
So I like food trucks, but I grew up in Swarthmore, Pennsylvania, and I went back to visit 2 weekends in a row in the fall, and both of those weekends, they had food trucks lining the streets of the main part of town. It was like a carnival, and I'm just saying, be careful what we wish for here, because I don't know what the permitting regulations were down there, but they were really totally taking over. And the other sort of related to that, I remember a letter or some article in our new wonderful newspaper, Concord Bridge, from the cheese shop expressing deep reservations about having food trucks right in town center. Because I don't think he could have a food truck outside his store. There's no property where he could place a food truck.
Ms. Miller, did you want to address that?
May I?
Yes.
May I have my
Briefly, please.
My slides up?
Oh, yes. Which slide would you like?
It's numbers. I think it's 17. It's no. I'm sorry.
While you're looking for that, let's take the speaker at microphone number 2. Mr. Tarpey?
Tom Tarpey, 169 Heaths Ridge Road. I rise with great reluctance in that I'm endangering my membership in the IBOC, which everybody knows is the International Brotherhood of Curmudgeons, by asking some questions that are going to reveal both ignorance and prejudice. I think without subsection F related to the ice cream trucks, I could have grudgingly voted in favor of this article. However, when I moved here to Concord in May of 1998, one of the things I did not miss about my former hometown of Cambridge was the sound of ice cream trucks cruising through the fairly densely packed neighborhoods. And it's about that I have questions to ask. I noticed that there don't appear to be any definitions of what would be allowed. I mean, how many ice cream trucks could be cruising our streets? What sorts of tunes could they be playing, if they could be playing any at all? It would matter greatly to me what the loudness was and whether they were playing Ein kleine Nachtmusik or Do You Love Me? So I won't miss ice cream trucks if we don't allow them. And if this, unless you can satisfy me with some more definition of what would be allowed under Section F, I will vote against this article and urge others to also.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Miller, you've got 2 questions. You want to answer the pending one first, and then that one?
I don't know if I should or counsel, but we do have prohibitions against noise and nuisances in Concord, and as we mentioned earlier, any other bylaws and regulations would have to be met So in fact, if the Ein kleine Nacht music was really distressing to you, I would suggest that that could be remedied by appealing to public safety services and indicate that that is problematic. But that
I think that the select board might wish to weigh in on this one as well.
Just to say that the select board has the authority to prevent this noxious ice cream truck, if we so determine it, from plying our streets.
Thank you.
The
And now
other
you've got
thing
your slide up there.
The other slide I wanted to show is that we started to do a bit of a survey as to our local neighbors and neighboring towns, and did they permit food trucks. And you'll see on the little food truck map I have that as far as I got, we saw that there was a great preponderance of towns that in fact permit food trucks. And our friends.
Would you like to tell us which color is are the towns that have, and which is the color that are the towns that do not?
Blue is the towns that have food trucks. Gray is the towns that I didn't continue to search. Carlisle and ourselves do not permit food trucks. Dover doesn't permit food trucks, but I must say the Board of Health there informed me that they just don't care, and so if there are food trucks, they don't do anything about it, which is one way to go. So, the thing is that there are sort of no reference standards for food trucks. This is all like a custom process to really find out what our town wants food trucks, but everybody has their own way that they want them to be. And it's wonderful to have this discussion. I regret we haven't had this robust a discussion with the planning board through the whole year that we've been considering this. But I think we would like to get this ourselves on the map, and then perhaps a fine-tuning with regard to musical accompaniment or soft serve is required. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. But I don't think that we're leading the charge here, and I think there's a lot of experience. There's a lot of experience that, in fact, the entrepreneurs out there of food trucks have to go by, and I just wish to make that point. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Colleen Humphreys, 400 Hayward Mill Road.
Ms. Humphreys.
My family are reenactors, and my kids played fife and drum. And so they were in practically every parade in every town in this state at one time or another. I have been to more parades than probably everybody in this room put together, unless your kids are also in fife and drum. And my husband was on the celebrations committee at this point I'm talking about. My younger kids and I were waiting in Concord Center for the parade. And just as it was about to come, one of the vendors of, the tchotchkes, the foam things, and the little things that you throw on the ground that you're not supposed to sell in Concord because they make noise and they're obnoxious. And the vendor was getting in the way of the crowd. And I knew that Concord was very strict about vendors staying out of the way. And so I went over to him and I said that he better get on the sidewalk, and he started arguing with me. I said, look, I'm going to call and report you for having not been on the sidewalk. And he immediately got out of the way because Concord had a very strong reputation that if anybody complained about the vendors, if the vendors didn't do what they were going to do, they couldn't come back next year because there were only like 2 permits, and there were like 15 vendors who wanted them. And everybody knew that you had to toe the line in Concord or you weren't coming back. And it was, it's a huge parade, so there's a lot of people there. And if we maintain our policy of being strict and just pay attention to what we're doing, we'll keep that reputation of being strict and you have to follow the rules or you can't play here. And that will, a lot of the things people are worried about won't happen because the vendors know they have to toe the line and behave themselves. And just enforcing the rules that we have will take care of it because the rules that they've set up on these things are all very straightforward and practical. So as long as we do that and maintain it, we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to microphone number 1 because we got the longest line over there.
Charles Phillips, 65 Fairhaven Road.
Mr. Phillips.
I'd like to advise the town meeting to vote no on this article. Food trucks are really more a city thing. Boston, Cambridge, Somerville, there are office buildings which have big parking lots. You can put food trucks in them. People will come out for lunch and get food. Concord's a small town. It's just the scale of having food trucks is just not appropriate for this town at all. Now, if it comes to the 2025 celebration, well, perhaps for a limited time, you might have food trucks, but that's another conversation. Please vote no.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Parashar Patel, 397 Sudbury Road.
Mr. Patel.
Member of the Finance Committee, but speaking for myself, several folks have mentioned the prospect of meals tax coming into Concord. My understanding, though, is that the meals tax that we would get from food trucks in Concord would only be for those food trucks that are based in Concord. Is that correct?
I see a nodding head, but I think we need an actual sound.
That is correct.
Yeah, I think it's
Yes.
important for folks to understand that food trucks from other towns, that meal tax will not be coming into Concord. It'll go to the towns from which they're originally based. Thank you.
On the other hand, if Concord has food trucks based here and they go to other towns like Sudbury or Wayland, those taxes will come to Concord.
Thank you very
because
much.
They're based here.
Microphone number 1. That's you.
And I'm short.
No worries. The microphone moves.
I see. Andrea White, 221 Monson Road.
Ms. White?
There is no way to fix this now, but I'm just going to throw it out there. We need electric vehicles in our town. We don't need a bunch of more food trucks driving in with oil. I know that you can't fix this right now with this, but someone needs to say it. We need electric vehicles, just like we're trying to buy electric school buses, like we're trying to get all the electric vehicles for the police and everything. We're going to send a bunch of permits for people to come in with trucks from, fossil fuels. Doesn't really work for me with our sustainability principles in town. So I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I think we should think about that very carefully when we start giving permits for more fossil fuels to be burned in our town.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Nancy Nelson, 1695 Lowell Road. Thank
Ms.
you,
Nelson.
Madam Moderator. First of all, I want to be absolutely clear. I love food trucks, and I wish and I hope that there's a way we can make this work, but I have a couple of concerns and, maybe a question. I also am worried about the number of trucks that could accumulate, not just one every day of the year, but 2 for 6 months of the year, 4 for however the division works. It could be a concentration of many food trucks. There's no limit on the number of food trucks. So somebody referred to only 2 permits for vendors, for instance, at the Patriots' Day Parade. I don't know, or those concepts may. What if everybody wants to come is all I'm saying. It could be very disrupting to some of the activities on Patriots' Day. So we need guidance. I think I saw on one of the slides, was there reference to the development of, I shouldn't talk to you, development of implementing regulations or procedures or anything like that that would be guidance in the issuance of these permits?
Okay, thank you. Who would like to take the answer to that one? Council? No. Okay, Elizabeth.
Madam Moderator, Elizabeth Hughes, Concord Town Planner. To the question, no, there would not be a concentration of food trucks. For private property, they are allowed to have 2. If they want to have more than 2, they need to go through a special permit through the Zoning Board of Appeals, which requires a notice public hearing and notification to abutters. If a food truck or more than one food truck wants to be on a public road, they have to go through the select board or their designee. So the select board or their designee would be responsible for those applications. If they got 20 applications for somebody who wants to be on Main Street in Concord Center, then no, that's where the select board or their designee would look at what is happening. Is it Patriots Day? Is it the tree lighting? Is the road closed off? Get input from public safety and assess when those food trucks. And the same thing would be for town events on town property. That would be up to the town manager, can authorize 2 food trucks. If they want to have more than 2 food trucks on town property, that would have to go through the select board or their designee. So it is not just a concentration of food trucks. They don't get permitted and get to go wherever they want. Through that process, they would have to designate where they are and whether it's on a public road, on town property, or on private property.
I would just note that that's probably variable depending on the decision makers, as so many things are. And the last thing is more parking needed if you're very successful in these events?
Ms. Hughes, would you like to address that one? Are there any parking requirements for food trucks?
Given the temporary nature of food trucks, the planning board did discuss how to establish parking, but because if you're on private property, the food truck is on private property. If you're holding an event, it would be no different than if you're having a graduation event. Your invitees are coming to your property for that event. For municipal property, again, it's 2 food trucks. If it is an event at the library, that event gets coordinated with the other uses. They coordinate with the umbrella, Concord Academy. We're now working through the process with the Visual Arts Center, and so collaborating on special events where a food truck may be coming, but no, if somebody has a food truck, there is no additional requirements for that food truck.
Okay, thank you very much.
And hopefully these are successful in the other towns. I must say I've never seen more than 1 food truck every once in a while. So maybe it's not going to be an overwhelming number. That's just...
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mike Ben, 747 Old Marlborough Road.
Ms. Ben?
Thank you. So the article says that the mobile food establishments can operate in all districts. Does that mean that I can lease out my driveway to up to 2 trucks 52 times a year?
So you're not the first person to ask that question. Would you like to answer it, Ms. Miller? Oh, you would like to answer it. Ms. Hughes, go right ahead.
So if you have the planning board's handout, there are amendments in the handout, which was out on the table. That is the motion that's being forwarded, being moved, excuse me. This was a question at the public hearing, and as a result of that question, the planning board is proposing an amendment to what's printed in the warrant. And it would be on private property for the property owner, a tenant, and their invitees. So with input from town council, that would mean that you would not be allowed to have 2 food trucks in your driveway and have that food truck operator operate his business from that driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to microphone number 3.
Good evening. I'm James Nager, 75 Channing Road.
Mr. Nager.
Rise in opposition to this legislation as crafted. In a bacon and egg breakfast, the chicken's got an interest, but the bacon's got commitment. And we talk here about the equity of people who pay the taxes, have built brick and mortar, live by our rules and requirements, but we consider by this legislation putting a taco truck in front of Adelita's. We'll put a ice cream truck in front of Reasons to be Cheerful. Those people that have contributed to our town, I have no economic interest in this. I think just the length of time we have been discussing this shows us the difficulty of this legislation, the flaws of it as depicted, as currently presented to us. And so I just urge the town to throw it back to the well-intended people who are trying to do some good work here and come back to us next year when this grows up into well-crafted legislation. And thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
Eric Van Loon, Martha's Point Road.
Mr. Van Loon.
Madam Moderator, I'd like to move the previous question.
Okay. Well, you know, I see that there were a lot of people still waiting to speak, but we have been discussing this, as the last speaker noted. It's been a lengthy discussion, and we're just about at an hour. So I think we probably are ready for a vote. And so what I will, well, actually, it's up to the meeting whether we're ready for a vote. So this is a, do I have a second for the motion to move the question? I see, oh, I got a lot of seconds, okay. And so all those in favor of calling the question and proceeding to a vote on Article 34. Thank you very much. All those opposed? Well, that passes by well more than 2/3, and we will now proceed to a vote on Article 34. This is a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 34, zoning bylaw amendment to establish mobile food establishments, please raise your voting slips. Thank you very much. All those opposed? All right, let's do that one more time. Put your slips down, please. All those in favor? All those opposed? Oh, that's close. All right, guys, we're going to count this. Could we close the doors, please? And Mr. Fisher, could you organize the tellers, please? Now, while everybody is waiting for this vote to get organized for the count, I want to point out that we have a feedback sheet, a town meeting feedback sheet out in the lobby. You can't go get it now because the doors are closed, but please do pick one of these up, fill it out. You can leave it in the box out in the hallway. You can drop it off in the town clerk's office, or you can stick it in the mail, or you can scan it and email it to me or to the town clerk. Really helpful to have your feedback on how we do town meeting.
We're doing B, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. All right. We are ready to start counting. Would all those who are in favor of Article 34 please stand and raise your ballot? This is a standing count. Thank you very much.
Thanks for asking.
Yes, you may. I was just asked if you may sit down after you have already been counted, and you may. Would you like one of your chocolate pretzels?
Thank you, though.
Did you guys have?
I had service yesterday.
Almost ready.
Folks, it would be very helpful to the tellers if everyone would stay in their seats while the vote is being counted. The wandering around is making it hard for them to be sure that they have done the tally correctly.
Problem.
All right, folks, we're ready for the vote in opposition. Would all those who are opposed to Article 34 please stand and raise your voting slip? And stay standing until the tellers tell you that you can sit down. And once again, we'll ask people after your vote is counted to please stay in your seats until the tellers are done.
Apparently I'm for one more. Yeah, I'm not reaching it out. Bunny. Yeah. We only have the leaf. The other one's down. That's not like that's the weirdest thing. Ryan, and your beer. Apparently they just really clutched, right? Yeah.
cases I couldn't.
Okay, folks, we have a vote. Our vote is 228 in favor and 100 against, and the article therefore passes by a 2/3 majority, and I do so declare. Okay, it was pretty close. All right, now, I have no motion under Article 35 or under Article 36, and I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 35 and no action on Article 36. And we will proceed to Article 37. We have the motion on the screen. Mr. Weber moves that the town take affirmative action on Article 37 as printed in the handout with changes from the language as printed in the warrant shown in bold italics and in strike-through. Can we have a second for the motion? I see that we have one. Thank you very much. Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Here we go. The purpose of Article 37 is to address the environmental, noise, and health concerns caused by the use of gas-powered leaf blowers. Conceptually, Article 37 tries to implement first limited use of gas-powered leaf blowers in spring and fall, followed by 2 phases of restrictions. What's going on? There we go.
We're trying to make your slide bigger.
Followed by 2 restrictions in 2028 and 2030, which is a change to the original print. So 5 to 7 years from now, will further restrictions be implemented. Can you scroll this to the, okay. Going to the environmental concerns of gas-powered leaf blowers, the California Air Resource Board calculated that just from one leaf blower operated by 1 hour generates the pollution equivalent of driving a regular car for 1,100 miles. California also calculated that the inventory of their 440,000 leaf blowers in the state produces more pollution than all their trucks combined. This is mainly driven because the 2-stroke engines used for leaf blowers are the most inefficient engines you can imagine. And most of that pollution comes from high emittance of unburned hydrocarbons, which are the 30% of unburned gas that is just putting out in the air when you use a gas-powered leaf blower. These 30% of, we really have to, okay, can you go back to that? This one. These 30% of unused gas are also a health hazard. They're highly toxic, and if you inhale them, has all kinds of effects, and the list is super long. This is just out of a steel backpack leaf blower instruction. Actually, the recommendation, the non-binding recommendation of health regulators is you should not use this equipment for more than 20 minutes a day. So just keep that in mind. Going to the next slide, we are touching a little bit on the noise aspects. If you could scroll this little, on the noise aspect. So the noise chart here is directly from Leaf Blower Direct, the distributor of gas-powered leaf blowers, showing the gas-powered leaf blowers at 90 plus decibels compared to 65 decibels on electric leaf blowers. We need to understand the decibel scale a little bit. The decibel scale seems to imply a linear scale, but it's actually a logarithmic scale. That means every 10 points of decibels is not adding 10 points of noise, but it's multiplying the prior noise value by 10. So if you're doing a 30 decibel difference, you're multiplying 10 times 10 times 10, which gives you a 1,000 times noise ratio, a difference between an electric leaf blower and a gas leaf blower. That leads to the fact that with that ratio, you cover about a 10 times a larger area, so we're affecting 10 times more neighbors. And it leads to the fact that the noise generated goes about a factor 30, easier through your windows and through your walls, and affects you at home. Can we go to the next slide here? Let's talk about the capacity and the ability of electric leaf blowers. Yes, the electric leaf blowers are not there where the most powerful gas leaf blowers are. But if you make the analysis and see what is on the market, gas-powered leaf blowers are classified in 3 areas. The smaller ones, then the ones covering larger areas, and the ones doing professional jobs. Focusing on the professional jobs, the median gas blower in the market, and I did the statistics around 300 available gas blowers in the market, sits at about 642 cubic feet per minute of air pushed through. The most powerful electric one sits just above that, and the second one just below that. Both have a significant runtime if you buy the largest battery. The Ego has a 90-minute runtime, and this new steel backpack has a 140-minute runtime. I own the Ego, and I know it's the 90-minute, but you have to buy the most powerful battery for that. Just remember, you should not use these gas-powered leaf blowers for more than 20 minutes. And I forgot to mention, the 20 minutes is also for the noise stuff. So if you don't have something on your head, you should not use it also for more than 20 minutes. Let's talk about the cost of this. So assuming you buy 3 battery packs of the highest capacity, you buy a high output fast charger, and you replace every 3 years the batteries, just to be sure. And then you amortize the cost over the lifetime of the equipment. Can you scroll it, please? Then you come to an amortized cost of $1 to $4 per day. The most powerful Ego is the cheapest with 1. Steel sits about $3, and the $4 is about the number the landscapers put in the Concord Bridge, and I just amortized that over the lifetime of the leaf blower. Let's talk a little bit about the summary here. So the Article 37 is better for the climate because we are not producing local greenhouse gases, better for the neighborhood because of less noise, and better for the workers with no toxic fumes. Let's quickly keep up here. I worked between the hearing and today. I worked very long in March with a lot of people, group meetings in person, single discussions with people on both sides, on the opposing side and the supporting side, and try to find a compromise. The compromise that was done from the initial draft is to limit the initial use in spring and fall to residential lots of less than 1.5 acres. I added a definition of handheld leaf blowers so that backpack leaf blowers are clearly included, and that the ban on gas-powered handheld leaf blowers phases in 2028 and 2030, so pushed out to 5 to 7 years. California ban starts in January next year. Lexington, Arlington ban start in 25. Belmont ban starts in 26. Seasonal restrictions in Lincoln are in place. 10 nearby towns have restrictions, 200 towns nationwide have restrictions, and the manufacturers expect this number to go up to 400. Some local landscapers have already partial or one at least fully electric equipment in place. And the final slide is what Steel, one of the leading manufacturers, puts out there, and Steel is not very well known to be environmental friendly. The changes in the environment, along with their impact, drive home the fact that we need to alter the way we live and do business and make it more sustainable. And I urge the town to come to a similar wise conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Ms. Marion Maurer here? Thank you. We'll hear from Ms. Maurer, who is speaking on behalf of a variety of folks who are opposed to the motion. Your name and address.
Yep, Marianne Maurer, 45 Bruce Road, third, fourth generation in town, family business 70 years. We do construction and landscaping. Couple of notes, motorcycles are really loud, lawnmowers are loud. When we're out plowing, we're making a lot of noise. When I hear the tractor in the farms, that's not bothering me for too long. It's actually comforting, reminding me of my grandfather when we were farmers here in town. If I'm going to be at your house with my electric blower, I'm actually going to be there longer because it's going to take me longer because it does not do the job. I actually physically work with gas-powered leaf blowers. I literally do the labor, so I can actually tell you not what the book says or the manual. I physically do the work. I don't know anyone who's ever gotten sick from a gas-powered leaf blower. Seasonal doesn't work because the mosquito treatments are put with a gas-powered blower. Your fertilizer applications to your lawn, we need to get that off the driveways and the roads. I need the gas-powered. Grass clippings from the mowing, I need the gas-powered. The technology is not there. Like I said, I own electric and I own gas. It doesn't compare. You're going to need more batteries. Who's going to be recycling these batteries? Where are we going to recycle them? I actually did the research, unlike the select board and many people. I actually called local businesses to see how much it was going to cost me as a business. $20,000 to switch over. And guess what? I can't get the material right now. We have a lot more important issues going on in this town. I feel like when the technology's there, all of my friends and their businesses are willing to switch over. It's not there. All I'm saying is to vote no today, and we push it off until the technology is there. Then we revisit this. Obviously, not buying fuel would save us a lot of money. I'd be all for that. Other things. Other towns, we actually stopped working in Lincoln because of the ban. And a lot of my friends that own businesses in town, they're saying the same thing. We are not going to make as much money, and we're going to have to pass on the costs to our customers, which are already paying higher taxes. We can't even get bottled water, but we can still get the soda, and, we can buy cigarettes. There's a lot of things going on in this town that are not good for the environment. Again, when the technology is there, I'm for it. The DPW met with them. They do own some electric, landscaping equipment. They even say, we always pick the gas over that. We can't do our job. I also don't think it's fair that you're going to put the burden on the smaller lots. I'm a single mom. When I come home, it's a lot of work for me to try and do things at my own house. The technology is there so I can get done things faster and I can be around with my children. I'm saying once we do switch over, let's have a plan in place that the town would have the recycling available for the batteries. The decibels, it's actually 60 decibels versus 64. We already know about the expense. There's a lot of homeowners in town that, the taxes even for the older people, they can't even afford to live in this town with some things. If you're not actually physically doing the work, it's hard for me to believe that you can make a really good educated decision if you haven't called and checked on availability and pricing and what the costs will be put on. A lot of my landscaper friends said that the costs will be passed on. It'll be 2 to 3 times more than what you're paying for your mowing and your cleanups. That's a really big expense to take on right now. I've even said to people in town, use a local landscaper, and if you get everybody on your street, we can say, you know what, we'll only do the job on this day of the week, so all the other days are quiet for you. Right. It's true. If you're worried about the noise, we are very accommodating, being your neighbors as well that are also in business in town. Again, it doesn't work in Lincoln. The police, they were completely overwhelmed. There were 18 people in the town of Newton that did 400 phone calls. Only 18 people called, and they did 400 phone calls. How are our police departments going to keep up with this? You're in and out so quickly with a gas-powered. By the time they get there, we'd probably already be gone. Again, technology is not there. And I'm not actually saying that against the police in a negative way. I'm just saying we're in and out so quickly, by the time the call's made and you drive over there, the job would already be done. Newton and other towns are also a lot more dense. We have big lots, small lots here. It's just not the same. And so basically regarding the noise, I say talk to your neighbors, be more friendly, tell them what bothers you, and go from there. I don't really have anything else to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, hold on, folks. This is a business meeting, and this is also a respectful community meeting. And so we do have different points of view here, and we'll respect each other's points of view, and we'll take a vote, and that's how we do things. So I just will remind you all to keep your eye on the ball here. This is a business meeting, and we'll try and do this in an orderly and respectful way. Thank you very much. We'll next hear from the Select Board, Mary Hartman.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm Mary Hartman, 16 Concord Green, Unit 6, member of the Select Board and speaking on their behalf. I need my glasses, excuse me.
Then they're done that.
Okay. The Select Board unanimously recommends affirmative action on Article 37. This article tests our individual commitment to sustainability. It improves our environment by reducing both air and noise pollution in our neighborhoods. The proposed implementation dates are reasonable and based on conversations with multiple vendors, gives sufficient lead time to minimize financial impacts. Our town repeatedly commits to clean energy solutions whenever possible, even when these changes might be inconvenient or in some cases slightly more expensive. We do our part as a community and as individuals to improve sustainability. This article is another opportunity to continue these efforts. We urge you to support Article 37. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now open the floor to questions and comments. And I will note that because this is a general bylaw and not a zoning bylaw, the quantum of vote here is a majority. Microphone number 3.
Hello, Nathan Bosdet, 151 Hubbard Street, a member of the Planning Board, but speaking for myself. I just wanted to address some of the comments that were made in opposition earlier. The fact that other things are loud is not really a good excuse to have more things be loud, first of all. And then to talk about the use of electric leaf blowers or even other electric landscaping equipment taking longer or costing more. I can tell you as a person who personally switched from gas-powered landscaping equipment to electric equipment, it has not taken me longer. And as a person who has previously used a gas-powered landscaping business and switched to the one in town that uses only electric equipment, it has neither taken longer or costed more for our house. In fact, it is cheaper for us to use the non-gas powered landscaper. I also would point out that we have Emerson Park right behind us. They're one of the parks that uses the electric landscaping equipment for some of the grounds. I've had a very different conversation apparently with the DPW people using that equipment. They seem to like it for that space. And then also I wanted to point out, the only thing I don't like about the amendment as written now is it brings up an issue of the transition period for personal use. I'm sensitive to landscape businesses needing time to transition. But for personal use, in 5 years, I think we're going to run into people who weren't aware of this taking place, because we're not banning the sale of these items, who will have purchased and then be surprised that a year, 6 months later, they're unable to use them. So I see no reason to change the transition period for personal use. Again, I understand it for landscaping businesses. And I support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Michael LaRoad, 575 Barretts Mill Road.
Yes, sir.
I used to be a professional acoustician and have drafted noise regulations on lawnmowers for the federal EPA. However, much as I sympathize with the petitioner, I believe that he has greatly overestimated the effect of this ban. Sound levels decrease with distance, and that needs to be included in any sound level measurement. Levels are measured either at the operator's ear, about 1 meter, or at the neighbor's ear, 15 meters. However, the petitioner has mixed the two, quoting gas blowers at 1 meter distance and electric blowers at a 15-meter distance. Naturally, this makes electric blowers seem much quieter, simply because they're measured further away. When measured at 15 meters, the noise from gas blowers ranges from about 65 to 80 dBA. Electric blowers are about 10 dBA less than this, and that in terms of our hearing is about half the loudness. However, this is still annoying. With good mufflers, some gas blower players, such as backpack leaf blowers from Steel and Echo, produce a noise level of about 65 dBA, which is only at 15 meters, which is only slightly above the quietest electric blower and quieter than some electric blowers. In short, some gas-powered leaf blowers are nearly as quiet as electric blowers. I suggest that instead of banning a particular technology, towns should either limit the actual noise level of leaf blowers or at least restrict their hours of operation as initially proposed in the article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Laura Levan, Nimrod Drive. When you say electric, are you saying those that are powered by lithium?
Mr. Weber?
Well, electric talks about the motor. There are several models out there. You can have even electric with a cord, which I would not recommend. I tried that. It's very inconvenient. Most of them have lithium batteries. Definitely there are open questions around lithium batteries. As we know, there are recycling programs behind that. We have to take that into account. Just one correction to the prior speaker also. Your numbers seem to reflect the 4-stroke engines versus 2-stroke engines, at least from the data I got. And 4-stroke engines are statistically only 5% of the inventory.
Thank you.
Can I have a follow-up?
Sorry.
Can I have a follow-up to my?
You may.
So did you look at the impact of lithium? I just wondered if you compared the mining of lithium as well as the recycling.
Well, we all know that we have the same problem with electric cars. So I think it's, if we are opposing lithium, we have to oppose electric cars.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Chris Ciccone, 15 Captain Miles Lane.
Yes, sir.
I would urge my fellow citizens to vote against this measure. I think the greatest problem with it is the assumption that somehow it is going to be a net pickup in terms of greenhouse gases and carbon. We have to understand, my expertise, my knowledge of this only comes from my current role in the Attorney General's office. We are currently involved in litigation against Exxon. I'm on the litigation team. The greatest fallacy is that somehow we're going to be picking up a net in terms of greenhouse gas output. The greatest amount of contribution to carbon and greenhouse gas is electricity generation and transportation. This would be negligible if we had no gas blowers or if everybody in the country had a gas blower. The net pickup would be negligible. The studies out of California can be challenged, and CARB can sometimes, that's the California board that looks at these things. It can be challenged and dubious in terms of what they prescribe. So I would say that it depends on what the electricity generation is that powers your Prius or whatever, because if it's going to be coal-based, then you're not picking up. And if so, most of the electricity generation in the country is going to create green. You're not getting away with a net pickup in greenhouse gas, but by adopting this measure. And also we have a problem with the batteries. If it is a battery charged item, the disposal of them are probably greater carbon costs than just simply keeping it as it is.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
George Corrett, 148 Peter Spring Road.
Mr. Corrett.
Madam Moderator, and I am not the George Corrett that does Echo Quiet Lawn Care. Different George Corrett.
Good to know.
Yeah, good to know. So there was some confusion. So I had a question about, well, a statement about batteries. So I've worked on a landscaping crew commercially, and you need a lot of batteries. So I would estimate it probably cost list price about $10,000 per employee for extra battery and infrastructure costs to charge them, but they're a lot more efficient, so it's kind of cool. But I had a question about the measurement of sound amplitude. So there was a statement made that 10 decibels was a difference, was 10 times the amplitude, 10 times as loud. And of course, we know that's not true. So it's 20 for 10 times as loud.
No, the amplitude is the square root. The measurement was the power output, the noise power behind it. So if you look at the amplitude would be the square root. If you look at, let's say, the coverage of how much it goes with even more than that. So you have to differentiate amplitude and power. Like if you think about the famous Einstein thing, E equals mc square, the c square is where the amplitude comes in the noise side. So don't mix these two. But you can do the square root out of the calculation.
Thank you very much. Welcome to physics class. Yes, you can talk again.
Okay.
Microphone number 1.
Mary Ann Marr, 45 Bruce Road. I'm just saying when the technology arrives, then we revisit this. In the meantime, as a resident, you can, of course, hire a landscaping company that only uses battery powered, or you yourself can make that transition. I'm just wanting this to wait about 5 more years. We lost a lot of time with COVID with the technology and items being able to be made. And I also feel that, like a house, an example, Hubbard, isn't really the same as a house in another part of the neighborhood with a bigger lot. So yes, I agree, on a small lot, an electric one can work and do the job. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 3.
Clifford Walters, 32 Crest Street.
Mr. Walters.
I've been a Concord resident for 34 years. I'm on my 3rd backpack leaf blower for a half-acre lot. It's ringed by trees. I do all my own leaf pickup. One comment right off the bat, that the leaf blower produces more pollution than driving from Maine to Florida. It takes me about 20 hours each fall to collect the leaves out of my yard in successive sweeps. I use 3 to 4 gallons of gasoline to do that. I don't think you can get from Maine to Florida on 3 to 4 gallons. So, there's a comparison that's not quite there. The technology is emerging, that's clear from everything I've read, but it's not there yet. For a small lot, electric, for a residential owner such as myself, a small lot might be well served with an electric handheld, but for a larger lot such as a half acre, all of the guides tell you the gas clearly still comes out ahead in terms of the efficiency. So you're going to be using more time generating, as Ms. Morris said, you're going to be using more time to accomplish the same task. Thank you.
I can see that you would like to make a response, Mr. Weber. Briefly, please.
So that comparison with 1,100 miles is driven by the 30% unburned hydrocarbons that come out of it, and not by the carbon dioxide produced. Your engine in a car is super efficient in not putting unburned and unused gas out of the engine.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 2.
Rich Feely, 347 Lexington Road.
Mr. Feely.
Couple of quick points. One, Lexington Road, we know from motorcycles, but the great thing about motorcycles is they go away quickly. They go on down Lexington Road. And, you know, the leaf blowers are in one lot for a half an hour, and then the next one and the next one. They are incredibly loud. And the other point I'd like to make is really an economic one. If we, you know, technology advances either because the market demands it or because regulations push it. And frankly, the market has not demanded it. Yes, there are some out there. We have to push it with regulation. And Mr. Weber is right. The problem isn't just that it's burning gas. Anybody remember, you know, sniffing an outboard motor 50 years ago? That's what you're talking about. So my only regret is that I probably won't live long enough because Mr. Weber has been rational and accommodating in his deadlines, so I won't see the benefit. But there is clearly a major benefit, and I urge you to vote in favor.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Paul Bohm, 11 Ridgewood Road.
Mr. Baum.
I think this article is very well intended, but I think it really falls short in rigor, especially on the cost side. I think you gave a few examples of costs. And I'm not talking about the business costs, I'm talking about the cost to the individual. I don't know how many backpack leaf blowers there are in Concord, but if everyone had to switch over to a electric unit with 2 or 3 battery packs, you're talking about a very significant investment. And I think to put forth this article, you need that kind of cost-benefit analysis. I think the benefits of noise reduction and pollution reduction, while debatable, are clear. I think on the cost side, I think this article falls quite short. Therefore, I'm going to oppose it on that ground. But additionally, the market is evolving. I had a backpack blower. I have an electric blower. Why? Because the products are better. And I think by 2028, the market will itself pull this along. I don't think we need an ordinance to kind of make the transition to electric blowers, because I think the market and the technology is getting a lot better. Lastly, on the issue of sustainability, sustainability has a couple of different components. Clearly, the environmental component, but there's a cost component. The economic component and the environmental components of sustainability have to be in balance, and I think they're out of balance in considering this particular article. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to microphone number 3.
Scott O'Reilly, 137 Arena Terrace.
Mr. O'Reilly.
I did a lot of research this past fall and bought a gas-powered blower. And I told my wife, this thing is incredible. I have a lot more time to spend with her and the kids. I've got almost an acre of land. And I've got oak leaves, not maple. Who has oak leaves here? They come down once, twice. The maple trees come down once, you're done. They come from my neighbor's yard, which is fine. They come from conservation land. So it takes me about 5 cycles to do it. And this just saves me so much time. And based on the research, the battery is not going to do it. I think Mary Ann succinctly put together all the arguments that the technology is just not there right now. So the way I see it is if Lexington and California told us to jump off a bridge, would we? No. So I suggest we reject this amendment right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 2.
I'm Bob Andrews from 32 Staffordshire Lane, West Concord.
Mr. Andrews.
My major complaint about this article is that it doesn't go far enough and fast enough. I don't see climate change as being as tied to all of these market arguments as have been being, presented. I'm hearing from the International Climate Change Organization, that by 2030, we're probably going to have gone past the point where the planet is fried. And I don't think we should stand around arguing between how many miles, how much gas we're going to save, or how much we're going to save the planet by driving our cars not as much, or using these, lawnmowers. We need to do both. We're not just talking about something that it doesn't have any reason, to get it done now. And by the way, I live on Staffordshire Lane. Well, Staffordshire Lane is now being handled by the EcoQuiet Landscaping Company. They've been there twice. They're doing a great job, and I don't have to run for the cellar every time the landscaping company comes, because it's so loud and disturbs me. And I'm just so grateful, that they're there. And I understand they have 600 clients in the area who all agree with me.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Rainer Bucas, 1360 Monument Street.
Mr. Bucas.
The trouble with this particular article is that it mixes two things. One is the issue of pollution, which people are very much concerned with, and the other is noise. If we are going to deal with noise, we ought to have an article which deals with noise, not the machine that makes it or how it's made. An automobile makes an awful lot of noise if you take the muffler off. But we do not outlaw automobiles because they make a lot of noise. We say you have to put a muffler on your automobile and reduce the amount of noise. With the sound of an engine without a muffler, it's called most of the motorcycles that run out Monument Street. So the issue is, can we deal with noise? Now, I think that this article needs to be redone. The thought behind it is good. I hate the amount of noise that comes in our yard when the lawnmower, not just leaf blowers, we're not in leaf blower season yet, but we're certainly in grass mowing season. And the lawnmowers that come along do not have adequate mufflers. Now, it seems to me that we should reject this particular article and go back and redo it again, in which we legislate against noise level, and then let the manufacturers respond by providing mufflers which are adequate to the job. It's not the gasoline engine that's the problem. It's the unmuffled, unnoise-reduced gasoline engine that is making the noise. So I suggest we go back again, we come up with a noise-related ordinance that relates to lawnmowers and landscaping machinery in general, and we say that landscaping machinery in general shall not exceed a certain noise level, which is set by universal standards at, not more than so many dB at such and such a distance.
Thank you very much. You are out of time. Thank you. We'll go back to microphone number 3.
Mark Martinez, 66 Alfred Circle.
Mr. Martinez.
I'm actually glad I followed the last speaker. Leaf blowers create noise by their blades, not their motors. And that's why the difference between gas-powered and battery-powered are pretty close. 10 to 15%. What we haven't talked about is the DPW and other organizations are exempt. Why are they exempt? Now, someone seemed to have some lack of clarity on the DPW's position. The DPW publicly stated in the bridge that the move to all-electric machines is aspirational, but we have to deal with what happens when the rubber hits the road, end quote. And the technology isn't there yet. Electric blowers can be adequate for occasional residential use, but not on the scale for municipal operations. If you talk to the DPW, there's no debate. It's crystal clear. Talk to the commercial landscapers, again, crystal clear. Landscapers going to have to need to carry 3 to 4 batteries per blower. They're going to charge those batteries on generators, gas-powered, on their trailers. Consumer choice we're completely forgetting about. We have a an opinion just offered 5 minutes ago was basically, well, I agree with this aspiration, just ban them for everyone. Just because, and if you look at the bridge, most of the articles or letters came from Elsinore, Hubbard, Belknap. 12% of our lots in Concord are a quarter acre or less. These are not coming from large lots. So just because a person on Hubbard Street can clean the snow with a shovel doesn't mean you should ban snow blowers and plow trucks for the rest of us who have larger lots. A few other just quick points.
You are actually out of time, so
That's okay.
I'm sorry about the other quick points.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Nia Glenn, 388 Lower Road.
Ms. Glenn?
I have a question to start off with. Do we know how many properties in town are over 1.5 acres and how many are less than 1.5 acres?
Is Ms. Hughes still here? She is not.
Oh, I'm not looking for an exact number.
Yeah, well, the only person that I know here who might have been able to answer that question was Ms. Hughes, and she's not here anymore. Say it again? Oh, Marcia, are you here? Come on, Marcia. Marcia doesn't know either.
Okay, that's fine. I can continue.
1,200. 1,200 are 3/4 acre lots, and
Over 1.5 and under.
Marcia, why don't you come to the microphone and do your best?
Right. Concord has 4 different zoning districts. A, B, and C are double A, which is for 80,000 square feet, and then everything else, A, B, and C, would be everything else. So I believe there are about over 5,000 parcels, just over 5,000 parcels. So my guesstimate would be that for everything else, there's probably, it's about 1,000 that are in the double A, and then everything else is less. So 3,000 to 4,000 parcels.
Thank you. I guess the point I'd like to make...
Can you get a little bit closer to the microphone? Thank you.
The point I'd like to make is you're discriminating against the people who are less than 1.5 acres. I think it's unfair to expect them to take on this burden when the properties who are greater than 1.5 don't, and the DPW don't. And I would suggest that we wait until we can rework this and wait for the technology to catch up so it is fair for everybody. So we can have one standard for the whole town, whether it's municipal or private lots. Again, for the people who have less than 1.5, we live on a property that is 1.2 acres, and we are very fortunate to have many, many oaks and hickories that are, whose trunks are 2 to 3 feet or more in diameter. And in the fall, we have the mother load of leaves. And it takes time and extraordinary expense, and I can't even contemplate what it would cost if we had to do it with electric equipment under current circumstances. So I would urge you to vote against this until we can get it right for everybody and fair for the whole town.
Thank you very much. Microphone number 1.
Great, thank you. Michael Amster, 44 Prairie Street.
Mr. Amster.
Thank you. The major noise hazard of these backpack units is really to the person who's operating them, and they should be wearing hearing protection. The noise levels decrease significantly with distance, given the fact that they can be annoying, but then again, with all the construction that's going on in town, waking up at 8 o'clock during the week to nail guns and whatever else is equally as annoying over months. For those of you who might remember the Montreal Protocol when the CFCs were banned, I worked in a company where we were trying to deal with degreasing equipment. And I said, well, soon it's going to be very expensive, maybe even difficult to get a hold of this equipment. And the people I worked with said, well, what the heck, we'll just keep buying it, even if it gets expensive. Well, they were in kind of a tough situation when you couldn't buy these CFCs anymore, and the market seemed to generate alternatives. And I would suspect that as this becomes more and more of a major issue, that the market is going to respond to the need of more efficient equipment. Other thing, somebody else mentioned also, how are we recharging this equipment? Well, we're taking a generator that is powered by some hydrocarbon fuel, and we're just changing where the issue is.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Microphone number 3.
Yes, Nathan Burrow, 1489 Main Street.
Mr. Burrow.
I feel fortunate to have a lot that I'm able to rake. Nonetheless, with due respect to everyone waiting to speak, I would like to call the question, if I may.
Well, you know, we have been talking about this for 45 minutes, so I cannot say that this is an inappropriate motion at this point. Do we have a second for the motion? I see that we do. And so we would need a 2/3 vote to proceed, to call the question and proceed to a vote. So all those in favor of ending debate at this point and moving to a vote? Thank you very much. All those opposed? Well, that motion carries. So we are ready for a vote. All those in favor of Article 37, please raise your voting slips. All those opposed? Let's try that again. All those in favor, please raise your voting slips. It doesn't make that much difference. All those opposed? All right, we're going to have to count this, sorry. Can you close the doors, please? Mr. Fisher, you're earning your 0 salary tonight.
Sudbury has started their town meeting tonight, and the former Wayland town is not the Sudbury town, and got the town purchase, and we're using it for the first time, and they didn't ask them. Oh, question? Oh, yeah.
Are you ready? Okay. All right. All those in favor, please stand and raise your voting slip. Stay standing until the tellers tell you you may sit down. And then once you sit down, please stay in your chairs. Sillard said, he says they just threw the game away on turnovers in the fourth quarter. Because they were leading for like the whole game and, you know.
Put me down as
Did those guys hold you?
No, but I don't need to go.
I don't even know where you live.
I live in Chelmsford.
Okay, so you don't get soda.
Serves me right. So for this person who wrote to me, she All right, we are ready for all those who are opposed to the prohibition of gas-powered leaf blowers to stand and hold their ballots. Sorry, those aren't ballots, they're voting slips. Just having that conversation. We tried it once, and people here are very deeply ambivalent about electronic voting. They don't really trust the technology to count the votes correctly and not to be hackable. And
I want to see how my neighbors are voting.
well, they're not sure.
That I
Exactly.
because it actually tells me something.
They're not sure. They're not sure that they like the idea. Because, you know, there's a big argument, because every vote becomes a safer ballot with electronic voting. There's an argument for that, right? I mean, that's how we do it with polls, and it's the foundation of American democracy. But there's an argument that if you live in a community and you're playing in a community, you ought to be willing to stand up and own your vote and its impact on your neighbors. And then maybe that kind of stimulates people to think about those
Discussion about it, or you just got through that?
we tried it once.
I was there when we tried. It was the first town meeting.
Yeah, okay. And, you know, there was kind of a fair majority that was in favor of doing it for counted votes like this. But it's a lot of money to do it. And we don't always have a count. So my conclusion was that the town is deeply ambivalent about this, and that this is an issue on which we should follow rather than not. So I got no problem with electronic voting if people want to do it, but I'm waiting for the groundswell.
I was just kind of curious. So, but it's fine.
Yeah.
So on a different topic, I'm going to send you a document. I'd love your opinion, not as mine, just as a very kind of balance what the vision is versus strategy. That's what we want. We're all in favor of lots of stuff.
Okay, we're good?
Yeah, and I don't know the numbers of the two sections.
Okay, we have counted the vote, and the motion under Article 37 passes by a vote of 184 to 133. So that is an affirmative vote, and I do so declare. Now, we have addressed Articles 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43 on the consent calendar. I have no motion under Article 43, and I therefore declare that the, I'm sorry, it was 42 that we dealt with. 43, I have no motion under 43, and I declare that the meeting is taking no action under Article 43. We addressed Article 44 as part of the consent calendar. I have no motion under Article 45 or Article 46. And I therefore declare that the meeting is taking no action on Article 45 and no action on Article 46. I will entertain a motion to dissolve the meeting. Is there a second? All those in favor? Excellent. Thank you very much.